Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Lord of the Four Seas, who temporarily stole the authority of another world, was blessed by the home court instead. In a short period of time, there is also a gold-level realm. It's on a par with Corpse Kundu. And a gigantic creature flew from the sky. Zombie Godzilla has no pity. In a sea of green, poisonous smoke, sweep towards the few elite zombies who managed to escape. When many zombie leaders came into contact with the green fire, they all let out ghostly and wolf howls. Some zombies were directly burned into wax, turned into corpse oil, and floated on the sea. What kind of ghost fire is this? It can't be extinguished. It seems to burn the soul. It hurts. Water to extinguish. Be careful with green fire. It's too corrosive. The leader of a group of zombies on fire jumped back into the water. But they're desperate. The green fire did not go out in the sea, but became more and more intense. Use water as fuel. Big guy, we meet again. Zombie Godzilla cleaned up the mobs. Those who don't talk about martial arts join the giant beast battlefield. The corpse Kuin, who had lost the first move and was at a disadvantage, could withstand Godzilla's bite and fire. Immediately screamed in pain. Despicable guy, how dare you steal the authority of the world? A tyrant with a muscular knot and a diamond blade growing out of his arms from the direction of the North Pole City. He was furious to the limit. Thick blood swept his body. The black light virus has been pushed to the limit, and the consequences are no longer considered. The meridians, like a dragon, are entangled together. The zombie tyrant slammed a claws at Godzilla, obviously 100 meters apart. But the tyrant's right arm burst into flesh and blood, and the tentacles and meridians were entangled together. Combined into a bloody hand, kill the zombie Godzilla. This arm, composed of flesh and blood tentacles, like a poisonous dragon, attacked quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Incredible! Demon Dragon Claw. This is the strongest skill of the tyrant. 3 world masters died in this move. Xiao, Super Cannon, accompanied by a red shadow, flashed by. The tyrant's proud demon dragon claw lost its vitality in vain and fell to the ground. At this time, the air explosion was long overdue. A huge humanoid monster with a purple shell on its back stands in the middle of the battlefield. The blood-red horns on its head even flashed with blood. Everyone on the battlefield looked at it, as well as the tyrant. My king's power. The tyrant clutched his broken right arm in pain. Deadly blood spurted out there. It was urgently sealed. Chow Baido Beast Nai watched the tyrant roar with interest. I have died on this move twice. Naturally impressed with it. This successful amputation of the arm is considered revenge. It's you. That big bug. Alice looked at Chow Pittaman angrily. For some unknown reason, the other party was much stronger than before. The armor was purple and red, with a metallic luster. It seems to have evolved into a silver high-level creature. Combined with its enormous strength, extreme flying speed, hard armor, and sharp horns, it is a body born for fighting. Since you've all appeared, isn't that pesky evil eye nearby? A tyrannical spiritual force swept around. Alice's expressionless search beholder. Son of the world, are you looking for me? Growing to a height of more than 5 meters, the beholder elder with 100 eye stems and tentacles appeared on the Golden Gate Bridge. Shout out to Alice in the air. Your mental power is too strong, only here. I can guarantee that my head will not explode suddenly. Okay, that's great. 5. Facing a desperate situation. There was a strange smile on Alice's little face. The creator of dinosaurs, you really surprised me. As if I can predict the future, every time I see through my calculations, in front of you, I am as immature as an underage pure white girl. She looked up at Subai. Doubt asked, but what I'm most puzzled about is how did you discover my existence, the hidden corpse? Did you use some props, or use the loopholes in the world? Please tell me and let me understand. Subai smiled. It is unreasonable to turn the whole ocean into the Dead Sea. Even terrestrial animals have been transformed into zombies, not to mention the wider ocean. So it is not surprising to guess the existence of Corpse Kuin. 95. Alice nodded in agreement. What about me? How do you know that the tyrant is a false child of the world? His acting skills are very good, and he is indeed the original protagonist of the world, the master of zombies. He is blessed by the world and is born the king of zombies. 10 world lords were deceived by him and died because of it. At this time, the tyrant with the broken arm has already fought with the super beast. The black light virus is worthy of the existence of the X virus, evolved to the limit. Survival with broken arms is easy to achieve. But the tyrant also lost some of his life energy. As a result, he was one step behind in the battle with Chowpedo Beast. One is the perfect creature that simulates all of nature's strongest creatures. One is the king of the sky, a powerful alien created for battle. Really a pair of rivals. Because I saw the source of this world before I came in. Subai replied. Alice was shocked. Didn't expect this to be the answer. What does the origin of the world have to do with me? Alice, who is not afraid of death. There was a bit of tension at this point, waiting for his answer. The greatest regret in Earl William's life is the death of his daughter Alice, who created this world in order to resurrect her. And in the outside world, your original body, Alice's body, has disappeared. So I'm thinking that maybe in this world, in an alternative form, it has been revived. 99. Subai was very patient and explained with a smile. Of course he's bullshitting. How can a corpse be found through the details? How can anyone see the background information of the world, reverse the deduction behind the scenes? These scenes are all from the results, the reverse deduction of the discovery process. This is the so-called golf ball law. It's all about simulation. The information piled up with death step by step. Subai's first death was given by Alice. But what he said, indeed, like a soul-forbidden spell, it questioned Alice's heart. There was a trace of bitterness, a trace of sadness, and a trace of confusion on her face. I'm just a stand-in after all, a fake. Miss, retreat first. Don't be deceived by cunning humans. Sudden, a silver light flew through the air. The silver-winged zombie hugged Alice and flew to the distant mountain. No, I haven't lost yet. And reinforcements. Father's world will not be given to them. Alice looked angry and tried to fight again. If you're talking about the elite troops of the 2 cities, the Beholder Elder pulled hatred again. Then I can tell you, don't wait any longer. They'll never come. Otherwise, how did the 2 beasts evolve into high-level silver? All rely on the chainsaw zombie, Komodo zombie lizard, and the brain cores of other zombie leaders. In this actual battle, Mabai arranged for them to steal bombs. As much as possible, hunt down the masters supported by various places and strengthen yourself. The 2 beasts did not disappoint him. The tyrannical mental force shields and affects the judgment of zombies. Then cooperate with the sneak attack of the super beast falling from the sky. No benefit. The elites of the 2 cities were quickly settled and plundered many advanced crystal cores. If they hide behind a corpse tide, it's really impossible for the super beast to succeed. But when the initiative of the war fell to Subai's side, it was doomed to their death. Alice was startled. No longer resist. Let the silver-winged zombies take her to escape into the mountains. Ugly evil eye, I must hold a vengeance. Alice gritted her teeth. Suddenly, he smiled sweetly towards the flamboyant Beholder Elder. With a bright smile, she matched with a delicate little face that was fair and bloodless, and her beautiful golden eyes and blue eyes. Like an angel's smile. But Mabai knew it. Behind the angelic smile, there is a devilish plan. It's no wonder that every time the Beholder appears, Alice's head is blasted. Could it be that the evil-eyed family has a natural talent for attracting hatred? Seeing this, the puzzles that have been puzzled several times in the simulation are solved. Subai understood. Nothing is without reason. At this point, the overall situation is set. The surging tsunami flooded Raccoon City. 5,000 Kotoa became more and more brave in battle and broke through the North Pole City. 200,000 zombies have turned into carrion in the sea and cannot be revived. The temporary effect of a drop of divine power was gone. This piece of the world will retake its authority over the ocean. But it's too late. The battle of the three beasts has come to an end. The disc roared with a loud bang. A corpse Kuan burning with green fire fell into the sea. Continuing to fall, the corpse decomposes thousands of substances in the process. Bring life to the Dead Sea. Born in the sea, died in the sea. As a blue whale that gathers the vitality of the entire ocean. Now that the whale has fallen, it is also in line with the ending. Big guy. The tyrant in the bloody battle on the other side had an undisguised grief on his face. As the king of land and sea, the two corpses cooperated to complete the feat of slaughtering gods 10 times. Just as the tyrant roared, "When you plan to hug the enemy and cast the death together." Su Bai shouted to Alice, who had already flown into the mountains. "If you're looking for that, little boy, I advise you not to waste your time. Point 35. Quiet." The two who were flying suddenly stopped. Alice turned her head and said with an extremely complicated, puzzled, and incomprehensible expression, "Can you really predict the future? Or you come from an extraordinary background and have a special artifact? Then I am not wronged for losing." 5. As far as she knows, there are all kinds of treasures in the heavens and the world. Among them, the artifacts of the time system and the precognition system are also very likely to know many secrets. Su Bai replied, "Unfortunately not." 35. Mysterious World Lord, are you having fun playing with me? 5. Again and again, the triumphant scheme was broken. The cards were punctured one by one. Plus the beholder and Su Bai's intentional mockery. Makes Alice angry. As a god, you may look down on us and not take it seriously. But I'll tell you, rabbits will bite in a hurry. If you want to swallow our piece of rotten flesh, you will have to lose a mouthful of teeth, which will be disgusting for half your life. Alice suddenly raised her right hand. A majestic spiritual force centered on her and swept all around. The world seems to know that the end is coming. The twilight sky here is even darker. It was as if the night had come. A psychic storm formed by the power of the world, centered on Alice, became more and more intense. Woohoo-hoo! The wind was weeping, as if a world was crying. An uncontrollable sadness poured into the hearts of all zombies. Even the lowest level of irrational zombies felt heartache. With a mad roar, he attacked everything around him. Oops, Great Father. She's giving orders to all the zombies to self-destruct. Elder Beholder is the best among them. As soon as you find the clue, you quickly remind. The zombies who were originally deadlocked with the Dragon Knight were even more violent and would rather lose their lives than cause damage to the enemy. Stop now, young people are getting more and more impatient. Su Bai's light and shadow flashed to Alice's side. The power of the world has not declined. He is nearly incapable of attacking in architect mode. Therefore, Su Bai is not worried about his own danger, nor is he afraid of being shot in the head. He wanted to experiment with his inner thoughts. Last simulation. Such a good performance, the evaluation is still B grade. Su Bai was very surprised. Real practice. Su Bai wanted to experiment with his guess. Anyway, no matter how bad it is, half of his men will die. Alice stopped the storm slightly and looked at him with a frown. She has a natural dislike for outsiders. What's the point of letting your subordinates die even if you break the jar and let it die? At most, bite a piece of meat on my body, and after a long time, after digesting your world heritage, you can make up for it 100 times, 1,000 times. Even if I return that dangerous guy to you, what will I get in the end? Su Bai performed a subject that the gods must learn. It is also a divine skill with a higher priority than divine art, mouth cannon. There was a loud bang, the mushroom cloud rose, and the world was clean. The land left by your father has become a dead place, and even zombies can't survive. At that time, I will pat my butt and leave, and there will be another world to run. And you will turn into ashes, and the world will fall apart. Why do such stupid things that relatives hurt and enemies are happy? What do you want to express? Are you talking about peaceful coexistence between the two worlds? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Alice's face was full of disdain and distrust. As a fallen world, you are destined to be attacked and purified by human beings. Even if I don't take action, in the end, there will be a stronger world that will be forcibly destroyed. It's better to leave a way out for yourself. Sometimes, it takes a step back and the sky is wide open. Subai pointed at the portal of light and said proudly, "Behind the door is a new, vibrant, incredible new world destined to be the overlord of the multiverse. Let go of your prejudices and join us." It is still in its infancy, and as the world advances step by step, you will also gain supreme authority, and you may not be able to become a true god or even a master god in the future. Isn't that better than rotting here, rotting and dying? The second subject that the gods must learn, painting a pie. Good. Subai's bold idea is to turn enemies into friends. Instead of letting them explode on the verge of death, it is better to increase their combat power. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Can't afford any waste. A fighting force is precious. But conquering the creatures of the fallen plane is not that simple. 99.99% are involved in this world with pollution, and the World Master cuts the flesh and removes the poison again. The betrayal of the subdued fallen powerhouse is the ending. Alice frowned tightly and did not answer. Instead, she sneered while carrying her silver-winged zombie. A man's mouth a liar. Miss, don't listen to his bewitching. Who dares to subdue us? The living people should avoid it when they see it. He just wants to use his words to stabilize us. When the origin of the world declines and we cleanse our strength, he can kill us effortlessly. The seriously wounded tyrant also said, "Yes, the new world will not hold us. The dead and the living, like water and fire, cannot mix." 55. Rather than being slaughtered by someone trying to kill a pig, I'd rather fight and die happily. Pulling one away is a backstop. Hearing this, Zombie Godzilla couldn't sit still. A green poisonous flame was sprayed into the sea. Green fire blazes in the sea. Tyrant. Not bad, don't surrender. There were other zombie leaders below who responded. In fact, they also came from humans. It is precisely because he knows the evil in his heart that he does not believe in human beings. Just as Alice made her decision. Subai suddenly said, "Aren't you curious why I can predict the prophet every time? Let your sophisticated strategy be self-defeating?" "I'm curious." Alice nodded. This is her confusion so far. It makes sense to lose. To die is to die to understand. So wrong. She went on to ask, "Join your world to know?" Subai nodded solemnly. Alice asked one last question. "Aren't you afraid that we will betray you, contaminate your people with a virus, and cause the world to fall?" "Not afraid," Subai replied confidently. "Others have serious concerns. After all, it is one's own world. If something goes wrong, there is no chance of recovery. One wrong step, and you lose the whole game." But Subai himself blew up the world I don't know how many times. Not to mention there is also an S-rank Doomsday card. From time to time, I will give Tainyuanji a great gift package to destroy the world. The living dinosaurs have all been trained to have big hearts and see death as if they were at home. Besides, the zombie virus is dangerous. Can it be compared to the Outer God meteorite and the revenge of the Brain Demon Fleet? Subai is as if there are too many lice without itching and too much debt without worry. "Okay, I can promise you for the time being," Alice replied solemnly. At the same time, the power of the world gathered on her disintegrated. A psychic storm that swept the world just dissipated without a trace. The headless zombie below returned to its stupid appearance. Hey, the eldest lady has little social experience and was deceived. The silver-winged zombie regretted. Not to die on the battlefield, but to be slaughtered in the end. Is this the world's punishment for perfect creatures? The tyrant looks up to the sky in pain. Roaring up to the sky, but begging for a fight. And at the same time, Subai felt a strong, almost real-world destiny gathered from all corners of the zombie world. Strengthen his true body, consciousness, and personality. A large second-order world of more than 1,500 kilometers. Even if it falls. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. It is not comparable to the 320 kilometers of Tianyuan realm. Even the children of the world surrendered. The other soldiers were defeated. It also officially declared the end of the Ramen War. Zombies everywhere are no longer summoned. Dragon Knight and Zombie Godzilla were surprised to find that the world's rejection of them was lifted. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice resounded in Subai's ears. The zombie world will give up resistance. The son of the world Alice surrenders. You have won the plane war. The evaluation settlement will be after your return. Please be careful with the ending and be wary of being counterkilled. The teleportation light gate turned into a solidified space channel. The will of Tianyuan realm takes over this realm. A powerful swallow came out from the channel. Swallow the air, wind, aura, earth, laws, origin, and everything in the zombie world. From the perspective of the creator, you can see that two planets with a similar binary structure are swallowing and merging. The small side is full of vitality and holds the absolute initiative. On the contrary, the gray world is full of gloom. Abandoned dark matter is constantly being dropped. A trace of the source of the world, and even the fragments of the world were swallowed up. In a blink of an eye, the area of the Tianyuan realm has grown to 325. Planar warfare is dangerous, but the rewards are also huge. Especially Mabai, where the small wins the big. Almost to the sky. There are still hundreds of thousands of zombies in the world. Do you plan to recycle them all? Alice felt the aura of being favored by fate dissipate. Earthquakes. Countless compatriots turned into wisps of light and dissipated in the air. This is recycled. The tyrants, silver-winged zombies, and other intelligent zombies who just surrendered looked at Subai, awaiting his judgment. New zombies with self-awareness are no longer the same as ordinary zombies. It's like a new breed. And if you want to recycle them, it is tantamount to alienating a few people such as Alice who just surrendered. Soon after, Subai made a choice. Zombies without wisdom should return to the earth, dust to dust, and earth to earth. As for the self-aware zombies, they have independent human rights and return to the new world with me. My world is big and all-encompassing enough to have a place for you. Alice, the tyrant, and others breathed a sigh of relief. Is he really bold and not afraid that we will pollute the new world? Is the new world big? It's better to die than live. Many zombie leaders are very fortunate. After all, following a falling world is still very pessimistic. Also worry about being invaded by the outside world from time to time. Next, Subai led the crowd to clean up the battlefield. Zombie world has a lot of William legacy. The most surprising thing is of course the nuclear bomb. Alice's face was complicated when she saw Elder Beholder and excavated a nuclear bomb from the ground. Dad worked so hard to gather the whole world and the treasure was stolen like this. This thing is too dangerous, so take it back first. The yield of this nuclear bomb is actually 1 million. Subai looked at the nuclear radiation sign with instinctive unease. Quickly applied a layer of defensive divine light. Let the Beholder Elders and the Super Beasts transport them back to the Tianyuan world in person. Buried in the dungeon, good home care. It can be regarded as the treasure of the town in the future. 5. The Beholder Elder happily transported the bomb. Next, the Lord of the Four Seas salvaged the ultimate golden core of the corpse Kuan from the position of the deep water port. She hugged and absorbed it beautifully. The Lord of the Four Seas also evolved to the silver level at some point. If you can completely absorb it, you can even reach the gold level. In addition, the attributes of the corpse Kuan crystal nucleus are exactly the same as it, and the utilization rate will be much higher. Cleaning up the battlefield is the right of the victor. Consume all the gains from this battle. Subai's subordinates have at least crossed a large level. What I don't understand is how you found the corpse Kuan. 35. Alice feels sorry for her little pet. After Dad died, the world was sick. There was an invasion from the outside world for self-protection. I let Xiaolan devour the vitality of the entire ocean. It is the strongest creature in the world. If it hadn't been attacked, it wouldn't have lost so badly. The corpse Kuan itself has taken an extreme route, abandoning the future for the sake of short-term strength. Subai continued. It stands to reason that the creation of an ocean is enough for it to evolve to the peak of gold, but unfortunately even its soul has not been upgraded to advanced gold. 99. This shows that one bite can't make it fat, and its soul can't control its power. Heard. The tyrants, silver-winged zombies, and other colleagues showed dismayed expressions. Alice also looked unconvinced. If you come back, you will not lose. Organize science and technology and carry materials under Pi. Subai asked how Earl William died. Who has corrupted this world? This is a side quest. Great Britain seems to be very interested in them and should be willing to pay a fortune to buy them. Dad conducted a lot of experiments in order to resurrect me at that time. Xiaolon is my pet, Silverwing, Tyrant, formerly known as Julie, and Kyle are my guards. But one day, when Dad was exploring the ruins of a shadow plane, he suddenly fell. And there was a layer of black water-like shadows rapidly invading from the outside world. I made a decisive decision and blocked the world passage, but it was too late. The whole world was polluted. Alice said this. He turned his hand and took out a pitch-black token. This is the last relic he left me, a space token from the shadow plane, through which it can be transferred to a mysterious ruin. It is dangerous, but it is my only hope for revenge. The shadow plane is the enemy of human civilization. Contains multiple worlds. Just like the universe is divided into positive and negative sides. With shadows. The shadow plane is the projection of the universe. It is difficult for ordinary people to pass. But through this space token, space can be moved. A corner of the shadow plane of transmigration. Subai took the token and studied it. Be vigilant. Even a Tier 3 world master at the peak has fallen. This is not a map that I can currently explore. He returned the space token to Alice. And warned, we will go there eventually to find out the cause of your father's death. But not now, otherwise it will be sent to death. Alice was silent. The other zombie leaders listened. Do not know why. Right, by Xian has a good feeling. After all, Earl William is equivalent to their godfather. If someone can avenge him, everyone in the zombie world is naturally very grateful and willing to serve him. The clues to the fall are on hold for now. The good news of cleaning up the battlefield came out one after another. There is Alice. The treasure resources hidden all over the world have been dug out one by one. A tiny metal ore vein was dug in the south. The east and west cities each have metal cards and ley lines cards that can be condensed into D-rank cards. Found an element card that can condense sea-level cards in the Arctic city. With it, many rare elements will be born in the Tianyuan world, and many new things will be created. 100 boxes of magic stones. This thing is the hard currency of the world. It's worth the price. Boxes of babies were moved out. Among them, there are many precious spirit stones and magic stones, which were accumulated by Count William before. Among them, the dinosaurs were puzzled by boxes of gold and silver jewelry, diamonds and gems. Why are these shiny stones hidden so well? They also use treasure chests made of spirit wood. I don't know, maybe the zombies have the same habits as the gardener bird. They like to collect glittery gadgets. Whatever, these boxes have beautiful rust patterns, which are really nice. Dinosaurs happily dumped emeralds and opals. Pick up the exquisite treasure box and take it back with joy. These are still easy to find. Lots of gadgets. The power of the world was directly invoked by Subai, and the gold energy and elements that were transformed into the source were all sent back to the Tianyuan realm. He even had the illusion that the world was overwhelmed. Certainly. The biggest gain this time, in addition to a large nuclear bomb. It is the X-virus source body on Alice and Tyrant. Although this is a devil's power. But if used well, it may not be impossible for people to evolve. The othermost treasures are naturally the crystal nuclei that exploded from various places. After all, there are too few psychic zombies that give birth to wisdom. After a bit of calculation, it is more than 2,000 at most. Compared with hundreds of thousands of zombies, it is indeed pitiful. And ordinary zombies are recycled by the world. A crystal nucleus with different attributes naturally fell into the hands of the Dragon Knight. Piled up like a mountain. Hundreds of boxes are not enough. Let the dinosaur man say. Happy troubles. Among them, Zombie Tyrannosaurus and Zombie Godzilla are not afraid of clashing attributes. A brain devoured the crystal nucleus. As for the Lord of the Four Seas, holding the corpse Kun crystal core, I went home and fell asleep. After this battle, It established its status as the oldest creature in Tianyuan. Coupled with a deeper understanding of the ocean and storms, in the ocean, the strength is multiplied. The power of tsunamis and storms has been initially grasped. You tell these two dinosaurs to stop eating and be careful to explode. 99. Watching the two beasts devoured them, lest someone snatch them away. Alice frowned. The tyrant was also speechless. Seeing that the super beast is also picking and choosing, looking for the crystal core with the same attributes to use. As the archenemy of identity, he advises. The energy contained in the crystal nucleus is mixed, and there is still the residual consciousness of zombies. It's good to use a little, it can be digested slowly. If it is used too much, there will be problems with the spirit, and even affect the future evolution, turning it into a deformed creature. 5. Alice pointed to the 10 Roshan zombies in Arctic City. Those are the zombies that were fed by me and failed to evolve. With her words, let the super beasts and beholders calm down a little. Reluctantly, he put down boxes of crystal cores and carried them back. However, the two mutated zombie tyrannosaurs were not afraid at all. After a while, the zombie tyrannosaurus exudes a necromantic aura. Blood and flesh grew again on the bones, and they were covered with metal armor, constantly transforming in the form of zombie tyrannosaurus and mechanical tyrannosaurus. Also drowsy. Father God is above, I'm tired. I have to go back to sleep first. 99. The zombie tyrannosaurus stumbled back. Alice and the others were ashamed when they saw it. Primitive dinosaurs don't worry about the boss. Hastily helping. Mabai also received a reminder. Zombie Tyrannosaurus devoured a large number of zombie brain cores, made up for the lack of energy, and absorbed many zombie and mechanical law fragments. Also infected with the X virus. Competing with its own power, an unknown change is taking place. He looked shyly. Not too serious. Just sleepy zombie tyrannosaurs. It probably doesn't know what's going on with it yet, and thinks it'll be fine after a nap. The tyrants and silver-winged zombies who came over looked at it pitifully. He sighed silently in his heart. When we meet again, it must be deformed, and I hope it can accept the new form. Oh, no one robs themselves of food. Zombie Godzilla cried out happily. Circle your arms. Hold hundreds of brain nuclei of different colors. Gurgling swallowed and chewed. Everyone present was shocked. Alice stepped forward. He touched Godzilla's strong skin and muscles. His blue eyes were full of excitement and curiosity. Your pet is so strong. Even if Xiaolon ate so many brain nuclei, he lost his mind and stinks all over. 35. But it, like nothing else, has 100 times the energy of the same level and can automatically remove harmful substances in the brain nucleus, leaving only beneficial nutrients. 5. What is its internal structure? Is it a modified body based on dinosaurs? If it continues to evolve, what form will it take? It's very strange, and the poisonous fire that erupted was strong and changed. It got better. 55. The zombie tyrant nodded solemnly. Circling around Godzilla, his eyes stopped for a long time on its beautiful dorsal fin. As a perfect creature, the tyrant is unconvinced. The creator has killed several, but he has no temper with Godzilla. He knew the words of the bloody battle between the two. It must be the other side who stands at the end. The silver-winged zombies flew up. He touched Godzilla's heavy back. A pair of silver eyes full of confusion. I'm afraid it weighs thousands of tons. How does this fly? It's totally unreasonable. It seems to recall Godzilla spreading his energy wings. A beautiful picture of flying and running while spitting out the fragrance. The silver-winged zombies are full of shock. This subverts her previous cognition and 3 views. Godzilla, who was cooking, glanced at the 3 people who were eating. He swung his tail, twisted his big butt, turned around, and continued to eat. Subai proudly said, "Don't underestimate it. It can adapt to all environments, even in the universe." 99. It has the top talent no less than the beast. Some words. It shocked the zombie leaders. They cannot forget the fear of being dominated by Godzilla. Wisdom zombies have just joined the Tianyuan world. One by one unruly. Subai said this deliberately, naturally to suppress them. Alice fell in love with Godzilla. jumping around and walking around on it. Touched its thick tail again. A pair of blue eyes full of stars. The heat is high, and it's a nuclear reactor inside it? No wonder you have unlimited physical strength and can eat anything. During the battle, you're breathing fire, rushing, and fighting without rest. Even if it is a divine beast, it is not as good as its name. Alice smiled and turned to ask Subai, "Can you give it to me to keep?" In fact, my father often taught me a lot of biological knowledge. From the biological level alone, I am an absolute expert in this field. Godzilla, who was in the middle of the meal, glanced at her angrily. Subai was also helpless. It can support itself, and it is also the sacred beast of the dinosaurs. It has a high status and does not need owner. Besides, its future evolution path does not require human intervention, and it has its own path to becoming a god. Subai continued. Alice groaned. Still in love with Godzilla. Soon, zombie leaders are numb to it. The beast ate thousands of nuclei. Wait until your belly is bulging. Zombie Godzilla sighed in satisfaction. Pidian ran back, ready to go to the volcano to sleep and rest. Subai also received a timely reminder. Zombie Godzilla replenishes energy, grows rapidly, undergoes unknown changes, and is sleeping. Big things are set. Subai opened the world main panel. Take stock of the gains from this battle. In addition to many basic materials, there is also high-tech technology. More than 2,000 intelligent zombies, they bring more than fighting power. It can also make the wild civilization of Tianyuan realm suddenly leap to the level of modern society. Apart from that, there are also tens of thousands of black iron nuclei and thousands of bronze nuclei. There are only 20 of the most precious silver-grade crystal nuclei. These are the spoils of the previous battle. Since Alice surrendered, naturally, Subai would not kill or capture nuclear weapons. And after accepting the zombie family, Mabai's subordinates seem to have 2 more gold-level zombies. 30 silver-level high-level zombies headed by the silver-winged zombies. This fighting power. Double the power of Subai. Of course, all of this is based on their willingness to be loyal to themselves. So far, the loyalty of the zombies is limited, and they all obey Alice. This takes time to grind. The sky was completely dark. The world uttered the mournful sound of being swallowed. With a wave of Subai's hand, he gave the wise zombies permission to enter the Tianyuan world. Loudly, go back and welcome your new world. I hope you keep your word. Alice took a deep breath. A little nervously, he stepped into the space passage. Behind her, more than 2,000 intelligent zombies followed. All looked nervous. In another world, let it be slaughtered. Subai has absolute power over them. What was the dinosaur world like? How big is it? Is it a Tier 3 world? The forests, cities, and buildings inside, like the dinosaurs, are all gigantic from time to time, with endless expectations for the new world. A group of zombies arrived at the Tianyuan realm. The long-lost bright sun shines on the zombies. This is a completely different world from the dead zombie world. Full of life and greenery. There is a breath of freedom in the air. In the forest, a new world of bright purple and red and towering ancient trees. The zombies rejoiced. But Alice's expression changed. F***K. The tyrant is even more foul. Silver-winged zombies is a bit unbelievable. Soaring into the sky, overlooking the shape of the whole world in the sky. Flew back silently. The area is only more than 320 kilometers, only 1/5 of ours. Is this what the god said, the seat of the multi-dimensional plane? I haven't even reached level 2. Don't the dinosaurs feel that the house is cramped? When knowing the size of the world, the intelligent zombies called out that they had been deceived. I knew it was such a small world. They will not surrender. Compared with it, it is not as comfortable as being in the world of zombies. Alice was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Think about it from another angle. They can beat us with 1/5 of the resources. The new world is really amazing, and it's not wrong to come here." The zombies calmed down a bit. Under Alice's persuasion, she had to accept the reality. After all, my hometown has been copied. You can only marry a chicken and follow a chicken and marry a dog and follow a dog. Ahem, I didn't deceive you. Is it a very beautiful new world? Subai's light and shadow appeared in the air again. In its own world, he received divine blessing. Let the zombies not dare to be presumptuous. If I had known that I was so young, I should have bargained with you for treatment. Alice looked at him resentfully. Huh? You still have a strong atmosphere of the world, and it seems that you still have great potential. Subai looked at her in surprise. Don't be impatient. After consuming the zombie world, you will definitely evolve to Tier 2. At that time, the land crisis and the living space will be resolved naturally. Alice, first take someone to find a place to build a city in the southern forest. You can use the materials seized from you. For the time being, just live there for a while. After digesting the world fragments of the zombie world, the newly born land will be divided for you. 5. Other creatures in this world have to wait for the evil eye to vaccinate them before they can come into contact with each other. 5. He explained a lot of things. After all, the two worlds just merged. Zombies also carry deadly viruses. A bad one may cause natural disasters. Or if there is a conflict between the two worlds, that's not good. Alice is also very sensible. Silently with his subordinates, he built a new home in a remote place. Don't worry, since I have subdued you. Naturally, I will not treat you as outsiders. The construction of my local civilization still needs your help. Kdeed. Subai gave Alice a reassurance pill and ordered the Beholder Elders to carry out a national vaccine plan. As for whether there is a better way to use virus evolution in the future, then Subai needs to look for it in the simulation. After a little arrangement, Subai's consciousness returned to the empty zombie world. The sky was dark and the cold wind was howling. The elements and laws of the entire world are being lost, and the temperature has plummeted. And the land that keeps disappearing. Broken steel buildings, broken walls, and ruins. Even if it is Mabai, it is a burst of sigh. The world that gave birth to a splendid civilization is gone. Exploring in the heavens and the myriad worlds is full of dangers. If one is not good, even the Tianyuan world may be swallowed by others. I saw this doomsday scene. Even more identification of Mabai's inner strength. After the emotion was over, Subai said, "Back to reality," accompanied by the flashes of light and shadow in front of the eyes. Subai's scenes in the zombie world are like an accelerated movie. One by one flashed before his eyes. Thousands of miles raid, Battle of Antarctic City, flooded army of 100,000, Godzilla's roar, etc. When you feel the materialization of your body again, Subai has returned to the creation building, standing on the teleporter intact, displayed on the clock. It's just been an hour. Congratulations on your successful return. Aside, Miss Xian, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward with bright eyes. Regardless of the outcome. As a trainee world master, being able to come back alive is a victory. Look, the male student is back. Hey, in the first 2 minutes, the female student also came back alive and received a C grade. This time she lost. Who said it wasn't? I bet 10 million and both of them were destroyed. This wave, the casino has made a profit. With the return of Subai, on several floors of the building, people stuck their heads out to take a look. Among them, the casino on the 80th floor is the loudest. Roars, regrets, and sighs came one after another. Of course, there were also a handful of big laughs. There are also bets that both are alive. The creator who lost money was unhappy. Even if she comes back, it doesn't mean anything. Didn't that girl just turn pale with fright? It must have paid a lot of tuition. The big exam is coming, and it would be a foolish move to have a ramen war. That's true. Many world masters nodded in agreement. They all feel that they are newborn calves and are not afraid of tigers. Lucky to be alive. Subai just wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, his body shook. I just feel that the power of the world is blessing it. Instantly improve its spirit and even physical level. In a blink. Just turn him into a gold-level creature. This is. Subai, who was greatly surprised, looked at himself. His drastic change. Naturally, it also attracts the attention of those around you. You made a breakthrough on the spot? Miss Xian's face was full of confusion. As an ordinary person, she doesn't know the reason after all. Aside, a newly returned world lord laughed and said, "Good luck, lad. Victory, the world feeds back." 35. Looking at this momentum, it has evolved to gold level? It seems that this battle is no trivial matter. 5. The World Master is bound to the source world. One is prosperous and one is lost. Every evolution of the world will lead to the evolution of the World Master, until the Lord of the world becomes the true God. And this ramen war. The Tianyuan realm has benefited greatly, is slowly digesting. As the facilitator of this war, Su Bai naturally grabbed the greatest benefit. Figured it out later. Su Bai laughed. It is the king's way to combine great powers. Even without the help of the power of the world, he can live for hundreds of years on his own. Physical fitness in the past life is also a Superman. The other creators around him cast envious glances. Many creators who are ready to travel are even more encouraging to themselves to be as successful as him. And this time, in the middle of the creation building, on a super large screen that spans several floors, suddenly a colorful firework burst out. The constantly scrolling task list disappeared. Instead, it was a luxurious celebration special effect. What happened? The accident led to the 100-story building, and all the creators and staff looked over with puzzled faces. This is a special effect for celebration only when someone has completed a very difficult task. So far, Guangqing has not appeared for 10 years. A very old world lord sighed with emotion. I didn't expect to see someone finish it with my own eyes today. Who is it? In the building, tens of thousands of people are staring at the big screen, including Mei Wanqing, who had just suffered a big loss and returned. Saw the luxurious fireworks in the background. Several golden characters appeared one by one. A celebratory voice sounded clearly in the building. Congratulations to the apprentice World Master Ma Bai, who successfully completed the advanced D-level task, Resident Evil. After comprehensive evaluation, task evaluation, S grade. Task reward, 2 billion blue star coins and an additional 1 billion from Great Britain. A total of 3 billion bonuses have been settled on your account. Please pay attention to check. Due to the S-level evaluation, 10,000 contribution points were specially given away. You can purchase special resources in major online shopping malls and the creator's home. Reminder: as long as the rating of A+ and above, the entire network will be notified, and it will be swiped on the task screens in various places to motivate the World Master to move forward. When the golden words appeared one by one, after the notification sound ends, the whole 100-story building is surprisingly quiet. Originally noisy first-floor lobby, second-floor teleportation hall. The entertainment facilities on the middle floor and the casinos, bars and restaurants on the 80th floor all stopped. Eyes are looking for the protagonist of the event. Inside the casino. Just now, he was teasing that Ma Bai was the one who escaped death with a blushing face, his mouth opened wide, and he had not closed it for a long time. With a smile on his face, the croupier who took the bet scratched his ears. S-rank rating? I wouldn't even dare to do this even if I made a gamble. People will be scolded for thinking about money and thinking crazy. Xiao Wang, who was serving tea and pouring water on the first floor, turned his head sharply. Look carefully at the word Ma Bai on the big screen. I watched it several times for fear of admitting I was wrong. This is the creator of Waste, who has witnessed the awakening of the 1-kilometer world with his own eyes. In the Penguin House store. While discussing whether Ma Bai could come back, Manager Fong was shocked when he heard the announcement. Also look up at the big screen, as well as finding the protagonist on the second floor. Mei Wanqing, who had black hair covering her face, raised her head and saw a stunned Ma Bai. The pale pretty face was full of confusion and puzzlement. 10 seconds later, after everyone is sure they heard it right, the whole building only sounded like thunderous discussions, as well as the sound of shit. Nima. S-level rating. I haven't heard anyone's quest rating so high since I woke up. It's not that he has completed a difficult task, but a top evaluation. More importantly, he is an apprentice creator. Officially, it has not been certified yet. I was in the apprenticeship stage and was still playing with mud in my world. He just wiped out the zombies in a world? 99. Isn't Resident Evil notorious for its high mortality rate? 10 world masters have fallen. It is said that there are forces abroad, so consider using a high-level world to forcefully descend and purify. Haha, we have a Wulong in Guangqing this year. I am afraid that not only the city's first place, but also the province's first place has a great chance. No, think bigger. What if you win the top 10 in the country, or even the first? Boss, do you still have the gamble for the college entrance examination this year? I put the whole family's worth on Subai. Inside the building. There has never been such an empathetic discussion of the same thing. The second floor where Subai was located was naturally a tsunami-like sensation. The creators who were traveling through and returning all stopped and surrounded him. Cao Pen, how did you complete the task? Did you discover the weakness of the zombies? Or you let them kill each other and do it without any effort? Originally, the world masters were all cold, and they all felt that they were the world's protagonists. Now he is enthusiastically surrounding Subai and asking questions. The people who were squeezed by Subai couldn't leave. In the shops outside, there were people waving a lot of banknotes and shouting loudly. Mr. Well, did you get the zombie brain core in Resident Evil? Or is it the source of the virus? We'll take whatever you want. I am from the Sanshin group. I am very interested in the specimen of the zombie tyrant, the son of the world. Do you intend to sell it? I'm Manager Pan, representing the High-Tech Alliance, a cutting-edge group that researches high-tech, and I'm very interested in the biotechnology of Resident Evil. I can't say anything. To do business. These managers even squeezed out the world masters. Not to mention, the shop is open here. Isn't it just for the sake of getting the moon first? Do you want to buy special products from each world in advance? In addition, the baby of Resident Evil is even more specified by Great Britain. If you sell it, you will get 10 times the profit. Slip away. Taking advantage of the collision between the two sides. The big-headed Mai Bai hurried downstairs and ran away. When passing by the lobby on the first floor, Subai happened to bump into Mei Wanqing, who just came out. Congratulations. Mei Wanqing took the initiative to speak. Although the sound is very cold, it also has its own cold special effects. Fortunately, I heard that you have completed the Shadow of the Shadow. That supernatural task is very difficult, and I dare not challenge it. Subai smiled. Before, he and Mei Wanqing had no interaction at all. But in the days of awakening, her name was reverberating. Does it seem to wake up on its own? Being specially recruited by the government is very special. Mei Wanqing showed a pale smile. I was also intimidated. I thought I was sure, but I was killed. Lost a lot of ghosts. 35. But it was all worth it. See you in the college entrance examination in 5 days. 359. After she finished speaking, she felt as if her feet were hanging in the air, floating away. Looks like she's hiding deeper than others think. Looking at Mei Wanqing's back, Ma Bai guessed. She should also have had an adventure in the supernatural world. Shaking his head, Subai turned around and called the squad leader. Still busy with the ice and snow world? Come out to relax. Subai smiled. I just made a fortune, and I have an impulsive desire to buy, waiting for you at Galaxy Plaza. Okay, I don't think the monitor is looking after you, so you're floating. The college entrance examination is about to take place, and you're still hanging out outside. On the other end of the phone, Chi Lansu assumed the stance of the squad leader again. But at home, it was also frustrating. She simply said hello to her parents. After a good dressing up, he went out to go shopping with Subai. Look, what kind of classmate is this? The college entrance examination is about to take place, and he's even inviting someone out to play. Chi's mother, Zhuang Hong, watched her daughter leave. It's a combination of work and rest, and my daughter has worked hard for a long time. 99. Dad Luo Yin is very open-minded. He also talked about making an appointment for a meal at another day. When Subai and Chi Lansu were shopping, the storm of S-rank evaluations spread on the entire network. The mission of the Alliance is universal. Every city has Genesis Tower facilities, and that announcement was rolling in front of tens of millions of people. An S rating alone is amazing enough. What's more, a trainee world master. In particular, some domestic institutions are the most sensitive. Ma Bai? Where are you from? This year's college entrance examination? You have the courage to conquer another world before the college entrance examination. But I have to say that Igarn is bold. What kind of special world is he awakening? Hurry up and check. This potential seed must be drawn to our group. Foreign exploration is in urgent need of talents, and Goose City, which is a multi-star domain center, also needs potential worlds to join. Our Imperial Enterprise Group is willing to produce a treasure that will determine the world to win him over. What? The person below has already reported his intelligence. That intact silver chip was obtained by him? The awakening was only 1 kilometer from the world 2 days ago? Take off in a few days. Great luck, person. Once this kind of person starts, it is unstoppable. That manager Fong did a good job. Let him pay more attention to Subai, visit him with gifts, whether to join our Imperial Enterprise in advance. Many companies and major forces searched for Ma Bai's information. When he learned about his awakening achievements, his face was full of astonishment. And collect the evening paper. After knowing it, it turned 100 times in one day. It makes many people think that the rare goods can live in. This sun is extraordinary. Well-known large groups, such as Imperial Enterprise, Evolution House, and Life Association, all sent special personnel to contact Subai. Try to win him over. At the same time, the royal family of Great Britain received the solution of Resident Evil. Some people were also shocked. It was solved by a world master of the Yen Kingdom? I don't know if he found William's daughter. Inside a royal palace, an old man with white hair and beard asked. The man in black opposite reported. It is not clear that he did not sell zombie world supplies and does not appear to be short of money. 35. Send someone to contact him and try to see if he finds the token of the shadow plane in the zombie world. The old man is complicated. In the plane of shadows, they have lost too many people. No breakthrough has yet been found. There seems to be some treasure hidden in the ruins that William is in charge of. Everything has to wait for the token. Only after exploring. Subai didn't know this. He is in the Galaxy Plaza, spending a lot of money. Enjoyed the envious eyes of a shopping guide. In the past, I could only look at the famous watches and luxury goods I admired and buy them. He also helped the monitor to buy a set of low-key but not luxurious clothes for her to wear for the college entrance examination. 2 hours. Money is like water. Hundreds of debulia were spent. It like that. If you can't earn it in the future, what should you do? Let the class leader's eyelids jump. Even if you make a fortune, you can't spend these or nothing. A drop in the bucket has yet to come. 39. Subai looked relaxed. To make money is to spend. Moreover, there are many precious gems and diamonds in the treasure of a large second-order world that he did not take out. Of course, because of the abundance of real materials. These gems are not as expensive as the previous life, but they are also very popular with girls. However, the price of gems containing magic is still scary. If you want to sell the tens of thousands of brain nuclei alone, the price is estimated to be no less than 10 billion. He is not short of money now. The bonus alone is 3 billion, plus the 3 billion for selling brain magic chips. He is also the next richest man with 6 billion assets. In the future, you need to take a long-term view. I was in the creation building just now and saw a magical item dedicated to the creator. That's a sky-high price, and it's in units of 100 million. Think of the potions and equipment you see on the counter. Subai was speechless for a while. The Lord of the World cherishes his life the most. It is not surprising that life-saving props are worth tens of billions. There are even exclusive equipment such as the Creation Scepter and the Halo of God, which can greatly assist the World Master and invoke the power of the world. The price is unbelievable. But under the persuasion of the class leader, Subai did not continue to buy. Instead, he took out a azure sapphire necklace inlaid with hundreds of broken diamonds and a pigeon egg-sized necklace from Tai Nuanji and gave it to Chi Lansu as a gift. Xiao Su, will it be too expensive? Chi Lansu looked down at the necklace. Kind of embarrassed. It's okay, it doesn't have extraordinary attributes, it's just mortal. Subai smiled. Take her to find a high-end restaurant for dinner. Originally planned to go to the creation building to eat. However, considering that he would be recognized, there was another commotion. Simply put, along the way, the monitor was extremely happy. Looking at Subai's affection is inseparable. When you're done relaxing, send the squad leader home and make an appointment to visit her house next time. Subai also returned to the lakeside villa. To his surprise, outside the villa, there are already guests waiting for you. Well, why don't you take us in for a cup of tea? The old principal smiled. Beside him stood a man in a green military uniform with a meticulous temperament. It was originally your house, and you still see it like this. Subai smiled and opened the security door. Invite the two in. I poured 2 cups of hot tea. The old principal was also not polite and straight to the point. This is Chief Chin, responsible for matters related to hundreds of cities in our Tianji province. 35. You were beyond my expectations. I thought you were the first to shine in the college entrance examination and became famous. You were attracted by various forces. Unexpectedly, before the college entrance examination, you will become famous. Now that you are out of the province, even the headquarters of many large companies know your name. There are 36 provinces in the Yan Kingdom. Each is named after the number of Tian gang. This Chief Chin is naturally the top 10 in the province. Then why did he come here? Subai looked at him with a puzzled face. Chief Chin smiled. You know, this afternoon, after you completed the challenge mission, the impact of the S-rank evaluation? Many companies and even big families have sent people to look for you, trying to win you over to join their pantheon. Yes, I ran into them as soon as I got back. But I'm not very interested in joining other people's gods and acting as a younger brother. Subai is confident. With a simulator in hand, you are destined to nurture the world to the top. You don't have to be controlled by people. Some people have come to the treasures that can determine the world, and even the cultivation methods of the creator. Can you still not be moved? 99. Chief Chen's attitude is better. He said bluntly, I'm serving the country, and I'm not beating around the bush with you. 39. With the arrival of the new era, many groups and big families have relied on more and more world masters to build gods, cultivate armies, and form powerful gangs. They have become estranged from the country and even human civilization. There are a few world masters who no longer regard themselves as human beings. In order to strengthen the world, they even don't hesitate to unite with foreign races, frame the world of the same race, and carve up their civilizational heritage. In order to curb the growth of this force, I sincerely invite you to join the official camp and join the Human Alliance. The Alliance of Humanity is the union of all mankind and nations. There are many aspects of cooperation. With the development of different worlds, it is not surprising that other groups and families do not want to be controlled by the state. If it weren't for the people born of the Blue Star, the world could be awakened. I'm afraid they have already moved their base camp to a private star field. Ma Bai thought these things. At least wait until you have completed the college entrance examination before contacting. I didn't expect someone to win him over so quickly. I have always been a member of the Yan Kingdom, but if I join you, I am afraid that many aspects will be governed. Subai raised his scruples. Chief Chin can understand. The three of them started a long conversation. The old principal is dedicated to cultivating seeds for the country and for human civilization itself. Dear best to bridge the gap between the two. Seeing that Subai made up his mind, Chief Chin regretted. If you can officially join us, you can also present a construction method of Flame Star Divine Body created by the 8th Order World Master. I just become a non-staff and I don't listen to Xian's words. I'm afraid that the gift of joining will have to be found separately. Many precious information Ma Bai still does not know. After all, it was only a few days before the awakening of the world. According to the old principle, the World Master also has special exercises, moves, and equipment, all to better utilize the power of the world and strengthen himself. Sometimes it can play a vital role in the confrontation of the world's will, especially at the most critical moment of the two worlds. When it is necessary for the World Master to decide the outcome, it is to decide the outcome of the world. If you have a chance, you should go to the virtual space of the Creator's house. It was co-founded by the Human Alliance. Originally, only the official creator can enter. but you have a contribution value of 10,000, which is already enough. Chief Chin suggested. But becoming an official non-staff also comes with a gift. Su Bai had to think about it. After all, there are still very few opportunities to scour the country's wool. Before in Resident Evil, many of my subordinates were infected with the virus. Do you have any treasures here to purify and solve the virus? Su Bai suddenly thought of the biggest problem he was currently facing. Added another sentence. It should be able to be used repeatedly and in large quantities. 39. I've been looking for them. There are quite a few such treasures. But if they meet your needs and are within my authority, there are relatively few. Chief Chin swiped his fingers. Virtual panel opened. After rummaging for a while, I sent 3 pictures to Ma Bai. Look, which one to choose. 35. Su Bai clicked to take a look. They are a well, a scroll, and a gushing spring. Seeking flowers. Well of purification, an ancient well filled with holy water. Jumping into it can wash your body and mind. But be careful not to run out of well water and only 10 people at a time. Light of the Holy Spirit, talent scroll. After use, the World Lord can have this talent and can be given to his subordinates as a divine art. It will play the role of purifying the body, removing harmful substances, and soothing the mind, and it needs to consume belief points. Natural spring. Put it into the world, and a pure natural holy spring will be born. After oral administration, it can strengthen immunity, prevent viruses, and curse power in advance. In the future, the spring water needs to absorb the power of the world to regenerate. All 3 babies are very good. If it is cost-effective into a card, at least it can be condensed into an A-rank card. It is worth hundreds of millions of Blue Star coins, and there is still no market for it. After all, sometimes, it's not just money that can buy these treasures. Special conditions such as contribution value are also required. There are too few people who can use the well of purification. When everyone in the Tianyuan realm jumps in, the water in the well will be filthy. The word about the natural spring is not enough. Maybe the virus mutates and the spring water is immune. After thinking about it, Su Bai finally decided that it was the talent scroll. He still had a guess in his mind. I don't know this talent. Can I use the talent to upgrade the card? Are you sure it's the scroll? If there is a lack of divine power, its effect is the lowest. Chief Chin asked. Confirmed. Along with that, the words fell. Instructor Chin also submitted a request. What made Ma Bai side was that it didn't take long. This scroll has already been packaged and delivered to the door. I don't know what technology they are using. Now that everything has arrived, it is time for us to go 2.35. Chief Chin shook hands with Su Bai. In the future, you will be a member of the country. If any organization or individual wants to oppress you, you can seek assistance from your superiors. Although you will get less assistance in terms of funds. But I can guarantee that you can get the most just rewards and the most needed treasures here. The state is the greatest and most powerful force. They naturally have the most abundant resources and the most treasures. However, because there are too many management people and too many employees, it seems a bit insufficient. Recently, the focus is on the college entrance examination. Don't participate in the plain war. If something goes wrong at this time and the combat power declines, it will affect life. Before leaving, the old principal warned me 1,000 times. Afraid that he would be too ambitious, he even reminded him. Don't think that living in a small villa now is enough to earn a few $100 million. I tell you, it's still a long way off. A real big man, you can't believe the luxurious villa you live in. Not only does it come with a fully intelligent system, self-defense, enemy recognition, but also artificial robots, plane shuttle warehouses, etc. He said bitterly. Su Bai shook his head helplessly and sent him away. Only then did he restudy the scroll in his hand. Speaking of which, I can only use the basics of faith. The Beholder High Priest asked me to bestow divine arts, and I only have the most superficial way of using it. If I have the opportunity, I will learn a few more items and give them to my subordinates. Today, 6 billion was entered into the account. Su Bai intends to strengthen his own shortcomings. Simply, he slid the creator panel and looked at the newly unlocked creator house. After clicking in, consciousness is like crossing. It's like entering a virtual space. It is a full simulation like an online game novel, but it is different from consciousness entering the sea of stars. A body that can clearly perceive reality. If there is a little turbulence outside, you can wake up immediately. This is the Creators Network? 35. Subai knew that this was a virtual network built by human civilization. Entry qualification is the official creator. Ordinary people and apprentice creators are not qualified to use it. You can only borrow a computer to surf the internet and learn basic information. Some secrets, intelligence, etc. in the circle are circulated here. Liru Subai searched for brain magic information before. There are some simple encyclopedias on the ordinary network. There is no really important intelligence, social structure, weakness. We humans are so strong. How about using the brain of the universe to build a virtual brain demon? No wonder their chips are so popular. I am afraid that with the computing power of brain demons, a private virtual space can also be constructed. Subai was like a child who had just learned to walk. Do not. To be more precise, it is a minor who has just learned to surf the internet. Explore the deep web with caution. Sections are like bubbles waiting for him to enter. There are creators talking about crabs, auctions, chat rooms, and a section dedicated to publishing bounty tasks. In the human mall, there are a lot of commodities and treasures hanging on it. Its price, the lowest, is 10 million bottom. All are extraordinary items. Ordinary mortal objects are not eligible to be put on the shelves at all. The people watching were dumbfounded. Su buys 6 billion. Can't even buy a few treasures here. Among them, his favorite cards were also placed at random. A-level land card, the most common card, adding 100 kilometers of land in the world. Price, 1 billion blue star coins or offset with contribution value. A-level water source card, one of the most common cards. After using it, there are 10 huge freshwater lakes in the world. Price, 1.2 billion blue star coins or offset with contribution value. Husband. There are even various divine body exercises and moves that use the power of the world on them all. It's its price. It's hard to see what people can say. Even the contribution value is in thousands. Even, Subai also found that the creator's house has a special deduction section. Deduction section. It is to use the human mother machine and only use the contribution value to mobilize the computing power to deduce the evolution of the world. A bigger, more complex world. The more contribution values are required. Starting price, 100,000 contribution value. Can't afford it. The heart that originally thought that he had stepped into the bourgeoisie instantly cooled down. For ordinary people, he is considered a small asset. But in the world main class, that is a proper Purby machine. In the process of reading, Subai clicked on the theory of awakening. There is even a regional discussion tank and a national discussion tank. As soon as I came in, I saw everyone talking about themselves. The scope of the regional forum is divided into 36 provinces. The world master of a province is discussed in it. I heard that a newcomer in Guangqing got through the advanced D-level mission and got an S-level evaluation. Does anyone know how he attacked? I know, I saw it in the local newspaper before. It's very legendary. Just woke up and only 1 kilometer into the world, but it was a blessing in disguise to get an adventure. This year in Tianji province, the newcomer Ma Bai is one of the seed players. Some people open a bet on who can win the first place in the province. TSK, those virus sources alone can sell for sky-high prices, right? The newcomers are getting fiercer now. In their discussions, Subai noticed that someone was taking him seriously. No, it's supposed to be played with players from the entire province. Although gambling is prohibited on the surface, the dark web is always indispensable. After some searching, Subai also saw the gambling game that had not yet opened. The bookmaker is actually a well-known international entertainment company. Among them, He Chi Lansu, Mei Wanqing, and others have their own odds. But it hasn't opened yet. Isn't this 227 purely sending money? 99. Subai planned to spend 2 days. Before the college entrance examination, I also bet heavily on myself. He is extremely confident in himself. So why not take the opportunity to make a fortune? While continuing to browse, Subai took a fancy to a Pantheon store. All they sell are treasures used by the World Lord, especially the bundles of magic suits. Subai's eyes lit up. Hundreds of basic magical skill set contains 100 basic magics, such as treatment of minor injuries, holy light, elimination of fear, etc. A special intermediate magic scroll, group aid. Price, 1 billion blue star coins. It's too expensive. Although said so. But Subai's eyes lit up. Can't wait to buy it now. With it, your own sect is not an empty shelf. The Beholder Elders and other believers can borrow the power of faith to provide a strong auxiliary function. In this actual battle, Subai found a small lack in the team. There is no shortage of frontal combat power, but there are very few people who can treat and assist. Not to mention a pastor. If there is a priest this time, provide magic assistance at any time. Reduce casualties by at least 70%. So the sooner you buy magic, the better. After searching carefully for a while, Mabai is cruel. Check out one of the best-selling suits in the store. 500 magical sets. Contains 500 basic magics so that your believers have no dead ends in attack, data, defense, etc. In addition, 10 intermediate magic scrolls and a high-level magic scroll are specially presented. Resurrection of the Dead. It can revive people who have been dead for less than an hour. It is the magic skill of murdering, setting fire, and robbing homes. It's on a hot promotion. Discounted price, 3 billion blue star coins. Subai was completely attracted by the resurrection of the dead. This thing is so famous. It is also extremely practical, so that believers can have no worries. Especially by yourself. If there is divine assistance. I am afraid that the subordinates who have been dead for a day can be pulled back. Of course, Subai also knew. It's not a full-body magic yet. It is said that the highest level is full resurrection. Not only instantly resurrected, but also filled with blue. Thought for a while. Subai still decided to take it down, accompanied by a jingle of successful transactions. He seemed to hear the sound of gold coins falling. Congratulations on your successful purchase of the 500 magical art set. Please note that the copyright belongs to the Pantheon Alliance, and you must not disclose other world masters privately. Otherwise, you will be wanted and held accountable by the Pantheon Alliance. Comes with an email. Subai clicked to take a look. In an instant, his mind was attracted by the dazzling variety of magic arts. Inside is a magical model built by belief. It is as complex as a mathematical equation. The set includes all aspects of magic. Use faith to the limit. In particular, 10 intermediate-level divine arts and 1 high-level divine arts. It can also play a key role in determining whether the battlefield wins or loses. I don't know if these magical techniques were created by the Pantheon Alliance themselves. If it is so, the background inside is terrifying. Subai guessed. Some of the minority forces mentioned by Chief Chin may include the Pantheon. These are not currently he can participate in. Subai was heartache for his wallet. In a blink of an eye, half of the funds are gone. Completing a high-level D-level mission is nothing but a bonus. It's a plain war. If you really want to make money, you have to look at the merchants. Ordinary world masters are just working for them. While feeling, Subai looked at the contribution value area. This is where money transactions are restricted. A treasure that can only be purchased by world masters who have contributed to human civilization. Many are tactical or even strategic. Really, money can't buy it. Subai carefully checked it with 10,000 contribution points in his arms. The first item in front of him made him speechless. Intellectual Brain Assistant. It is based on the precious brain magic chip as the core, supplemented by various high-tech artificial intelligence. The computing power is amazing. Contribution required, 5,000. The external market price is 15 billion, which can be offset by the contribution value here. One of my chips sold for 3.1 billion, and the backhand was 5 times the profit. Feeling that the money is really not enough, Subai continued to look at other commodities. The world main equipment seen in the creation building before, the level can't be compared with this at all. Not only more but also complete. Silver Cloud, treasure similar to Somersault Cloud, specially provided for you, the most noble one. Stepping on it not only enhances majesty and increases belief, but more importantly, when an accident occurs, it can run faster and increase the flight speed by 5 times. The price is 8,000 contribution points. Note, there are more advanced golden clouds, rainbow clouds, etc. When it's time for me to run, I guess it's useless. Subai sighed and looked at the next item. The Ring of God. Put it on the head, speed up the collection speed of faith, and save 10% faith by using magic. Price: 10,000 contribution value. Sacred Tree Scepter, a staff made from a treetop that absorbs the most sunlight in the world tree. It can help you use divine power more conveniently, speed up the time in the world, and even attack the enemy. Selling price: 9,000 contribution value. It's all expensive. The material of that staff is definitely not the world tree, otherwise it wouldn't be so cheap. Then he looked back at the branch-shaped staff. Subai complained. But look at it above. Just use it as a weapon. Can be comparable to holy level equipment. Subai finally chose to buy it. Ding dong. The goods you purchased have been sent to your private space. Please pay attention to check. A red reminder pops up on the personal panel. Subai clicked to take a look. It really is a divine tree scepter that is exactly the same as the picture. If you want to buy the size of the private space on the panel, you still need to contribute points. Anyway, there are only 1,000 left, so I bought them all. Spend all the contribution value of the reward. Subai also had a personal backpack of 1,000 square meters. Treasures extracted from the small world in the future or large sums of gold and silver can be placed in it. Just wandering around. The money is running out. Subai hurriedly exited the creator's house. He sank his consciousness into the sea of stars again. He didn't speed up the time much. It was only half a year before the zombies crossed to the Tianyuan realm. But inside the world, changes have taken place. The Earth continues to extend, and it has grown to 460 kilometers. Strong origin. The ocean doubles more. The Lord of the Four Seas has more ocean authority and can finally take a bath. Even more amazing. In the depths of the sea, a space fog rose. Even the Lord of the Four Seas can't see through. It just feels that the power of the world is surging in the fog, as if something new is being conceived. On land. At present, Alice leads more than 2,000 intelligent zombies. A small steel city has been built in the south. Dinosaurs, who had been vaccinated long ago and were not afraid of poisoning, came to learn from them. I want to see what people's civilization construction is like. Also invited Alice to their holy place, the lava castle, to observe and give advice. Okay, if you can see the dinosaur civilization, you can also increase your knowledge. Alice was overjoyed. It's hard to die here. However, if you accidentally infect others, I'm afraid he will sin. Silver-winged zombies have concerns. After all, people are under the eaves. This is easy to solve. Put on protective clothing, and the two of us will do. Shortly after, Alice and the silver-winged zombies are ready. Wear something similar to a spacesuit. Go to Lava City. As the largest capital city in the original land. Plus, there are primitive dinosaurs coming in and out every now and then. It is notoriously vast and massive. The city wall alone is 30 meters high. It's just that her style is rough, so Alice can't compliment her. She is a drunkard and no longer drinks wine. After a tour of the lava city, we led away the guarded dinosaurs. And sneak up to the volcano, looking for Godzilla. Godzilla is still sleeping. Lying in the lava inside the volcano, the body ups and downs. Before you know it, it has grown to a height of 70 meters. Originally swallowed too many zombie brain nuclei, and the pale skin was dyed with a red pattern. His aura has increased 100-fold. The body enters the growth phase. Not only has it evolved to the peak of silver, its growth continues. It is about to cross the golden threshold. What a beautiful volcano mythical beast. Alice looked excited. He also secretly recorded how Godzilla grew up. How to use the power of lava and the earth to temper yourself and squeeze out the virus. How to store energy in the dorsal fin. Occasionally Godzilla will open his eyes. After realizing that it was Alice who was younger. An angry tail was hit in the sea of fire. After splashing heavy waves of lava. Turn over and go back to sleep. Except for it. Another leader of the dinosaur clan, the original Destruction King Dragon, woke up first. Alice, who learned of this, hurried over to check it out. I thought it would be a disgusting deformed dinosaur. Unexpectedly, it is more than 20 meters high. The whole body has dark black dragon patterns, mixed with strands of orange-red patterns, especially the abdomen crosses to form a huge X. The head is covered with a metallic luster helmet with an alloy horn. A part of the metal is fused to the claws, which are especially sharp in the sun. It's like a dinosaur. 95. The newly reborn Destruction King Dragon swung its tail triumphantly. Show off your new body with your men. Don't look at me now, I have 2 evolutionary branches as one. It can be transformed into a zombie form or a mechanical form at any time. At present, it is only on weekdays, and it is reduced in order to save energy. The horns on your head look scarier than mine. After hearing the news, the super beast turned around curiously. The other primitive dinosaurs were also happy for the leader, roaring happily. In the previous zombie form, they were really unacceptable. The king of dinosaurs also came to celebrate, and the dinosaur family has another strong general. It actually completely absorbed the zombie virus and produced virus antibodies similar to tyrants. 99. Alice was surprised. Take a close look at the Destruction King Dragon. The silver-winged zombies also felt unbelievable. In the zombie world, Miss has done so many experiments. There are countless failed products, and many Roshans and deformed zombies have been produced. As long as the tyrant is a successful virus source by chance. This silly dragon made a mistake and took a new path. It may be related to being in a different world. The laws of the new world are very strange and will give them new talents. 5. Alice guessed something. At this time, Subai also checked the new form of the Destroyer King Dragon in the sky. But when he saw the information, he was also very surprised. Dark Tyrannosaurus X, silver high-level dragon-type creatures. After several evolutions and mutations, new creatures are produced. The X antibody has been obtained, which is invulnerable to all poisons. It has the advantages of 2 evolutionary branches and can evolve into zombie Tyrannosaurus X and mechanical Tyrannosaurus X respectively. TSK, it has all had an adventure. The men are getting stronger. Subai also smiled. I don't know what new form Godzilla will have after he uses up his income. At present, the Lord of the Four Seas is also digesting his income in the ocean. Wait for the opening time to speed up tonight. After digesting the income of the Plain War, the Tianyuan realm will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Seeing that Alice has to cautiously go to the swamp area again. Go visit the Evil Eyes. Subai also took out the Holy Spirit Scroll. Don't let me down, hope to escalate. 3.4. He silently said to use it. Immediately, the scroll turned into a rune and fused in his mind. Subai also naturally understood the effect of this high-level magic. Words performed by him himself. It can purify 1,000 zombies in one breath. It can also remove harmful substances from the body of the subordinates. Next, he turned out the long-cherished golden talent card in his hand. Upgrade Light of the Holy Spirit. Immediately, the cards in his hand turned into light spots and disappeared. At the same time, the divine rune representing the light of the Holy Spirit erupted with a burst of golden light and began to be reborn. Please note that if you upgrade this talent to a natural talent, you need to permanently consume a fixed talent opportunity. Sure, today's opportunity to solidify talent has not been used. What makes Subai happy is that the talent upgrade card can really be used on talents brought by the outside world. After this, the operability will be much stronger. Really encountered some extremely rare talent scrolls and skill books. Even at a low level, you can also gradually upgrade yourself. Soon, a reborn golden rune appeared in his mind. And it is juxtaposed with the solidified talents, such as the heavens and the world and the spiritual storm. Hell Furnace. The golden talent can make the creatures born in the Tianyuan world have an illusory hell furnace. It can resist 10,000 kinds of viruses and curses, integrate a variety of energies, and has strong resistance to magic and evil forces. Resilience. Wonderful. Without hesitation, Subai raised the divine tree scepter. Harness the power of the world. Put this talent on all your subordinates. At the same time, the 500 magic suits were given down together. Now, Alice and the two are in the underground labyrinth, visiting the Evil Eye clan. Elder Beholder is a little afraid of them. With evil eyes, they are separated by a few meters. There is a bit of awkwardness between the two, a bit of a rift. Viruses have become a red line between zombies and native creatures. With it there, it's hard to get along, but at this time, everyone heard a voice in their ears. In order to promote the fusion of the two worlds and prevent them from being infected by viruses and curses from other worlds, all creatures are given new talents, which can defend against tens of thousands of toxins and can devour alien energy to prevent distortion. Give all believers 500 kinds of divine arts, and believers can comprehend different divine arts in turn according to their level. Don't slack off. One after another law transforms all creatures, including zombies. Some are like Roshan zombies. It's hard to come back on its own. An extremely terrifying corpse poison has accumulated on his body. But at this time, I felt that there was a hellfire in my abdomen and the fat was burning. Drive out a lot of black corpse poison. Even the tyrant was squeezed out of a layer of black light toxin, and his body reflected a trace of immortal light. It seems to have been tempered by the fire of hell. I evolved into a gold intermediate? The zombie tyrant looked at his hands in shock. I only felt that in my brain. The killing impulse that was influenced by genes disappeared. The brain hole has never been clearer. This is the method of the world master. Follow the law. Transform the entire world creatures. Alice, who saw the transformation of her evil eyes and silver wings with her own eyes, was shocked. I was extremely curious about Subai's research on how to crack the virus so quickly. And in her eyes, this natural talent not only can prevent zombie virus. In the future, violent viruses in other worlds, and even illusory negative damage such as curses, can be cut off by 99% of their power. Even more amazing, even her body was warm. There is a strange illusory melting pot swimming in the body, dispelling the dead energy. Thank you, my lord. Praise the Father. Inside the underground labyrinth, the beholder elder shouted, "Long live." Other high-level beholders, evil eyes, etc., have a look of worship in their eyes. Many evil eyes radiate the light of pious faith. There are already dozens of true believers. They sacrifice before, suffering from not being able to use the power of faith. But at this time, as long as you worship the Father God, you will naturally get feedback on your beliefs. There are many more magical models in the brain. Its exquisite design. The complete range makes the beholders dazzled. Not just underground. Dinosaurs, even Quatu people and unicorns are also devout believers. 23. All according to their preferences, try to learn magic. In this way, the sacrifices of all ethnic groups are on the right track. Some clansmen who are not good at fighting can also be transferred to auxiliary occupations such as priests. The biggest change brought about by this divine revelation. Naturally, the zombies can integrate into this world. We are free. Many spiritual zombies have flexible heads and actively communicate with indigenous creatures. Although there are only 2,000 people. But the zombies brought brand new technology to Tianyuan realm. Also taught many behemoths to grow a plant called meat potatoes. This thing was the staple food of their world in the past. Not only the yield is high, but it is also rich in nutrients and has a meaty texture. It can greatly slow down the supply and demand of the giant beasts for food. Plus the full range of advanced technology inputs such as fertilizer, steel, and irrigation technology. The dinosaur man had a great explosion of productivity. There has been a marked increase in the number of groups. And more. There are also many probabilities of giving birth to all kinds of geniuses. Subai continued to observe for a while. Aboriginal people have called zombies corpses. Zombies are also finding their own way of multiplying in the new world. There are clansmen who died due to various accidents. If you don't want to be buried, can be transformed by them. A new consciousness is born in the body. A person's use for 2 lifetimes. It is to maximize efficiency. Actually, our genes are still defective. If we really become a new race, at least we must maintain self-reproduction. Alice was not content with this achievement. When will the two zombies combine to produce a new, intelligent little zombie? That's the real zombie race. Whether it is Taiyuanji, all ethnic groups have entered a stage of rapid development. As long as the dividends of the zombie world are not exhausted, development will not stop. Seeing the zombies merge into it, Subai also felt relieved. Looking further into the distance, I looked into the depths of the sea shrouded in mist. The remains after digesting the zombie world? What surprises will it give me? 99. There the power of the world is intensely constructing something. Alice, my favor is born to live in the universe. In the next period of time, you will lead everyone to explore the surroundings of the lower heaven and origin realm. 5. Be careful of that luminous star and the meteorite belt in the middle. Danger comes from the starry sky. After digesting the zombie world, explore the universe. Before leaving, Subai issued an oracle to Alice. Follow your instructions. Alice responded carefully in a temple. The more she studied the Tianyuan realm, the more curious she became about Subai. Is he relying on such a small world to defeat himself? Alice will be busy next time. From exploring the universe, down to people's livelihood planting. In many respects, she is required to personally lead people to teach. The unicorns and dinosaurs fought more than each other, but the civilization itself was very rudimentary. Alice sometimes doubts herself. I'm just like this, lost to a group of wild beasts? Adjust the time flow rate so that it is not too fast. Subai's consciousness exited Shanghai, browsing the jar again at the creator's house. After a little bit of information about other world masters, Subai fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he was awakened by a breath of relief. I'm upgrading again? Feeling the inexhaustible strength of his lower arms, Subai was full of surprise. It seems that last night, Taiyuanji absorbed a lot of world power. Feedback to myself again. He quickly opened the world main panel. In the column of the world, there is a striking red exclamation mark. Your world has grown to the peak of the first order, and all the conditions have been met, and it can be upgraded to a second-order medium-sized world. It's finally here. Subai clenched his fist and said excitedly, the peak of the first-order world is 500 kilometers. In the ultimate leap, you can step into the second-order world. At that time, stronger and more potential creatures can also be bred. And the world can also give birth to intermediate energy and even advanced energy. The origin of the world can also withstand more powerhouses. It won't happen like that before. Many subordinates are stuck in the embarrassing stage of the peak of bronze. On the panel, there was another unexpected gain that made his eyes shine. Faith value, 8,000. Last night, it should have been less than a dozen years in the Tianyuan realm, and so much faith has been collected. If you add another 2,000, you can condense a drop of divine power. And the magic of divine power, he experienced it himself. There are also no master power purchases in the creator's house. A drop is worth 10,000 contribution points, or 10 billion. It wasn't until he rummaged through the World Journal that he discovered the reason for the outbreak of faith. First of all, because of his miracles, many ordinary believers can use simple healing and purification techniques to help make life easier. Subtly, faith in him naturally deepened. The people brought by Alice have a mature religious management system, build temples and wonders all over the place, and organize believers to worship every week. Alice made herself the archbishop, coordinating the religious affairs of all the ethnic groups. The leaders of the various ethnic groups are both bishops. The beholder, who had always called himself a high priest, was a little unconvinced and downgraded. But who makes other people's systems and management methods a dimensionality reduction attack? Can it greatly speed up the spread of the gospel? Other believers can only accept it, in addition to being refurbished overnight. After consuming the war bonus, such as the King of Dinosaurs and the Elder Beholder have all evolved to high-grade silver, or even top-tier silver. The most striking is naturally the two number 1 generals under Mabai's seat. The Lord of the Seas and Godzilla are all awake. A tentacle with a length of hundreds of meters fluttered in the depths of the sea, immersed in the sea with magical power, causing a monstrous storm. Affected by its breath, the Quitoa, who already had 10,000 warriors, were all mutated. The purifying ability of fish gills is greatly enhanced. The fish scale armor gave birth to inexplicable runes. The Thousand Kutu, who are often guarded by the Lord of the Four Seas, have the same mutation as the Flame Dragon Knight. And the top of the volcano. Godzilla, who has grown to 80 meters, is also roaring. Both are energetic. You can advance to gold level at any time. Only. At present, the Tianyuan realm, which is still in the First Order, cannot withstand the breakthrough of the two beasts. Creator, I implore you to lead us to evolve into a new future. Under Alice's organization, an unprecedented grand sacrifice began. Sacrifice to heaven and earth, sacrifice to the Lord of the world. Intelligent beings in cities all over the land pray silently. Even the savage beasts in the wild were crawling for a while. Feel the seriousness of the world. On the waves of the ocean. The Kotoa are in their own way, singing and dancing on the waves, offering sacrifices to the Lord of the Four Seas and the Father of all things. Underwater temple. At the same time, the ceremony of the fish people is indispensable. Faith value on Subai's panel. The numbers keep jumping. In the blink of an eye, it is approaching the 10,000 mark. Ding dong! You have collected all 10,000 faith power. Is it condensed into a drop of divine power? Cohesion. 35. Subai's consciousness held the divine tree scepter and entered the Tianyuan realm. He raised his scepter high and said aloud, "The world is advanced." The source of the world that had been waiting for a long time suddenly turned. The outer barrier of the world continues to thicken. A stronger world power blesses him. The square Earth expands at a speed visible to the naked eye. 510,520,600,700. In a blink of an eye, the area is more than half. There are many ore veins, oil fields, and other treasures generated in the depths of the Earth. Many dinosaur people were also found. The aura content in the air increased significantly. All creatures are baptized in the promotion of the world. Not only life is extended, but potential is also increased. More lucky ones broke through on the spot. At the same time, two roars that had long been unable to hold back. The Lord of the Four Seas and Godzilla have evolved to gold level at the same time. Deep sea. An infinitely spreading, tentacle-entangled shadow shrouded in the shadows of the entire ocean. Declare that it is the master of the sea. The original dark complexion of the Lord of the Four Seas has more strange lines. The smooth head and back have shark-like fins. The big mouth full of fangs keeps growing. The two main tentacles became thicker, like a tornado. At the tip, like the dragon's claws, sharp claws grow. A spiritual pollution that cannot be controlled by oneself spreads around. The first to bear the brunt is the 1,000 guards Kotayu. Mutated into gray-green, with a fish head and a human body. Frog-like creature with webbed limbs. Important log. The bloodline of the Lord of the Four Seas has been purified to 10%, showing the true name of inheritance, Dagon's distant descendant. The advanced level is Deep Sea Gazer. A total of 1,000 servants and dependents infected by its breath, Deep Diver. It turned out to be the bloodline of that outer god. 35. Subai was surprised and delighted. Both happy. Only 10% bloodline purity can be so powerful. I am afraid it can be judged as an epic bloodline. But sadly, the stronger it is, the more it will be targeted by the outer gods. Insufficient protection and meteorites fall from the sky. Someone ate it ahead of time as a dish. Dagon is one of the famous old rulers. Much stronger than the average outer god. Just leaking 1/10,000 of its power is enough for the Lord of the Four Seas to endure. Not to mention, behind Dagon. Or the most well-known existence, Kemalu. Ow! Top of the volcano. Not to be outdone, Godzilla burns fire. The surrounding rocks burned uncontrollably. Where it stands comes with a field of high-temperature radiation. Godzilla and the Lord of the Seas. It seems that one represents the ocean and the other represents lava. Are two extremes. Yet it is extremely powerful. Just at the gold level, it already has its own domain force field. Zombie white completely faded from it. The complexion becomes dark and rough. It completely got rid of childishness and became the king of monsters. Important log, Zombie Godzilla devoured a large number of crystal cores and has evolved into a growth stage after sleeping. And due to X antibodies, G cells mutated in the body. The innate Hell Furnace 227 is fused with the nuclear reactor, making it immune to any alien energy invasion. Zombie Godzilla has evolved to gold-level Diablo. It is good. Seeing the appearance of the two beasts, Subai felt extremely happy. Even Alice, Dinosaur Man, and others were full of joy. As for tyrants and silver wing zombies, they were even more shocked. Both belong to golden creatures. But the tyrant thinks, Dark Godzilla can kill himself with 1 foot. The changes in the world have not stopped. Progress with success. The fog shrouded in the depths of the sea also dissipated one by one. A brand new piece with an area of 300 kilometers. The whole body is stone gray, and there are steel wrecks, and the strange continent of the city's ruins is revealed. That's the remains of our world? Yes, it's our wasteland style. The world has a second continent? But I see it as lifeless and full of radiation. The corpses were the first to notice something was wrong. Alice takes people across the sea and wants to explore new lands. Important log, the Tianyuan world has evolved into a second-order world, and a new continent was born by digesting the zombie world. It turned out to be the remains of the zombie world. Subai was also surprised. Holding a scepter in hand, he flew to the new world to observe in person. I saw that the world of zombies and the landmark buildings of the 5 cities were still vaguely preserved on the Earth, such as various high-rise buildings, office buildings, damaged deep-water ports, broken Golden Gate Bridge, etc. The rules are also a bit different from native land. There is a sense of abandonment and eccentricity between heaven and earth. Even the earth is dead and full of radiation. Not a single green grass. On the contrary, there are various kinds of distorted blood vines, blood-sucking grasses, piranhas, and other plants growing savagely. This is the last legacy of my hometown. The belated Alice et al. Silently looked at this gray continent. They know. The zombie world has completely disappeared in the Sea of Stars. The source was integrated into the Tianyuan realm. Only the undigested wreckage gathered here. The old does not go, the new does not come. 99. Subai showed his appearance. Said to Alice, I can feel the residual consciousness of this continent. You see, some of the basic zombies that were recovered before were revived here. Alice, Tyrant, Silver Wing, and others looked in the direction he pointed. I saw the ruins of a high-rise building. Familiar rotting figures wandered slowly. They are ragged and purposeless, like ghosts wandering forever in this dead continent. I didn't expect to see them again. Several corpse leaders had mixed feelings. From now on, this place will be called Ash Continent. Your corpse tribe can return to this place. You can also exile sinners here, or use it as a training ground. After carefully comprehending the rules of this land, Subai suddenly smiled and said, I can feel that the consciousness of those dead ordinary zombies are sleeping deep in the core of the earth. As long as there is the power of the world, they can be resurrected infinitely. 35. He suddenly thought of a brilliant solution. Later, when exploring the Jedi, is it possible to let the zombies here act as cannon fodder? Most intelligent zombies have no interest in returning to the Ashland. After all, the main continent is rich in sunshine and colorful, and all animals compete. And here, like the wreckage of an old age, the world is negative. Some wastes and wrecks from the Tianyuan realm are piled up here. Alice is nostalgic. With Tyrant, Silver Wing, and a few Roshan zombies in the center of Ash Continent, a new raccoon city was rebuilt. It can also be regarded as a sacrifice. The old world. Some dangerous experiments, etc., can be carried out here. In the past few years, how have you explored the universe? Subai continued to ask. Before sleep, he also gave zombies various talents. Among them is the orange talent Cosmic Control. In addition, there is a golden furnace of hell, and it is not afraid of cosmic radiation. Elite zombies such as Tyrant and Silver Wing should all go out to explore the world. Thanks to you, the world is so empty, not a single waste stone can be found. 5. Speaking of which, Alice looked at him strangely. It was the first time she had seen such a clean near space. Unforgettable to this day. When you take people to the sky, see the dense unicorn beasts, just like bees gathering honey. A picture of constantly bringing back all kinds of space junk from the universe. It is because the nearby resources have been swept away that the world's development has stagnated. In order to seek a breakthrough, I decided to conquer another world. Subai explained. Aren't you always curious about what kind of predictive power I have? Let me show you today. Alice's eyes flickered. Sure enough, I was intrigued. She recovered after the fact. I feel that I can beat myself with the 320 kilometers of Tianyuanji. Many of these victories are not replicable. All the arrangements on his side seem to have been figured out. If only a fair fight. 99% chance of winning is yourself. No matter how bad it is, it can detonate a nuclear bomb and die together. Subai naturally planned to simulate again. Now that the Tianyuan realm has evolved greatly, the two continents together are 1,000 kilometers long. Plus 4 golden creatures, Alice, Tyrant, Godzilla, and Lord of the Four Seas. There are also many top silver masters. This combat power does not go to the meteorite to bring revenge. What are you waiting for? Based on previous simulations, there is a gold-class fleet lurking in that meteorite belt. There are only 2 golden creatures. As long as you are careful not to be discovered by brain demons in advance and use technological equipment, you can easily win. But considering the consequences of defeating the fleet, Subai naturally planned to use the simulated waiting first. Notify all believers that a new round of deductions in the future is about to begin. Please get ready. 5. Temples all over the place glow at the same time. Subai's voice resounded in everyone's mind. Projecting the future? Alice and the Tyrant looked at each other. Doubt in his eyes. Is it borrowing a superintelligence brain or some kind of godhead or artifact to deduce it? He has this kind of treasure in his hand. If that's the case, it's not wrong to lose to him. 35. Alice and other zombies who experienced the simulation for the first time, waiting happily. And Subai's figure also disappeared in the Ashes continent. His consciousness re-entered the creator's perspective. Open God Simulator. First of all, Subai first checked the creation value. There are only 2,000 left after Planar Wars. But at this time, its bright numbers are bright by Ishii. Creation value, 20,000. It has become so much? 35. He thought about it carefully. It is not a reaccumulation of a day and a night of effort. It is a one-time reward for digesting the zombie world. With these, there is no worries. Take care of that fleet first. I think they have been unhappy for a long time. 9. On the side of the couch, how can you allow others to snore? In such a close starry sky, there is a group of brain demons. Which world lord dares to be at ease? The cosmic storms and other natural disasters that Tianyuan realm encountered from time to time before, it was they who attacked. Not to mention, I don't know how many times Subai's subordinates died in their hands. Now the strength is greatly increased. Don't punch them out. Is it worthy of the analog line that died before? And the brain demons themselves are huge treasures. Forget that invaluable gold brain flying saucer. Just a brain magic chip. It's a huge fortune. A tiny spiritual vein in the meteorite belt is also a must for him. Although the world has advanced. But the family has a big business and a lot of expenses. For gold levels and 2 super eaters. Coupled with the breeding of more and more dinosaur people, Quatu people, and other giant beasts. The source of the world is also often lacking. The 10,000 brain nuclei that were just transported back yesterday have been reduced by 2/3. With the belief of revenge, Subai clicked Start Simulation. 5. Start the journey of creation. Creation value required for this simulation, 1,000. As the world advanced, even the creation value doubled. 55. Subai clicked OK with a little heartache. In this way, 20,000 creation values are not enough for 20 simulations. Not as much as I thought. Open 10 consecutive draws. The long-lost lottery screen appeared in front of us. Subai clicked with a smile. 10 talents of different colors come into view. He glanced. I was slightly disappointed. There is only one purple talent, the others are white and blue. He quickly selected 3 and continued to click. Mindfulness. What your subordinates have a heart of awe. No matter what they do, they are steady and cautious. A flash of inspiration, blue in battle, there are often whimsical ideas. When conducting scientific experiments, genius-like ideas will occasionally pop up. Steel body, purple your subordinates, all defense plus 10%, internal and external integration, no fear of internal injury. The simulated texts appeared one by one. Early stage of the First Era, Alice, who has not yet understood the situation, has been wrapped up in the blood-boiling dinosaur man, dark Tyrannosaurus, etc., and rushed into the sky. On the way, Alice learned about it. It turns out that a meteorite belt more than 20 million kilometers away in space has their mortal enemy. Alice wonders why they are not afraid of death. But still be careful to understand the intelligence and count the troops. And try to know more enemy arrangements from the mouth of the veteran, so as to plan the next step. Talent. The heart of caution is activated. But the revenge-hungry super beasts and interstellar dinosaurs are overwhelmed by the anger in their hearts, and they just want to crush the brain demons. Ding dong! The divergence point of fate appears. So fast? Ma Bai, who hadn't recovered yet, saw 2 branch options appear in front of him. Difference of fate. There are differences of opinion between the old and new teams of the Space March. The team needs a voice. As the World Master, who do you support as the leader? 1. Support the King of Dinosaurs. They have made contributions to the world and left blood for space. The chance of revenge is left to them. 2. Support Alice. In my opinion, Alice's brain is more flexible. You are too stupid. This is not just a superficial battle of leaders, but a secret contest between the 2 sides. Su Bai clearly observed the autumn leaves. Know a deeper level of consciousness. Based on comprehensive judgment, Su Bai decisively chose to. After all, the brain capacity of dinosaurs is really small. On the contrary, Alice was deeply impressed by the layers of nesting dolls in Resident Evil. As he makes a choice, simulated text emerges quickly. Under your oracle, Alice became the commander-in-chief of the expedition. The other leaders were unwilling in time, but it still means to obey your arrangement, and told her the information of the brain demon fleet one by one. Alice was lost in thought. She counted the number of expedition troops. Except for those left behind in the world, there were 3,000 unicorns, 8,000 dragon knights, 8,000 kodo fish, and many leaders including the Lord of the Four Seas. Considering the danger of the other party's high-tech weapons and the caution of the brain demon, Alice is divided into 2 groups. Middle of the First Era. After a long journey, the expeditionary force has reached the meteorite belt. Alice showed her tyrannical mental power and carefully found the early warning meteorites and camouflaged meteorites buried in the periphery. Among them, the Beholder Elder, with 10 beholders, and many of his subordinates approached the Golden Brain base camp. Dark Tyrannosaurus and Silver-Winged zombies took 5,000 dragon knights and touched the hidden location of the Silver Bunker. It's surprising that Alice's mental scan revealed the location in advance when she was approaching the Golden Brain. Under her order, the 2 armies started early. The Lord of the Four Seas, who has been waiting for a long time, broke out, and hundreds of tentacles were wrapped around the Golden Brain to prevent the enemy from escaping. 1,000 deep divers, many beholders, and Alice herself broke into the Golden Brain. The angry Golden Brain demon was shocked to discover that there were times when he was being calculated. It ordered the golden deformed monster to kill, delaying time for them. Unexpectedly, it was bitten by Godzilla, who had been waiting for a long time, torn to pieces on the spot, and swallowed it. At the same time, Alice, who broke into the flying saucer, blasted the heads of the 3 silver brain demons and used telekinesis to destroy the key structures inside the machine. The Beholder occupied the important place and occupied the position of the escape flying saucer in advance. The Golden Brain has fallen, and the brain demon leader is desperate, trying to launch a final counterattack, using brain waves to forcibly control Alice. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Four Seas on the periphery gave out mental ravings and reversed the head of the brain demon leader, causing him to be mentally confused and seriously injured. Alice joins forces with the tyrant in time to cut the brain demon leader. Corpse separation. The remaining consciousness of the brain demon leader detonated his head, destroyed the chip inside, killed several beholders, and seriously injured the beholder elders and other leaders. Another silver bunker has already been captured. This golden fleet has been wiped out. You have gained control of the meteorite belt. Alice and the others also discovered spiritual mines, a box of high-grade magic stones, and many precious materials here. The most precious nature is the golden brain itself, as well as a group attack artifact, storm oscillator, single attack artifact, diamond laser cannon. Elder Beholder was furious to find that the previous storms were really brought about by this machine. As long as it is given time to expand, it has the power to destroy a small Tier 2 world. As for the laser cannon, it is even more terrifying. If it is fully charged, it is equivalent to a full blow of a diamond-level creature. Even Godzilla and the Lord of the Four Seas will die. It is almost a nemesis below the diamond level. While the group was celebrating the victory of revenge, the Lord of the Four Seas, who was entangled in the golden brain, found that the hull of the ship was hot, and it was keenly aware that a special message was being spread. It was familiar with the volatility, but it was the first time it came so close. Alice accidentally discovered the most central location of the golden brain when she was packing up her spoils. The core of the golden brain is a modified diamond-level brain demon brain. At the same time, it is also its control center, and it can upload information to the brain magic headquarters in real time at any time. Aware that their every move may have been sent to the brain of the universe, Alice cut off the diamond brain and the flying saucer itself, and led his subordinates to take away only the most important treasures and nervously set out on the return journey. Defeat a gold-level brain demon fleet and reward 2,000 creation points. It turned out to be the ghost of it. Seeing this, Subai suddenly realized. Several times before, one defeat the golden brain immediately attracted the opponent's revenge. The speed of the time, the speed of the response, and the clarity of the goal are astounding. Turns out there is also a real-time monitor in the fleet. With Alice here, her mental power and psychic power can play a lot of roles. Subai silently wrote down the key points this time. If you cut off the diamond brain in advance, it will connect with the golden brain flying saucer. Can the follow-up revenge of the brain demon be stopped? This requires continued simulation experiments. This time, after all, it is to detect information as much as possible. When Diamond Brain uploads real-time intelligence, it's already too late. But he was surprised. It is different from the metal meteorites that are coming soon. The enemy did not come until the group rushed back to the Tianyuan realm. Middle and late First Era, the expeditionary army who just returned home discovered a large meteorite falling from the sky. When I got close, I found out that it was a metal flying saucer from which thousands of brain demons walked, led by a diamond-level brain demon. The metal flying saucer fired a burst of planetary destruction bombs, which blew up the Tianyuan realm, and launched light energy lasers to kill many dinosaur people. The Lord of the Four Seas, Godzilla, and others roared and fought with the diamond-level brain demon fleet, but they were unable to return to the sky. They were quickly killed by the diamond brain demon, and the corpse was taken back for research. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation. D. Summary. Playing GG with more than twice the strength of the opponent is a complete failure. Maybe you can learn from your failure and avoid repeating it next time. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Call. After reading it, Subai let out a sigh of relief. It seems that he wants to spit out the depression in his heart. Our every move is monitored by the brain demons, and we don't know what means they have to find out that our companions have been killed. 5. If this is the case every time, and the fruits of victory cannot be defended, it will be a waste of effort. The simple text conveys a horrific message. It is to assess the strength of the expeditionary force. The brain demons sent a diamond-level fleet. If only they were stronger. It is estimated that it is not a fleet. No wonder people say that brain demons must be reported. After Zhao, there are no omissions, and I like to calculate others. Subai understood. Why can a silver chip sell for a high price of 3.1 billion? It's really rare. The revenge of the brain demons is not fake. And the chip that was sold, it was still left by the severely injured brain demon who drifted to the vicinity of Tianyuan realm. Wait a while. The Golden Fleet woke up and found a companion dead. We'll definitely look around. How can such a big Tianyuan hide? They still have the initiative. When the brain demons wake up, give them time to prepare. Then the dead will be white. So the brain demon fleet in the meteorite belt must be solved. The sooner the better. Whether it's a threat to their own existence. It still blocked the development of Yinghuxing. Please select one of the following talents to temporarily cure. All 3 talents are average. Subai chose the body of steel at random. A new line of text appeared. Please choose the extracted items from the following items. Please note that there can only be one identical thing in the universe. Golden brain, silver UFO, intact silver brain demon corpse, broken gold brain demon corpse, diamond brain. In these items, Subai found the culprit. Although the extraction price of the diamond brain is as high as 12,000 creation value. But if you take it out now, doesn't it mean that the golden brain UFO lost its center and became scrap metal? Can't contact the brain of the universe at any time and upload information? His eyes lit up. I feel like I found a loophole. But think carefully. Subai was stunned again. If I take out the diamond brain now, the brain demons in the meteorite belt will definitely wake up. The control center disappeared out of thin air. Maybe it is higher than the price of their fleet itself. It will definitely be reported. At that time, when a stronger enemy comes over, wouldn't I die even more miserably? He was fortunate. Fortunately, there is no impulse purchase. So count. Subai felt that the simulated extraction was not so fragrant. The extraction column is like an advanced treasure. If you can really take it, that can be easily obtained with the current strength. And really get the diamond brain. Not sure if there is a locator installed inside, or a device that automatically emits radio waves. Do not solve the follow-up troubles. After all, it's a hot potato and can't get it. It's a pity to look at the extraction column. There is a dazzling array of treasures. Subai closed with regret. Giving up now is just for the sake of getting fat in the future. 9. In order not to frighten the snake. He didn't move. Replay the simulation just now. Compare the previous few times. Subai suddenly realized a very important and easily overlooked issue. Why did the revenge come so slowly this time? It wasn't the brains of gold that just exploded before. Meteorite falling from the sky? This time until they get home. It was long overdue. Subai felt that he had discovered a blind spot. But after thinking about it carefully, I didn't come to a conclusion. He had to ask the parties. And this time, Alice, who was experiencing the Sims for the first time, was shocked. She only felt a sudden memory of her own experience. Incredibly clear. The location of the meteorite belt. The intelligence of the brain demon fleet is clear. You can even recall every enemy you meet. It's like experiencing a life. It's advanced game technology? That's no wonder I'm at war with them and have no secrets. 35. Even that nuke was stolen. Dinosaurs have turned me upside down before I knew it. She was shocked. A little scared at first. But I was very excited to think that this power would be my own in the future. Fighting against a powerful enemy will never fail. So, as long as there is a 1% chance. Impossible to lose. Sudden. In front of her eyes again, there was the figure of the creator, where light and shadow converged. How did you feel when you confronted the brain demon fleet for the first time? Mabai asked. Is this your means? Like a real trip to a parallel world. 35. Alice was a little shocked. She continued to answer. The brain demons are the top cosmic creatures specializing in the development of the brain domain. My strongest spiritual power is actually restrained by them. Initially, I took people to avoid the early warning system on the periphery. I thought it was safe, but I didn't know that I got to the core layer, but instead exposed myself. 55. If it wasn't for the help of Godzilla and others, it's very likely that the ship would capsize in the gutter. Alice thought back to her previous experience. Summed up, 227 with the current strength of Tianyuan realm, it is easy to defeat a fleet of brain demons. It is rare to avoid cutting off their connection with their superiors. How to escape the revenge of the brain demons. We and that fleet can only survive one. You have also seen 2 weapons of mass destruction in the fleet. Wait for them to wake up, then the passive one will be Tainyuanji. Subai determined the square formation. At present, the location and layout of the Golden Brain are clearly understood. If the spiritual investigation will be seen through, it can be replaced by a divine technique. This time the revenge of the brain demons is much slower than before. I hope you will find in the next simulation to cut off their connection with the headquarters, or avoid the revenge of the brain demons. Which game can you perform a few more times? Alice asked cautiously. If you need to consume the power of the world, don't waste every opportunity. You just think that every deduction is the real thing that you have experienced in another world line. Subai didn't say anything. This made Alice, Tyrant, and others feel in awe. Subai is not talking nonsense. After notifying others. After the 10-minute cooldown is over, continue to open the emulator. Start simulation. This time, the creation value is 1,000 more. Start the journey of creation. Familiar words resurfaced. It's time for another draw. It stands to reason that each talent extraction is the most worth looking forward to. But Ma Bai's anger made him unable to lift his spirits. Open 10 consecutive draws. With a hint of anticipation, click again. 10 talents of different colors appeared in front of us again. Ma Bai lost a glance. A little better than last time, but still no orange talent. Put the temporary steel body on it. Subai chose 2 more spiritual talents and continued to tap. Spirit of Steel, purple all souls born in the Tianyuan realm are born with perseverance and are extremely resistant to spiritual attacks and charms. Both internal and external cultivation, purple both the body and the soul are very important. Physical enhancement will inversely strengthen the soul, and vice versa. Early stage of the first era, Alice, who was already prepared, led people to the meteorite belt again. This time, they were fully prepared. Brain Demon Silver Squad was completely wiped out. At the same time, relying on the hidden magic of the Beholder Elder, the group touched the vicinity of the Golden Brain and did not alert the enemy. Like last time, the Lord of the Four Seas embraced the Golden Brain and the others filed in. At the same time, Alice used her psychic power, and with the help of the magic of the Beholder Sacrifice, she cut off the connection between the Diamond Brain and the flying saucer itself in advance. But at the moment when the 2 were destroyed, a familiar mental wave emanated from the Golden Brain. The Lord of the Four Seas, who was instructed by Alice, fully activated his talent, and layers of spiritual babble emanated from his body, counteracting and canceling out the electric waves of the Brain Demon. The Golden Brain Demon is still self-destructing. Everyone did not dare to delay in packing up the battlefield, and they returned without stopping with the spoils. Middle of the first era, the group returned to the Tianyuan realm, and after being on guard for hundreds of years, they were surprised to find that the enemy did not come. So Alice led the crowd and began to move the resources from the meteorite belt back and study the Gold Brain and the Diamond Brain. Late First Era, land has grown to 800 kilometers. Others have digested the spoils of the Brain Demon, and their spirits have been strengthened to a certain extent. With the help of the powerful computing power of the Brain Magic Chip, Alice broke through the flying saucer of the Silver Team and searched for a mysterious message. Secret level mission, the fiasco of exploring the Red Star, and the fall of a Brain Demon. In order to prevent being discovered by humans, the large army retreated, leaving a small team stationed. Prepare for the return of Master Wang at any time. After contacting other leaders, Alice is convinced that the red star in the Brain Demon record is the Star of Inghua. Chao Pito Beast said excitedly that was their goal. He took the first step out of the starry sky, and when he saw Yingwaxing, he felt good in his heart, and he has been leading his men to open up new routes. With the support of Alice, the plan to continue to explore and go to Yinghuaxing was submitted. Early part of the Second Era, Kayabido led people, and after decades of long journeys, they have approached Yinghuaxing unexpectedly. On the way, he was accidentally attacked by a space worm of unknown level. The Inhua investigation team suffered heavy losses, and even the super beast was severely injured, and its armor was broken. Creepy, it took people back. Alice is curious about the space worm, and as time goes by, the revenge of the brain demon gradually loosens. So take people and Godzilla to test space worms. Middle of the Second Era, when the two collided, the space worm easily defeated Alice and others, and even Godzilla was severely injured. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's head was not very smart, he would only guard the only way to Xing Alice, and the others couldn't escape. Alice judges that the monster is at least a diamond. Exploring Yingwaxing encountered difficulties. At the end of the Second Era, a brain demon flying saucer disguised as a meteorite arrived late. A diamond-level brain demon inspected the meteorite belt that had been transformed into a mine and launched an attack on the Tianyuan realm. Even if Alice, the Lord of the Four Seas, and others resisted desperately, they still couldn't change the ending of being destroyed by the group. The diamond-level brain demon seems to be very interested in the Lord of the Four Seas and wants to catch it alive as a pet. The unbearable Lord of the Four Seas blew himself up, killing 2 gold-level brain demons. This simulation is over. There is no evaluation for the simulation. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Long live this time. 2 epics. 35. After reading it all, Subai thought about the reason why the brain demons were late. It seems that as the Lord of the Four Seas evolves, its own babbling talent will become stronger, and it can also affect the brain waves of the brain demon. In 2 simulations, all mention the influence of the Lord of the Four Seas on the brain demons. It is like a source of spiritual infection. No self-motivation required. Spontaneous bewitches surrounding creatures. This is also one of the important reasons why the Lord of the Four Seas lives in the deep sea all year round. And this is Subai's ability to seal his talent, the effect of Cthulhu's whisper. If you let the Lord of the Four Seas grow wildly, I am afraid that it will not be long before the eyes of a mysterious existence will be called. The second simulation revealed a lot of information, and that luminous star is really weird. Subai raised his head and looked at the striking red star in the distance. He had doubts before. Brain demon Kdeed is far away from the brain star field of the universe, and what is he doing in the remote area of Beidou? Now it seems to be summoned by Xing. Via Alice's research, it seems that a higher-level brain demon fleet has come, but it ended in failure. In the case of great losses, only a small team was left lurking here. We'll be back anytime. Moreover, on the only way to the luminous star, a space worm of unknown rank popped up. 99. Is it a coincidence, or did someone send troops? 9. This needs to be explored again. The immediate priority is to get rid of that fleet. He was thinking. A reminder to solidify talent pops up in his mind. Subai thought about it for a while, but still kept the ambition of steel. This is coupled with the psychic storm. His subordinates are immune to mental attacks, at least reducing their power by 80%. After the simulation is over, no need for a white warning. Alice took the initiative to fly to the seaside and communicated with the Lord of the Four Seas. She had previously focused on Godzilla. Now that I've researched, I've found out by accident. The Lord of the Seas restrained her better than Godzilla. When Alice is proud of the tyrannical spiritual power, when she gets closer to the Lord of the Four Seas, unconsciously shivering, there is a creepy sense of fear. Not to mention using mental power to invade its brain. Just getting close, the momentum is weak. Moreover, its body has its own insulation characteristics. It is difficult to penetrate whether it is magic or spiritual power. If peeled off to make equipment, it is estimated that it is a very high-level forbidden magic material. Speaking of which, when I was young, I often heard the spiritual fluctuations and magic power emanating from the void. I was often infected, and my body naturally developed resistance. 99. The Lord of the Four Seas did not see the outside world and continued. I have a talent for magic nemesis since I was a child, and with the evolution, the effect is getting stronger and stronger. And if it wasn't for Godfather's action, he would seal a talent for me. My spiritual fluctuations would be stronger. Not only the soul, but also the bloodlines of the body would become more and more reminiscent of my ancestors. The more knowledge I get from the void, the closer my form and even my spirit are to certain beings. Mention this. He shook his head with a headache. But any power is not without a price, as long as it is turned on for a period of time. Before I grow up, there will be monsters hunting me in advance. The Lord of the Four Seas seems to recall the painful experience of the past. The tentacles beat restlessly in the waves. What kind of talent? What evil will it bring? Alice asked interestedly. The Lord of the Four Seas then told it an experience from a long time ago. Speak up. That was the first time I encountered a meteorite falling from the sky. The Lord of the Four Seas is very depressed. Why do enemies like to disguise themselves as meteorites on their way? Are you afraid of being discovered by others? After listening to his story, Alice's eyes flickered and a vague idea came to her mind. Father, when will you start the next game? She took the initiative to pray. Did you find any turning point? Sue Bai's interesting voice echoed in her ears. Yes, a bold idea. But it will take a few more experiments. She said it bluntly. 20 minutes in real time. In an instant. Under Alice's expectation, Sue Bai started the simulation again. And continued to draw talents. Hey, this time a baby appeared. Not so long. Sue Bai's eyes lit up suddenly. There are still no orange talents, but one of the purple talents is very special. Lucky, purple your subordinate, enjoying your shelter, born with good luck, can turn bad luck into good luck. However, when encountering enemies with too much difference in level, the effect is not particularly obvious. He chose this decisively. The other talents are not so great. Sue Bai quickly picked one. Continue to tap. Early part of the first era, Alice seems to have some plans. This time she only brought a few elites as an expedition. And focus on bringing all 1,000 deep divers. According to the plan, they are familiar with surrounding the Golden Brain. This time, before launching the general attack again, the Lord of the Four Seas applied to unblock the talent Call of Kemalu. Ding dong! The fate divergence point appears. Do you agree with the strange application of the Lord of the Four Seas? 1. Rejection. It's too dangerous. There will always be monsters greedy for your body. 2. Agree. Try and not get pregnant. It should have been suggested by Alice. I'd like to see what you want. Sue by natural selection 2. The text continues. After unblocking the talent, the Lord of the Four Seas was extremely noisy, and a stream of cumbersome knowledge was forcibly poured into his mind. If it hadn't been much stronger, it would have gone mad. Meanwhile, under Alice's command, the Lord of the Four Seas reluctantly hugged the Golden Brain and stretched out a main tentacle that evolved sharp claws, invading the interior of the flying saucer. It grabbed the Diamond Brain, and Alice cut off the connection between the Diamond Brain and the flying saucer with her mind. Other brain demons woke up and started fighting. Unexpectedly, it was besieged by many ugly deep divers. Their proud spiritual attacks and invasions are ineffective against deep divers. The Golden Brain Demon tried to self-destruct, but was caught and strangled by another main tentacle of the Lord of the Four Seas, and it obtained a brand new gold-level Brain Demon chip. Talented Lucky takes effect. Alice led someone to clean up the battlefield and asked the Lord of the Four Seas about the situation. The Lord of the Four Seas said that in the starry sky, the sound in his ears is getting louder and louder. It would be much better to return to the Tianyuan realm with the world shielding protection. It brings people back to the world ahead of schedule. Alice and a few others stayed in outer space to observe. What does she want? Saw Alice's strange behavior. Sue Bai was puzzled. But the text reappeared. 2 more epochs have passed. In the starry sky. No accident happened. It seems that Diamond Brain did not upload the previous information in time. Alice et al. Study the data in the Golden Brain. Instead, he learned more about the surrounding star field. Many precious meteorites, space resources, and ice cubes were moved home. Tianyuanji has also grown to 900 kilometers without knowing it. Seeing is likely to cure the area again. Sue Bai couldn't smile. Even if it can be cured, he will not startle the snake. After all, it was fine before. Just some scattered little rocks. This time, so many materials were evacuated in the meteorite belt. There is even a tiny spiritual vein. once cured. Under the same universe, those babies will disappear in an instant. It is very likely to arouse the early awakening of the brain demons. The simulated text continues. Late of the Third Era, the Lord of the Four Seas, who was sleeping in the deep sea, suddenly heard a sharp barking sound. He rose from the ocean and looked toward space. A huge meteorite rushed towards the Tianyuan realm. The Lord of the Four Seas, who had been waiting for a long time, took the initiative to greet him. This time, the meteorite completely revealed its true face. It turned out to be a huge monster, several thousand meters in size, with disgusting tentacles and 100 terrifying eyes. It looked at the Lord of the Four Seas full of desire and opened a big mouth of blood dash. At the moment of being stared at by this monster, the Lord of the Four Seas was motionless, and his soul and body were all fixed, as if he had encountered a nemesis. Alice, who had been waiting in outer space for a long time, activated the diamond-level laser cannon. Unexpectedly, this 100-eyed monster turned its head and looked at the laser with multiple pairs of eyes, and the light emitted from the eyes easily offset the laser. A sweep, blasting Alice and the others, along with the flying saucers such as the Golden Brain. The Lord of the Four Seas was swallowed alive by the 100-eyed monster. This simulation ends. No evaluation. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Current creation value, 1900. This time, it was bombarded by the hidden crisis in the Lord of the Four Seas. Mashiro vaguely sensed Alice's intentions. She wants to use the hands of the Outer Gods camp to deal with the revenge of the brain demon. From before, the spiritual realm of the Lord of the Four Seas shrouds the Golden Brain and can affect the mysterious radio waves that are transmitted. She had this idea. As the two dark forces in the universe, Outer Gods are definitely not cowards. But walking a tightrope between the two is also extremely dangerous. There are many aspects to consider. For example, the time of arrival of the two, different strengths, etc. It is absolutely impossible to be called an ordinary person. But they have many opportunities for trial and error. The general idea is correct. The monster that came here is so powerful. The worst are high-level diamond creatures. In the temple, Alice is also summing up the gains and losses. In her plan, a total of 3 forces are involved. As the weakest party, they have to be careful to maintain their balance. In front of Su Bai's eyes again, he chose to solidify his talent. Choose the lucky ones. This stuff is rather cryptic. Critical time may have unexpected effects. Take advantage of the cooling effort. Su Bai's consciousness returned to reality. Look for the brain demon and the information on the 100-eyed monster in the database of the creator's house. In the discussion tank, brainstorms are often discussed. This thing, as a cancer of the universe, often uses the mind to control others for anger. Hated by humans. Therefore, a little bit of the law of revenge was gradually discovered. The brain demons don't fight unprepared. If you kill a brain demon or destroy a fleet, then they will send a fleet of a higher level to seek revenge according to your strength. 5. Sometimes it is judged that the enemy's strength is stronger in order to be safe. The brain demons will also send 3 powerful fleets. In other words, can you summon 3 diamond-level brain demons? Su Bai thought about it. Then search the database according to the monster image described in the text. There are too many weird creatures in the universe, especially those of the Outer Gods. Many monsters are unique. At most, there are related relatives and blood descendants. He rummaged for a while. I still haven't found any similar monsters. Simply ask yourself anonymously. Recently, in space exploration, I encountered a monster several thousand meters in size, similar to an octopus, but with 100 big eyes. It should be the evil god's lineage, and the 100 eyes are particularly powerful, not only able to withstand people's minds, but also to emit strong light. One strafing detonated an entire space formation. Does anyone know what kind of monster this is? There are many people on the Wake Up Online. Especially for this new creature, many people are also interested. Put your eyes in and squat. According to the introduction, it is a bit like the line of the 10,000 touch dragon mother, but many evil gods have tentacles, and their bloodlines will merge with each other. It is still uncertain. Generally, it should be of the multi-eyed evil spirit family. Such monsters should be especially careful with their eyes, which can directly attack the soul itself. The landlord is lucky enough to be able to escape. In a bunch of mutual discussions, there is a well-informed big man who speaks the truth. If you guessed correctly, it should be the hundred-eyed demon lord. The weakest thing is the pinnacle diamond. I really like to kill other compatriots with the blood of the heretic god. There should be similar monsters in your team. Continue to evolve, you can turn into an epic thousand-eyed demon, and with one look, you can confuse tens of thousands of people into slavery. Hundred-eyed demon lord? Has an approximate name. Information is easy to find. Subai flipped through the database, looking a bit sour. This is not a big monster that he can currently deal with. Plus, combined with its habit of hunting potential offspring, it is eyeing the Lord of the Four Seas. It seems that the ordinary diamond-level brain demon fleet can't deal with it. Wait for the cooldown time to expire. Subai returned to Shanghai, chatted with Alice for a while. Tell her the information about the Hundred Eyes Demon Lord. If you want them to compete against each other, the most important thing is the balance of combat power. Subai explained. How many more games can you perform? Alice asked cautiously. As long as you give me 5 chances at most, I can stop the brain demon's revenge and solve the hidden dangers in the Lord of the Four Seas. Okay, then it depends on your performance. Nyen. Subai praised her. Today, I am fighting against them. Do not remove the nails from the meteorite belt. Promise never to give up. As the cooling ends, Subai decisively clicked to continue. The talent extraction this time is still normal. After Subai chose the lucky one and the other 2 purple talents. Keep looking down. First era, Alice led people to attack the golden brain demon and let the Lord of the Four Seas unlock talents. Late second era, a meteorite arrived late, a fleet of revenge brain demons. But I never thought that another meteorite would fall from the sky under the Lord of the Four Seas' desperately motivated talent. 2 meteorites collided, causing the starry sky to shake. Obviously, the latter are stronger. The hundred-eyed monster sprayed hundreds of lasers, destroying the Diamond Brain Demon's fleet, and devoured the Diamond-level leader in one bite. After solving the unexpected guest, the hundred-eyed monster attacked you again. This simulation is over. No evaluation. Cooling time, 20 minutes. Please select temporary curing talent. Go on. 35. Wait for the cooldown time to expire. Subai shouted without hesitation. The dawn has seen, and a bright future awaits him. Late of the First Era, under the command of Alice, the Lord of the Four Seas exposed stronger power when he encircled the Brain Demon fleet, and deliberately indulged the Diamond Brain to deliberately spread information out. The Lord of the Four Seas actively triggers his talent and spreads his own existence information to the universe. This time, the 2 meteorites arrived closer and collided in the sky. There are 2 diamond-level brain demon fleets. They're all eyeing the Lord of the Four Seas and the 2 potential creatures of Godzilla. The 2 sides are fighting together. There are 2 diamond creatures in time, as well as the assistance of the fleet. The brain demon is still no match for the hundred-eyed monster. They were defeated, and the hundred-eyed monster was slightly injured, but at the same time they accepted the victory. This simulation is over. Cooling time, 10 minutes. It's getting closer. Subai glanced at the creation value of 17,000. I don't panic. That hundred-eyed monster is extremely powerful. The diamond-level brain demon formations are unified and have the combat power comparable to the peak diamonds. But the 2 can't beat 1. Since 2 are not enough, then come 4. If it's not enough, come 10. Under Subai's behest, Alice's move grew bolder. First era. After recovering the meteorite belt, the 2 meteorites collided again. This time both sides arrived at exactly the same time. 6 diamond-level brain demon fleets appeared and jointly launched antimatter bombs, and the hundred-eyed monster was seriously injured and gave up the fat he got, disguised himself as a meteorite again, and escaped into the depths of the universe. Your world is bombarded by brain demons, and your subordinates are used as research materials. This simulation is over. It seems that the enemy is too strong, and the hundred-eyed demon lord will also escape. He estimates that it can be comparable to the strength of 8 diamond-level brain demon fleets. But he doesn't have to work hard for a master of the 4 Cs. So 3 or 4 brain demon fleets are almost equal to each other. 35. In addition, at this time, our side also showed a certain strength. Let them know that even if they can chew it down, it is not worthwhile. Then 2 crises can be solved at one time. Ma Bai's eyes lit up. Talk to Alice again. And in the eyes of the sea, condolences to the Lord of the 4 Seas. With the simulation again and again. The Lord of the 4 Seas gradually learned to actively seal Call of Cthulhu. You can also listen to the knowledge of the void it brings. It can even finally control the speed at which it transmits its own information to the outside world. It's no wonder that the arrival of the 2 meteorites is getting closer and closer, and the 100-Eyes Demon Lord is about to become your summoned beast. 99. Subai laughed dumbly. It also gave him more confidence. It didn't take long. Cooldown expires. Subai started to simulate again. Today's talent draws are all stinky fish and rotten shrimps, and the best is just a lucky one. Slightly sighed. He glanced at the latest talent. Unsurprisingly, there are some ordinary talents that don't help the current situation. He kept clicking. First era. This time, under Alice's careful control, the Lord of the 4 Seas asked the brain demons to upload the information. A total of 4 Bao Diamond-level teams came, by coincidence. The 100-Eyed Demon Lord also came. The 2 sides do not deal with each other, and the Diamond Brain Demon is also very interested in the blood of the 100-Eyes Demon Lord and wants to take it back as a specimen, and the 2 sides fight. The strength of the 2 sides is the same. After fighting for a while, they're afraid of each other and dare not move. Finally, the Brain Demon fleet begins to fade away carefully and will no longer take revenge on you. The injured 100-Eyed Demon Lord Yu is unwilling and wants to take the Lord of the 4 Seas away before leaving. Unexpectedly, Alice fired a diamond laser, and Godzilla and other companions rushed out, desperately protecting each other. For flowers. After considering the gains and losses, the 100-Eyed Demon army flew into the depths of the universe unwillingly. Success. 39. Seeing this, the already numb Ma Bai was shocked. The brain demon revenge that has plagued me for so long has ended like this. Subai, who couldn't believe it, continued to read. Until 2 epochs passed. The brains are still in the future. Alice and others all evacuated the meteorite belt. They still have no sign of coming. Maybe he really thought that Tianyuanji was a world covered by the outer gods, and he didn't intend to take revenge. Until, at the end of the 4th era, in the process of exploring the luminous star, Keabijua was impatient and wanted to rush to the surface of the planet at once, but unexpectedly angered the space worm. The space worm went into a frenzy and destroyed your army. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation, Grade A. Summary. After I do not know how many times of temptation, I cleverly borrowed the strength of different enemies in the case of certain death. Make yourself survive as the weakest third party and grab the most resources, which is rare and valuable. This comprehensive reward, 5,000 creation points and an orange talent upgrade card. Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hard work pays off. Simulated so many times. The creation value has been reduced by 5 or 6,000, and it has finally succeeded. Of the hardships. Indescribable. But the payoff is huge. It not only eliminates hidden dangers, but also expands the sphere of influence in space. You can also receive equipment from a whole fleet of golden brain demons. If controlled. Get the 9 silver brain demons and even the golden brain demons chip. It's worth more than 100 billion alone. Not to mention the golden brain itself. As for the orange upgrade card, Subai did not hesitate to use it on the lucky ones. To resolve the 2 crises. The timing doesn't just have to be just right. And also the blessing of metaphysics. Congratulations for upgrading your lucky to the orange talent, Fate of Fortune. Fate's favor. Orange your world will be favored by fate, and the success rate of probability-based skills activation is greatly increased. 90% of the time you win. When bad luck turns into good luck, there are often fortuitous encounters. I can't see the effect yet. When this cooling is over, I will try it at the end. The current creation value has returned to 20,000. For safety reasons, Subai intends to resimulate and repeat. After all, in reality. But there is no regret medicine to take. Are we successful? 35. At this time, Alice and the super Pitamons in the temple are chatting with each other. Can solve the brain demon enemy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, what is an Inquishing? Not only has the brain demon been summoned, but once it is solved, the space worm will go mad. 99. Chowpedo Beast never forgot about it. After digesting the meteorite belt, we have opened up half of the journey to the Inhua star, and there will always be a chance to investigate it clearly in the future. Alice smiled. This unpredictable, strategizing feeling makes her proud. Everyone, there is no regret medicine in life. I will conduct the last deduction. This time is over, and I will enter the meteorite belt in reality. 5. Please get ready. While they are hotly debated, Subai's voice resounded in his ears. It made Alice and the others feel tight. Don't look at the ease of simulation, but know if it's true. Everyone died 5 times. Relative to the 2 major forces, the weakest one of them desperately hit. No more than bite the enemy. If you dare to be careless, it will definitely be Tai Yuanji who will die. Follow your teachings. 55. Alice and the Super Pitamons are sitting on their heads. Wait for the cooldown time to end. Subai informed everyone again. Start the simulation. 10 consecutive draws still have nothing good. But fate favors the 10 ordinary talents. After choosing the other 2, he couldn't wait to keep pressing. Late First Era. Under the careful arrangement of Alice and others, the 2 meteorites collided again. For diamond-level brain demon fleets fought against the 100-eyed demon lord. The 2 sides do not know whether they were born to collide. The fighting was extremely fierce, blood sprayed everywhere, and many weak and small brain demons were affected and died, and the fleet dropped a lot of materials. 100-eyed demon lord also burst out a lot of blood essence. But whenever someone wants to attack the Tianyuan realm, they happen to be attacked by the enemy. Talent. The Blessed Ones take effect. After the battle, both sides took a step back and flew away again. Cosmic crisis solved. Alice and others are excited to pack up the battlefield and take over the meteorite belt. Treasures such as the blood of the Demon King and the broken brain demon chip were found on the battlefield. Even a B-level card, the Fountain of Life, that has never been found before was found in the meteorite belt. Tai Yuanji has entered the outbreak period. Second Age. Under the auspices of Alice, Godzilla attracts the attention of space worms. With the advantage of speed, the super beast secretly landed on the Inhua star. P.S. A little tired today, only 2 chapters. Comments: the first time you land on Alien, the reward is plus 2,000 creation value. After the successful landing, the super beast was surprised to find that the ground seemed to be wriggling. It saw a rock coming to life, and upon closer inspection, it was found to be an egg of an unknown creature covered in dust. Before it could continue its research, it was discovered by space worms. The furious space worms attacked like crazy, and they were unfortunately wiped out. This simulation is over. Comprehensive evaluation, A+. Summary. Summarize experience from failure. You have already won half of the victory. It's really different from the last simulation, with lots of new babies. Subai was relieved. The plan works. The new lucky talent hide works great. Then he raised his scepter high. Announce oracles in various temples. Go to the meteorite belt. Be careful of the enemy's early warning facilities. Remember, this is not a simulation but a one-shot combat. All the ready-to-go dinosaurs and Quatu people shouted. Follow your will. I was killed several times by the brain demon brought by the meteorite, and finally it's time for revenge. I even remember the appearance of every brain demon. The layout of the meteorite's periphery has already been figured out. Still be careful, after all, if you die, you will really die. One of the 2 big killers carried by their fleet is not good, and it can destroy us. 99. Elite soldiers from all over were called up. Many soldiers have a fire in their hearts and want to release it. This is the first-time war against Interstellar. No matter how careful you are, Subai personally controls the expedition team. According to the plan, Alice will be the leader of the expedition. That fleet only has more than 1,000 brain demons, most of which are ordinary brain demons. Eliminating the help of external technology will not pose much threat to us. 39. In addition to controlling the combat power, I intentionally leaked some information. So I plan to take the elite route, and several leaders will follow. Then dispatch 500 corpses, 300 230s, 0 elite interstellar dinosaurs, 1,000 evil eyes, and 2,000 Kodo fish. This force is more than enough to encircle and suppress them. When dispatching teams, Alice has a problem. Many people have died many times at the hands of brain demons. One by one volunteered to join the team. It was she who took out Subai's will to quiet them down. Leaders such as Godzilla, Lord of the Four Seas, and Dark Greymon will naturally have to keep up. It didn't take long. The 6,000-strong expedition team left the Tianyuan realm. Go straight to Inghua. Subai stared at them all the way, lest something go wrong. If the group of Alice is wiped out, then his high school grades were also cold. Now I not only have the blessing of luck, but also a drop of divine power. The fault tolerance rate is much higher. Even if the plan goes wrong, I at least have the means to resist. Subai silently calculated the cards in his hand and his heart. Except for the obvious masters. The biggest hole card is that there is an S card in the hand. Even if they are top-notch diamonds, it is definitely not bad to be cursed by Doomsday. In addition, there is a million-yield nuclear bomb hidden at home. And the storm oscillator and diamond laser cannon that can be obtained after capturing the golden brain. Not necessarily without a fight. In the boundless sea of stars, great stars radiate light and heat. Some of them are real. There are only high-dimensional projections. It is impossible to get close by ordinary means. Only by raising one's own dimension can one touch it. A small world is like a drop in the ocean. Ups and downs in the sea of stars. The sky is full of stars, and each star represents a world. There are meteors falling every moment. It also means that there are worlds crashed. But at the same time, a world is born every minute. In a corner of the Big Dipper star region, a star fleet is flying silently. Inghua Xing is our target. That fleet is just a stumbling block in the middle. As the vanguard, Chao Pitaman still misses the red star in the distance. As the closest star to us, it must pass. But it is a bit dangerous. Even the high-level brain demons have fallen. Alice was very calm. They have been traveling for a month. Very monotonous in space. Subai is in the process. Even went out for a meal. He sighed with emotion. The space is empty. At present, there is only one silver-class flying saucer that has been captured in the Tianyuan realm, and it cannot carry more people. 99. In the future, let Alice lead more people to build spaceships to make it more efficient. A piece of meteorite group located between Tainyuanji and Yinghuaxing. From time to time, it is affected by the gravitational influence of distant celestial bodies, and meteorite fragments collide. If there are advanced creatures here, you will also find camouflaged satellites hidden in the outer corners. At this time, the quiet meteorite belt touched a group of uninvited guests. I pray for your help and wish the next battle is invincible. Before the battle, everyone prayed silently in their hearts, except for a drop of divine power. There are currently 5,000 faith. Subai generously granted authority to the bishops. Feel his full support. Everyone in the expedition team was even more delighted. Detect magic. Look for the trap. Danger perception. A group of priests, headed by the Beholder Elder, carefully performed magic. As a skill derived from faith, they come with a high degree of mystery. Much safer than mental investigation. After all, the brain demon itself is an expert in this field. According to the plan, the Dark Tyrannosaurus Beast and the Super Beast led a small team to the Silver Team. There are 6 silver brain demons there, and the senior leader at the head should be extra careful. Never give them the chance to cast the Storm Oscillator. 35. Lord of the Four Seas, you continue to stay close to the Golden Brain. 99. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. For this place, many fighters are familiar. Know the terrain better than the brain demons. Enter quietly. I do not know how long it has been. A huge tentacle monster suddenly grabbed a huge meteorite. It is wrapped in tentacles as long as 1,000 meters, and it will be crushed with a single force. The huge meteor shook, and the sand and stones kept falling. A tyrannical brain wave erupted from it. Enemy attack? Where did the enemy come from? There is no sign. Hurry up and inform the squad. 99. Get ready to fire the laser cannon. With the meteorite shaking, the dust surrounding it dissipated, revealing a golden oval flying saucer several hundred meters high. They were just about to resist. Unexpectedly, the front door was breached by a tentacle, and a half-fish, half-human deep diver came in. The ordinary bronze brain demon was shocked to discover the mental shock that he is proud of when encountering murlocs. Like a sea of bullshit, it won't work at all. Even many weak brain demons were shocked. Where are you monsters? I don't know about our brain demons. In the depths of the flying saucer, a silver-level brain demon rushed out. At the same time, a deformed monster returned. A bite to one of the main tentacles. Those tentacles that had been prepared for a long time, like playing golf. A tail sweeps over. Was swept out. Godzilla, who had been at the door for a long time, opened his mouth at the right time. The two monsters cooperate. Straight to bite the deformed monster in half. Got swallowed by Godzilla. We come from the Human Alliance. Don't you know that this is the sphere of influence of human beings? Alice led the evil eye and zombies to break in first. A brain demon leader tried to resist. Alice raised her hand and blasted her head. But at the same time, the chips inside are well preserved. You think killing a squad will be fine? 35. In battle, the leader of the Golden Brain. A golden brain demon with a height of 5 meters and 8 tentacles appeared. It flies in the air. A spiritual force that forms substance, like gravity. The surrounding metal fragments and corpses all flew over. Just when it wanted to fight back. Unexpectedly, from its feet, a tentacle covered in mucus burst out. Precisely entangled its body. Use a little force. Directly separate its corpse. Also a golden creature. It is actually in the hands of the Lord of the Four Seas, and it can't even go through a round. You don't think it's okay. Only a golden brain demon with a huge head flying was shocked and scared. At the same time, its brain rapidly grew larger. A wave of destruction came from the depths of the brain. The inheritance of the brain demon family. Even if you blow yourself up, don't leave your head to the enemy. Suddenly, a zombie tyrant with blood wings turned his right hand into a diamond arm. Precisely penetrates its head. And held the chip with dense biological circuits and shining golden luster. Gold-level chip, hand in hand intact. According to the plan. It's time for Lord of the Seas to unlock talent. Alice took out a diamond brain from the core of the golden brain. The Lord of the Four Seas in the outside world no longer suppressed himself. Completely released the spirit. Just unlocked the moment of talent. There was an annoying babble in my mind. One after another empty knowledge, spiritual pollution, whether it is willing or not. If you can't stand it, you force it in. The Lord of the Four Seas has become accustomed to this. At the same time, I vaguely feel that I am in the starry sky, and more knowledge is poured into it. There are monsters trying to lock themselves. It skillfully controls the frequency of receiving knowledge, while packing up the spoils. We have also succeeded, and we have received 6 intact silver chips. The other end. The super beast is faster than the main force. Under the careless calculation, coupled with the gold-level combat power of Super Pitamin, easily crushed that silver squad. Take revenge for being killed several times in the simulation. Everyone, the real battle begins now. Hurry up and pack up the easy-to-get loot and get ready to return. Alice didn't feel relieved at all. Personnel losses were counted. The findings are far less than in the simulations. I don't know if it's luck or not. The meteorite belt is a treasure trove. In addition, the brain demons also left a lot of treasures here. After a while, they returned home full of food. A reminder popped up on Mobai's creator panel. Important log. When your subordinates were opening the interstellar route, they accidentally encountered a gold-level brain demon fleet. After some battles, they were destroyed at a very small price. And reap the loot, an intact golden brain flying saucer, gold chip X1, intact silver chip X8, slightly damaged silver chip X1, B-level water source card, the Fountain of Life, A-level resource card, miniature spirit vessel, silver UFO X1, some escaped saying. This time the harvest is great, especially the presence of that spiritual vein, which can allow many leaders to break through, and even let the two giant beasts go further. Subai smiled. Seen countless treasures in the simulation. Finally got it. But still hot potato. As the creator, he was secretly vigilant. It was as if he was being watched by some terrifying beast. The real test begins now. The same moment. From the Big Dipper star region, I don't know, a ruin built 108,000 miles away. A brain demon with a height of more than 10 meters and a head as beautiful as a gem, transparent enough to clearly see the internal structure, was awakened. One of our teams lost the signal, and the last message left on the mother's brain indicated that they were destroyed near the Scourge. Is it the revenge of that planet? The other diamond-level brain demon replied. The other brain demons around summoned the virtual panel and tapped the buttons with their tentacles. After a while, a residual message was received. Maybe it's because the signal is not very good. Stuttering and voiceovers often occur in the projected picture. But they could vaguely see that it was a huge mutant tentacle monster that attacked them, and a black dinosaur nearly 100 meters long. The two of them showed great fighting power. Even the leading brain demon leader was killed without resisting it for a minute. Whether it's the eccentric talent revealed by the tentacles, or exhaling a big dinosaur that ate the deformed monster, all aroused the interest of brain demons. At the same time, the computer is also calculating the strength and origin of the enemy. The last segment of the video is the voice of a blonde girl. This is human territory. It seems that the two monsters have a fighting power comparable to the Peak of Gold. If the two beasts cooperate, plus the help of other dependents, they are likely to be comparable to a diamond creature. A brain demon commented with shaking his head. Its brainwaves are flat. Not at all saddened by the death of his subordinates. On the contrary, he is very interested in the enemy. To facilitate evolution, conduct research. The brain demons have evolved to a level where they don't need to talk or feel anything. Another companion agreed. The lowest judgment, that tentacle monster may be a distant descendant of a famous outer god in the universe, and the potential contained in the bloodline is amazing. The attack method and internal structure of that big dinosaur are something I have never seen before, and it seems to be a mutation. Judging from its combat power, no monsters of epic blood can beat it. It is very valuable for research. Okay, then let's avenge our compatriots. As far as our two fleets go, even if we can win, we will suffer heavy losses. According to the calculation in 3.4, there is also a 0.1% chance of capsize. For a 99.9% chance of success, 2 more fleets should be applied for. 5. Let's do it like this. Submit a mission on the mother's brain and ask the nearest 2 fleets for help. Years. It didn't take long. There are a total of 4 diamond-level brain demon fleets, with thousands of small flying saucers, flying towards the Big Dipper star region at an extremely fast speed. They use phase rate flight. From a higher perspective, the space is not flat. Rather, it is like an undulating curved line. They have a face ratio engine. You can jump freely in space. Avoid many detours. After all, it is in the territory of human beings, and it is very likely to be a newly born human world. Actions should not be too public, in order to prevent them from being tracked down by subsequent enemies. Quick battle. Under the instructions of a higher-level brain demon. This tyrannical force. It didn't take long for it to enter the Big Dipper star region. In order not to be monitored by human civilization, the 4 fleets are very tacit and skillfully gathered together. The fleet discolored, disguised as a massive meteorite, straight into the direction of Tainuanji. At the same time, direction relative to them. The same 100-eyed monster disguised as a meteorite is also accelerating. Why do I feel more and more depressed in my heart? At this time, the sky in the Tianuan realm was dark. The world consciousness has a premonition that the natural enemy is coming. It affected the sky for a while. Even ordinary monkeys feel depressed for a while. Alice has led the world's elite, gathered in the depths of the sea. They hid in the Golden Brain's flying saucer. After these days of preparation, it has basically been able to control the simple operations inside the Golden Brain. At least it's no problem to cast Storm Oscillator and Diamond Laser Cannon. As for the most important calculation and fully automatic combat functions, the central Diamond Brain needs to be added. Alice has yet to study the Diamond Brain, for safety reasons. Rather, it separates the whole from the core. The most important moment has come. Alice felt a little nervous. This is the first time I have encountered such a strong enemy. Even in the deduction, it has been successful twice. But in reality, a grasp is not good. It is very likely that the end of the whole army will be wiped out. Don't be afraid. In the face of a strong enemy, only wisdom is our strongest weapon. Su Bai's voice resounded in their ears. There is a reassuring magic. The restless warriors gradually calmed down. At the same time, the origin of the world is also calm. Su Bai was actually comforting himself in his heart. Borrow the creator's perspective. He accurately found two meteorites of different colors, colliding from different directions. The larger meteorite seems to have spotted someone trying to get there first. They sped up. He actually wanted to collect the spoils in advance before another meteorite arrived. Oops, as expected, reality won't go on as you think. 39. Su Bai's heart suddenly burst. No matter how many times you simulate, when actually practicing, whenever there is an accident, will lead to completely different results. Not just him. Alice and others who observed through the Golden Brain also discovered this. The meteorite suspected of being a brain demon has accelerated. 35. They should sense that an enemy is approaching and want to get there before another meteorite. 5. The silver-winged zombies' already pale complexion became even paler. The other leaders sank in their hearts. Be ready to start the flying saucers, then hold off on them. 35. Alice enables fallback. Prepared for the worst. Father God is above. I hope that the two enemies of all evil will kill each other. May your radiance guide our path forward. 39. Many people prayed silently in their hearts, enhancing the origin of the world. At this moment, Su Bai raised the scepter in his hand. The only drop of divine power left was mobilized. This time it was used on the world itself, with a mysterious energy immersed into the core of the world. The Tianyuan realm was shaken. Everyone felt that the spiritual energy and gravity in the world doubled immediately. In fact, the 23 bodies in the world are the greatest power. But it doesn't usually work out. But now he is being deliberately guided by Su Bai. A tyrannical gravitational force sucked the slightly behind meteorite. The originally faster meteorite fell into the gravitational field and was delayed. Under Su Bai's clever calculation, two very different gravitational fields collide. Sure enough, there is equipment to assist, and the control is more ingenious. 35. Ma Bai, who was holding the divine tree scepter, sighed in his heart. In the future, there are conditions, and it is decided to collect better equipment. The meteorite that was about to reach the vicinity of Tainyuanji shook for a while. What's going on? A repulsive force caused us to approach. 35. A red reminder pops up on the fleet panel of the brain demons. It may be the counterattack of the world consciousness. Where did the other meteorite come from? The headed brain demon looked to the other side dejectedly. The 100-eyed demon lord disguised as a meteorite has already arrived at his destination. No longer cover up. In the air, it has been constantly transformed and tentacles stretched out. One after another evil eye looked at everything around. Pulled by the gravitational pull of the world. Two meteorites from different directions collided suddenly. No matter where it came from, rushed to grab the prey with us, then smash it and bring it back together. With the order of the 4 brain demons. A total of 4 motherships gathered together with high energy. A line of laser cannons swept across the universe, shooting precisely at the opposite side. The 100-eyed demon lord is not easy to mess with. It hunts in the universe, and it has not suffered any losses while running rampant all the way. It's nice not to have trouble with other people. How can you be bullied? Pairs of eyes speed up the recovery and burst out of light and laser hedge. Boom! A flash of light erupted in the near-space domain of Tainuanji. Alice and the others watching the battle below. It was like watching a grand fireworks show. What's going on? This monster is very powerful, and its energy is comparable to our 4 main guns. 5. Oops, it's too fast to change direction. Let the brain demons adjust the fleet. Under the dual action of inertia and gravity. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as he collided with the 100-eyed demon lord. Like a supernova explosion. Accompanied by bright flashes covering space. The 2 meteorites were directly knocked out of their original shape. An alien flying saucer was smashed into pieces and flew around. The 4 alien flagships also fell apart. Sparks were still flashing in many places, and the damage was not small. The 100-eyed demon lord on the opposite side is also not good. A lot of blood spurted out and floated in space. Some tentacle fragments also burned in the collision. Its high energy is like an ocean wave. It shook the Tianyuan realm not far away. Fortunately, the effect of that drop of divine power is still there. Thickened the world barrier. Just set off a big storm within the world, and it has dissipated. As in deductions, both are lost. 55. Alice stared nervously into space. Both sides suffered a big loss. He did not choose to give up, but instead fought fiercely. On one side are 4 diamond-level brain demon fleets with decent technology. As the main force of the brain demon, each flagship has firepower comparable to that of top diamonds. Not only are they powerful, but they can also cooperate with each other. But on the other side, it is also a descendant of the famous evil god, a monster with a thread of God's blood. Its 100 eyes can emit divine light. Its firepower is strong, not inferior to the fleet's, coupled with the occasional use of talent to anchor the warship. It even caused some small battleships to be detonated. The enraged brain demons used heavy weapons. Antimatter bomb. The 100-eyed demon lord didn't notice it at first until the bomb approached. Even the laser was annihilated. It screeched, "Get out of bomb range for a fraction of your body." This aroused his ferocity even more. Seize the opportunity and hug a flagship up close. A pair of eyes penetrated into the ship. Just one sweep resulted in the sudden death of hundreds of brain demons within it. Many of them are silver and gold. The 2 sides fought bloody battles for a while, which caused flashes and flashes here. Striking like a morning star. After playing for a while, both sides were badly wounded and attempted a truce. Sudden. They all looked at the weak world not far away. Where can I go to replenish blood? A flagship ship came first. Unexpectedly, when it reached the sky above the Tianyuan realm, instantly fired a diamond-level laser cannon from below. What's even more shocking to the brain is that, when he wanted to dodge, the forces of the world around him trapped the flagship. Caused them to take this blow. This is our weapon. 35. With the loss of the flagship, the brain demon hurriedly escaped from the world. That diamond-level laser cannon is, logically speaking, the Golden Fleet is not eligible for configuration. Or they are left behind because of the special tasks they perform. Hit him in the head now. It made the seriously injured flagship even more crumbling. It's too bad. I can't continue to fight. Yes, and this is the territory of human beings. The disturbance just now has attracted some attention. Even if it is possible to eat this new world, it will take a lot of time. Can't care about this multi-eyed monster. He has a problem with his brain. 99. Brain demons are a group of delicate self-interested elements. After the 4 brain demons discussed it, they all retreated in unison. The 100-eyed demon lord on the other end was not feeling well either. Not only a part of the body was lost, but also a serious consumption. It's not stupid either. Seeing the enemy slowly fade away, it also looked down unwillingly. Reincarnated as a meteorite, disappeared into the universe. Subai and his subordinates are still vigilant in the depths of the universe, until the 2 meteorites flew farther and farther. When no trace is visible, it was only certain that they were all gone. The 2 major crises have been lifted. It's temporarily safe. There were thunderous cheers from all over the world. Anyone who understands this crisis is jumping for joy. Solve 2 hidden dangers at one time. Both have the ability to destroy the world. But it was solved like this. They have earned precious developmental time. But in this battle, the exposed combat power of both sides also shocked Alice and others. The more the evolution is at a later stage, the greater the power gap. At present, the highest combat power in the Tianyuan realm is no more than 4 golds. Even borrowed equipment. It can resist at most 1 ordinary diamond powerhouse. Not to mention that this time they are all the leaders in the diamond field. If it is not scruples of both sides, but also because it is located in the territory of human beings, they will definitely share a portion of the loot each. Neutrality also requires strength. Retiring temporarily does not mean that you will not come again in the future. The universe is full of crises, and the only way to be vigilant at all times and to be strong is to be strong. In a roar of cheers, Subai appeared again. Luckiness accounted for a large part of my escape this time. The most important thing at present is to digest the gains from this battle and turn the spoils into combat power. 95. There will be an extremely large plane simulation battle right away. The enemies you will encounter will be very strange. There will be millions of different worlds involved. What you will encounter will be the enemies of the heavens and the world. And the rewards are unprecedentedly rich, whether it is a large spiritual vein, or a magic mine, or even the blood of a beast, or even a world tree seed. As long as we can win, then we can get it all. Listen to my orders, the next period of time. Recuperate and evolve. This is the highest oracle, resounded in the hearts of all. Make them aware of the seriousness of the problem. Millions of worlds participating? How big should this war be? Listen to Father God, this battle is extremely important. It seems that we can't relax, we have to train. The 2 meteorites fought just now, and there was a lot of blood and debris of the spacecraft that fell into space. I carried them back. 35. Hearing the oracle, Alice's eyes flashed eagerly. Such a grand ceremony must be fun. Flying warriors, follow me to space to carry the spoils. The space scavenger army led by Chow Pitamin is in action again. It may be that the talent of the one who favors fate takes effect. The 2 sides fought, and a lot of good things broke out. Among them, the blood of the 100-eyed demon lord is the most precious. Let the lord of the 4 seas be tempted. It eats me, and it evolves by purifying the blood. I eat it, and it can too. However, it wasn't the only one eyeing blood essence. Tentacle boss, we have known each other for hundreds of epochs. You see, I don't usually fight for anything with everyone. But this will, people develop the eye field so strongly. It is of great help to our clan, and its blood and blood will be determined by my evil eye clan. The beholder elder also ran over. Everyone knows how important this thing is to them. Not retreat from each other. Still Alice went out to mediate. The essence and blood you need can be divided into 2 parts, and the results obtained from research can complement each other. Even broken ships are extremely precious. In the eyes of Alice and others, the waste products that brain demons despise contain extremely high technology. Plus space vehicles are already scarce. Knock knock knock, make a change. It can also barely make up a space fleet. Subai quietly observed all this. An important reminder pops up on the panel. Log, the 2 meteorites that finally arrived collided by coincidence, and they were all disguised by the enemy. After a battle, the 2 sides had damaged each other, and they considered that the attack on the Tianyuan realm would outweigh the gains. Unwilling to fade away, the crisis of extinction has been lifted. The blood, broken spaceships, fragments, etc. left by the 2 sides were brought back by Alice and others, which played an unexpected role. Log, driven by your will, everyone in Tianyuan realm is under pressure to speed up the digestion of spoils and prepare for battle. The 2 cards that were salvaged before can be used. Mabai breathed a sigh of relief after solving the 2 hidden dangers. Raise the tree scepter high. Use the Grade B water source card and the Grade A resource card. With the 2 cards turned into light spots into the world. I do not know when there is a spring of life on the land, and its spring water flows into the world through rivers. Improve water quality. 2:30 after the injured beast took a sip of the spiritual spring by coincidence, not only the injury was healed, but the vitality was also prolonged. Alice, Godzilla, etc. naturally know what kind of baby this is. After inquiries, tasting a mouthful of linguan is full of praise. The Dark Tyrannosaurus also wanted to use the large population of dinosaurs as an excuse to occupy this spiritual spring. The Kwitu felt that they were aquatic animals and should be looked after by them. There was a lot of debate. Alice decides to build a waterworks near the Fountain of Life, specially pump water and use spiritual water as raw material to prepare medicine. And the role of the spirit mine is even greater. The earth gave birth to a tiny spiritual vein exuding aura, subtly enhanced the potential of the world. Subai's awakening is a bit innate. After several strong, the energy evolved to the medium level. But with the help of spirit veins, time to gradually move towards higher energies. More importantly, the world can support more strong people. After some practice, the Lord of the Four Seas, who devoured the blood of the 100-eyed demon lord, felt the sign of breaking through. Godzilla's gains in previous battles are not small. It recently slept with that mega-yield nuclear bomb. With the help of nuclear bombs, the replacement of G-cells in the body is completed. Alice is the busiest, not only to coordinate the various forces, but also to study the equipment on the golden brain. Several of the brain magic chips are the most precious, based on the residual technology of the previous zombie world. Alice uses the diamond brain as the core, supplemented by a gold chip and 8 silver chips. Create a Tianyuanshin machine with amazing computing power. With it, it is much easier for everyone to communicate. When conducting research and evolutionary deductions, the success rate has doubled by 100 times. As for why not put the diamond brain on the original gold brain? Naturally, it was because Alice couldn't overcome the anti-theft technology of the brain demon. As long as the two work together, like an automatic alarm, not only does it expose the coordinates of Tianyuanji at any time, I will also upload the information here. To be on the safe side, it is natural to simply borrow the computing power of the diamond brain. This time, Tianyuan realm is advancing by leaps and bounds. With the Tianyuan divine machine, Alice led 1,000 intelligent zombies, as well as the help of the beholder. Created 5 space mine transports with curvature engines. The engine was picked up from the brain demons, mainly some casings and transmission pipes. They appear so that in half a day, you can go back and forth to the meteorite. The speed of picking up trash is greatly accelerated. Therefore, the land area is changing with each passing day. 750 kilometers, 800 kilometers, 820 kilometers. Seeing that the power of the source continues to increase, Subai simply turned on time acceleration. Let them speed up their practice. All ethnic groups have also entered a stage of blowout. By extracting the thin divine power of the blood of the Demon King, the Lord of the Four Seas purified his blood again and advanced to the gold intermediate level. Godzilla has yet to break through. But compared to before, the energy reserve has increased by 4 or 5 times, and it is only one opportunity. You can break through to the intermediate level at any time. As for the creatures that have evolved to silver, there are naturally more, except for a few major groups. In addition, a few outstanding figures such as Titan Python and Vigorous Ape also appeared. Another big news is the Beholders. They study the blood of the Demon King and the corpse of the Brain Demon. There are daring evil eyes trying to fuse. After paying many casualties, it really succeeded by chance, and activated the talents of the heavens and the world. A strange new creature with an octopus head and sharp arms evolved. Even better, they are still hermaphrodites and can reproduce themselves. Reminder, your subordinates, the Evil Eye clan, branched out the Mind Flayers. When he saw the news, Ma Bai was stunned. Compared to the Evil Eye, the Mind Flayers' action, combat, and other aspects have been strengthened. He also learned from the Lord of the Four Seas to attack with the 4 tentacles on his face. Plus, it can reproduce itself. In a short period of time, it has become a force that cannot be underestimated in the Tianyuan realm. As for the original Beholder Elder, he had to absorb the brain fluid of the Golden Brain Demon after a period of hard work. The same person evolved into a gold-level tyrant, the Evil Eye Tyrant. Seeing that everything is on track, Subai adjusted the time flow rate to prevent the power of the source from being consumed too quickly. Consciousness also exits the sea of stars. Back to the cottage. I picked up my phone and watched the group chat in the Creation Center. There are only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Everyone was nervous. See chat history. Some people signed contracts with certain families and companies in advance and obtained an investment. Among them, the one who is in the limelight is the master of the Kanglin realm who loves to pretend. It is said that I don't know where to get an A-rank professional card, Dragon Vessel Warlock. It is very compatible with his kobold troops. An unknown mutation has occurred. Now he has become one of the brightest seeds in Guangqing. My opponent is only the goddess of double flowers in number 1 middle school. As for the students of number 3 middle school who are lucky, I don't care at all. Luck is only temporary, and among millions of students across the country, luck alone can't go far. 35. He almost got a name. This is white. Many lemon extracts touted it back. That's it. If I was hit by the fragments of the world, I would be so strong. In a series of discussions about Subai, Xianghu, who danced the most, was completely silent. His lizardman spine was interrupted by Subai. Under the crowd's run. He had to bubble up. Don't underestimate Ma Bai. Last time I fought with him, that group of insects just sprinted and killed my lizard soldiers. I can clearly feel that he has other forces that have not come out. The fragments of the Hulk planet may bring some new species to his world. 35. You are frightened. I also studied Ma Bai's tactics. Those insects are very powerful, but they have fatal flaws. The first is that they are weak in the spiritual field. The second is that they cannot attack far away. 5. Some scoffed. I formed a group of gray dwarf shooters to counteract his melee units. 99. Maybe it's because Ma Bai's adventure is too eye-catching. To the point of group chat. Many people have a sour attitude. I hope he stumbles in the college entrance examination. Among them, there is also the class leader who is not convinced. A few words of defense for him. Subai just watched it for a while and then turned it off. Any disputes will have to wait until the college entrance examination 3 days later. Before going to bed, he chatted with the monitor. It is learned that she has cultivated thousands of snowman dolls and several special leaders. Immediately with great interest, I said that I will go and see it tomorrow. Okay, when the time comes, I'll treat you to popsicles. Chi Lansu on the other end of the phone rolled on the bed and laughed. Since it mutated into a world of ice and snow, I no longer have to worry about eating ice cream. I also dedicate an area to serve as an ice store. It can produce all kinds of special products of ice and mysterious ice. I checked it and it is very popular in the market. 5. Then it's settled. I also have a few aquatic animals, and when the time comes, I will let them enchant them with you. Subai smiled. I hung up the phone and fell asleep before I knew it. The next day, Subai drove to the Mingwei community where the squad leader was located. It can be seen that she also belongs to a middle-class family. The surrounding greenery, parks, and guards are all very good. He was initially stopped by security guards downstairs in the community. It was Chi Lansu who took it down and put it in. The house prices here are not low, right? I can't see that you are also a little rich woman. Take a look at the environment in the community. Subai laughed. No, it's only 50,000. It's not as good as the necklace you gave me last time. Speaking of this, Chi Lance's face turned slightly red. I took it home 2 days ago and surprised my mother. Let me not accept such an expensive gift. You are also a world master now. Using the power of the world, it is estimated that you can create extraordinary accessories with attributes. What are these ordinary things? Subai waved his hand indifferently. Chi Lansa rolled his eyes at him. You think that everyone is as wasteful as you, and if you have that strength, you must keep nurturing your subordinates and speed up time. The two walked while talking. Unconsciously, I took the elevator to the 16th floor, in front of Chi Lance's house. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman with shallow crow's feet on the corners of her eyes, but she was well maintained. She saw 2 people talking and laughing. Immediately, they greeted the two with a smile on their faces. Is it small? I always hear Xiaolan talk about you. You two are at the same table, so please bear with her. After that, I made tea enthusiastically and served fruit. Chi's father, who was watching TV, didn't know the child's mother. Originally, Zhuanghong had some opinions on Su Bai, but since the daughter went out for a trip, the small gifts brought back can be found at a price of several hundred debiliu. In addition, I often see his name in newspapers and news recently. No matter how stupid he is, he knows that he is the son-in-law of the golden turtle. Attitude naturally improved. Chi Lanza couldn't accept her mother's utilitarianism. Take Su Bai to the bedroom. The girl's room is well-dressed, filled with pink tones. The most eye-catching ones are a few snowman dolls on the bedside and table. To think about the two worlds, the best is naturally to borrow high-tech equipment. The two people lay in the auxiliary warehouse at the same time to establish a space passage. That can greatly reduce the consumption of the power of the world, and it will also help stabilize the laws of the world. But they don't have that right now. Just the two lay down side by side and shook hands. Open the world main panel together. Consciousness enters the sea of stars. In this process, Chi Lance's face was flushed, and even her two small and delicate ears were dyed red. Looking at it, Bai is salivating. I wanted to turn into a big bad wolf and swallowed the little white rabbit in one bite. Cough, don't look. Come into the starry sky. You haven't been lazy these days, have you? Chi Lanza rolled his eyes at him angrily. Su Bai smiled embarrassedly and clenched her nervous little hand. Bind your mind and sink into the Tianyuan realm. Enter my world. This time, clearly noticed. In the void, there is a faint perception of another small world. Maybe it's because both of them woke up not long ago. The dimensions of the world are very close, so it is easy to communicate with each other. My ice and snow world is in the North Star region. Besides Su Bai, there was Chi Lanzu's soul body flashing with hexagonal ice flowers. In a sense, the soul projection of the World Master also represents her attributes. Okay, I will inform my subordinates. Establish a space channel. 99. Today is mainly about reviewing, helping each other, and relaxing. It's better not to act in actual combat. Afraid to scare the monitor. Su Bai also specially reminded. Humph, if I find out that you've been slacking off these days, I won't spare you. Chi Lanza raised a small fist the size of a snowball and said with a little pride, I want the Snow King to beat you up. Snow King? Su Bai was stunned for a moment. Is it the boss of the snowman? With doubts, he returned to Tianyuan realm again. Time speeds up after a night. The world has changed beyond imagination. Mainland. Unknowingly, it rose to 1,000 kilometers. You have to know that when you reach 2,000 kilometers, you can try to advance to the third-order small world. There is also the Ashland, which acts as the world's garbage dump, ruins, where are many indigestible garbage and world relics piled up. Unconsciously, it has risen to more than 500 kilometers. Many Resident Evil scenes are realized one by one. There are even 100,000 zombies walking aimlessly in the Ash continent. Alice didn't want to waste the land. Built a power plant in New Raccoon City. Catch the idle zombies and generate electricity automatically. Greatly liberated productivity. Some soldiers who committed crimes in the main continent were all exiled here. Some dangerous experiments are also carried out here. View through the World Masters panel. The species in the entire Tianyuan realm has exceeded 1 million. Among them, there are 20,000 in total that can be used as combat units. If it really encounters the ultimate war of destroying the world, all the people will be soldiers. You can even make up an army of 50,000. On this day, the soldiers who are still living day after day. Suddenly, I heard the call of God the Father. For the upcoming super plane battle, I contacted another world master to jointly open the gate of the two worlds and let the two worlds have a friendly exchange. 99. New world? Oh yeah, I'm always bored here. Father, do we need to fight? My broadsword is already hungry and thirsty. 99. What is the world? Is it bigger than us? His words made people everywhere stop, one by one eager to try. Ahem, this time is different from the past. This world master is my friend. The opposite is a friendly world, mainly not for fighting, but for you to relax and see the world. Of course, if the other side needs you to spar with you, be careful not to hurt anyone. After all, that world is definitely weaker than us. Under Subai's explanation, everyone knows the basic information. Many militants were a little disillusioned. When Alice asked what the world was, Subai smiled and replied, "A mutated world of ice and snow with extremely low temperatures. May be good for aquatic animals." 9. Lord of the Four Seas, you are ready with 2,000 deep divers. On behalf of me, I will be sent to the other world. Yes, Father God. In the ocean, a giant monster surfaced. Before he knew it, he had grown into a kilometer. There is a magical nature on his body, and the place where he stands is like a demon. A distorted mental force field spreads around. It's a spillover force that even it can't control itself, affected by its power. There are 1,000 more deep divers. Respected Father God, I also want to go to the world of ice and snow. 35. How could such a good thing be rare in Alice? Subai looked at her. Surprised, how come you have upgraded? Hee. The brain demon's brain is very nutritious, and with the help of the fountain of life, it has evolved to the golden intermediate level without knowing it. Alice was slightly pleased. You can go. Count the people again. 35. Let Alice get ready. Subai silently contacted the monitor at the other end. Ready? Okay, don't be intimidated by my world. Be careful when you open the door and freeze with the cold wind. Subai smiled. Raise the divine tree scepter and invoke the power of the world. At the same time, a solemn reminder sounded. Please note, there is a force from another world invading. Do you agree to release the world barrier and open the space channel? Okay. 35. The last time I went to Resident Evil I had experience. As his consciousness relaxes, there was a ripple in a void on the coast. A grand door of light emerged. A completely different law of another world and aura of another world came from the opposite side. At the same time, a frigid wind blew from behind the door. The sea was frozen in an instant. Let many sea fish freeze into popsicles. The Kwatoa who were caught off guard also turned into ice sculptures. On one head is a white crown, the whole body is white, and it is bulging. The body is composed of 2 large snowballs, the nose is carved out of radish, and it has strong short legs. Led by a big snowman with a chubby snow-white hand holding an ice cream scepter. A group of chubby, white snowmen jumped out from behind the door and shouted, "On behalf of the great Snow Queen, I, the Snow King, led 1,000 snowmen babies to visit another world." Is it the Snow King? Subai stared at the leading boss and took a closer look. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. It also sticks out its red tongue mischievously and looks cute. Mighty Domineering did not see. It is very thief splash, thief cute. This is another world? What a big sea. What a beautiful new world. Facing this situation, I want to write a poem. Blue sky, blue sea. It's a little hot. Why is the sea frozen? This group of snowman dolls seems to be a bit out of character. Originally with an official visit mission. Forgot it in a blink of an eye. Some went to swim in the sea. As a result, the sea level froze wherever it went. Some go ashore. Communicate with dinosaurs, with primitive dinosaurs. Alice, the Lord of the Four Seas, who had been looking forward to it, was a little speechless. But I also felt the realm of the Snow King. It turned out to be a high-grade silver magical creature. Good. It seems to feel a little embarrassed to come from afar and empty-handed. The Snow King holds up the ice cream scepter. It's the first time to come to the expensive land. A small gift is not a tribute. With a sudden drop in temperature, hexagonal snowflakes fluttered on the Snow King. A colorful mountain of ice cream and ice cream fell from the sky, falling in front of Alice and the others. Alice stretched out her finger and picked a little ice cream to taste. Immediately, his eyes lit up. It tastes good. It's cold and sweet. That is. The Snow King proudly raised his chubby belly. Well, they're rather naughty. They're innocent and pure in mind. And it may be more exciting to go to other worlds for the first time. From behind the portal, 2 women came out. One is Chi Lansu, who is gathered by the power of ice and snow. The other was wearing pure white ancient clothes, with snow-white hair and blue eyes. A very cold and arrogant, expressionless beauty. Is this the Snow Maiden? Subai was surprised. I didn't expect the squad leader to create a snow girl so quickly. And it is also peak silver. No matter how you look at it, it is more reliable than the Snow King who is making ice cream. This is your world? How big? At first glance, Chi Lansu was attracted by the boundless sea, overlooking the coastline. Heads of Kutu people are training soldiers on the waves, cultivating marine fish and planting seaweed. Especially on the shore, the huge sea monster with only half of its body exposed is even more suffocating. When they were on the shore, the other pale-faced humans gave Chi Lansu a sense of intimacy. Looking further afield, you can also see lush virgin forests. Dinosaurs are hunting. I see how big your world is. Subai was also a little curious. How did the squad leader who got the adventure develop? Through the door of light, the oncoming cold wind. It made his consciousness feel a chill. Psychological effect. Look around. A vast world of ice and snow. Occasionally, a few ice wolves would suddenly prey on them. In the extreme cold sea in the distance, it was also frozen into ice. However, in the sea, there are still beautiful ice fish that are extremely cold resistant. In the whole world, there is only one color, white. The size of the ice and snow world also surprised Subai. The diameter of the land is more than 400 kilometers. Evolve a little more, and you can advance to the second level. Moreover, he also sensed the cold air pervading the heavens and the earth, and automatically repelled other creatures. At least comparable to the advanced energy of mutation. The snowman dolls. It's not just that it looks simple and cute on the surface. Actually fight. Also cute and fierce. In the ocean, a frozen Kotoa has melted. An angry punch hit the snowman, trying to teach him a lesson. That material, its body is as soft as cotton candy. It even bounced off the attack of the Kotu. Instead, it knocked it flying. The snowman has a special physique, is immune to most physical attacks, and also has its own ice attribute, making it a formidable enemy. 5. Alice gives them high marks. Of course, that's all. Waiting for Chi Lansa to find out the area of Tainuanji. The little mouth almost didn't close. How much area? She can't believe it. More than 1,000 kilometers. 5. Subai repeated helplessly. Even if meteorites fall from the sky, they can't evolve so fast, can they? Chi Lansa looked left and right. I looked at the dinosaur man with a muscular head. He looked at the murlocs living in the sea again. No wonder he can feed so many people in a place twice his size. You may not believe it. Not only did I encounter meteorites, but two. Subai reluctantly told the truth. You think I'm a 3-year-old? Chi Lansa rolled his eyes at him. People sometimes just don't want to hear the truth. Next, the two sides continued in death exchanges. The Yeti's magic is favored by the Kotoa. It's not just snowballs. It can also add ice properties to sea fish. The snowmen also made a pot of sturgeon sashimi on the spot, which won the favor of everyone. In order to thank the Snow King for the ice cream snow mountain, Alice also took them on a tour of the waterworks. When seeing the Fountain of Life, Snow King's eyes turned red on the spot. Galugula rolled down the spring, but couldn't stop it. The other snowmen simply absorbed the aura emanating from the Fountain of Life, and they were all light and fluttering. Snow Maiden floated around and was attracted by the lively lava castle. As the largest city in Tianyuan, there are tens of thousands of dinosaur people in it, so the roads and markets are extraordinarily large. Ong seems to be awakened by something. A roar came from the top of the volcano. Lava erupted. Volcanic eruptions? Chi Lansu, who was admiring the dinosaur culture at the foot of the mountain, looked nervous and quickly said, "Quickly guide the energy of the Earth's crust with divine power, or let it vent, and 230 will kill a lot of people." It's okay. It's the boss of the dinosaurs who lost his temper. 35. Subai smiled and pointed to the lava castle, the dinosaurs living as usual. They are not surprised and still live peacefully. Only Snow Maiden was frightened, accompanied by a roar of the earth. A flaming dark Godzilla descended from the volcano. It's so big, 100 meters high, right? Chi Lansa saw Godzilla appear with his own eyes. His eyes were full of shock. This won't be a gold-level monster. your trump card in the college entrance examination, right? She also thought that the other leaders were still in the silver stage. Subai smiled without any specific explanation. Godzilla has recently reached puberty and is very angry, so he has a bad temper. Godzilla, who was awakened, got up a little bit. Flames erupted from the mouth and nose. Nutrients are abundant during this time. Whether it is the zombie brain core that has not been used up, or the spiritual nourishing brain fluid of the brain demon, have greatly contributed to its evolution. Now it has grown to a height of 100 meters, and it has the appearance of the king of monsters. Snow Maiden is also curious about the big guy. With a circle of small ice and snow on his body, he revolved around Godzilla. Godzilla looked at the little bug in its eyes. Suddenly the nose is a little cool. I couldn't help but sneezed and splashed a lot of black unknown substances. It is keenly aware of the source of the cold breath. Rumbling to the offshore area. It also wants to go to another world to see? Subai was surprised. It may be trying to cool down. You look inside its body, like an erupting volcano. 99. Chilanzo also saw its symptoms. Along the way, everywhere Godzilla passed, it was on fire. Many dinosaur people wiped their butts for it. The Snow King and a group of bear children also saw the big monster for the first time. Not afraid of getting hurt. They jumped up and down on Godzilla's back. Treat it like an amusement park. The coldness coming from all over the body also made Godzilla's body temperature a little calmer. It let out a sigh of relief. Step on the frozen sea. Trying to shove his head into the door of light. But Subai and the two were trying to save the power of the world. The open space channel is very small. Godzilla was in a hurry and wanted to force it in. Only part of the head went in. Greedy breathing the breath of the blizzard. The restless nuclear reactor was finally relieved. Even the boiling G-cells stabilized. Reminder, Godzilla is restless, his body temperature is out of balance, and he needs to apply to another world to cool down. Could it be that it's really the same as what the teacher said? The Ji-Yang doesn't grow long? Subai pondered. Indeed, squad leader, your baby snowman seems to be clinging to Godzilla too. Hold onto its tail and don't let go. 5. These naughty snow children. Don't be afraid to melt yourself. Think of Godzilla crawling like a volcano. The Snow King still had a pleasant smile on his face as he lay on Godzilla's shoulder and slept. At this moment, Snow Maiden floated from nowhere. Look at what was said with Chilanzo. Snow Girl said that the environment she and the snowmen live in are extremely cold on weekdays, and even their body and mind are affected. If they encounter an extremely hot environment, they may be defeated without a fight. 5. You monster is like a walking lava volcano. Just getting close can help them consume the cold energy in their bodies and increase their fire resistance. 39. Or, let's try let the big dinosaur go to me? Chilanza said with interest. Still haven't said what the teachers said about the 2-day break. My Lord of the Four Seas can also go to practice and add some ice special effects. 35. Subai pointed to the tentacle monster lying in the sea and said with a smile. At that time, I will also give you a special product and leave a nest of seeds in the ice sea. Okay, I'm missing other species. There are always several kinds of ice fish in the sea, monotonous and dead. The two were in agreement. Immediately, the power of the world was used to temporarily expand the space channel. Immediately, Godzilla crashed into the world of ice and snow. The hot body was walking in the snow. Wherever you go, the snow melts. Godzilla's restless blood was quickly leveled. The flames erupting from the body immediately cooled down. The body is no longer hot, but maintains a stable state. Its roaring sound is extremely carefree. Take the snowmen to the coldest center of the world. Lying on top of the highest ice peak and sleeping. This kid won't be stupid, will he? Subai was a little worried. One time it was extremely hot, another time it was extremely cold, and it burned Godzilla out. But when I checked it, I was surprised to learn. Godzilla is evolving and entering the magical realm of epiphany. My snowmen also fell asleep, and you see, the other snow wolves and ice-tailed scorpions have also rushed over. 55. Chilanza guessed, it may be that they have been frozen for too long, and even their souls are cold. I have never tried such a hot feeling. Sudden. She was surprised. My panel received a reminder that the Yeti and Snow Maiden were affected by unknown radiation due to their proximity to Godzilla, and their flame resistance and extreme temperature resistance increased, and unknown mutations occurred. Chi lances suddenly mobilized the power of the world. A blizzard was summoned, and it blew towards Godzilla. In the snow, Godzilla let out a pleasant roar. The body's spontaneous heat, counteracted by the blizzard, gradually transformed the center of the world into an oasis of suitable temperature. The plant seeds it brought from the Tianyuan realm took root and sprouted here. Snow King, Snow Girl, and other leaders also slept on Godzilla. The world of ice and snow has an extra touch of green. It's strange, why do I feel a warmth in my heart? Chi Lance's face was slightly red. She covered her chest and felt relieved for a while. It should be the feedback from the origin of the world to you. Subai was convinced. Each of us is bound to the awakened world, and its properties are also subtly affecting us. The principal didn't say it before. If you are affected by the cold air over the years, your body will also be irreversibly affected. It seems that it will be beneficial for both parties to have Godzilla visit you regularly. After that, isn't it bound to you? The class leader suddenly became angry. Angrily glanced at him. Serve the monitor for mutual benefit. 5. Subai got cheap and sold well. And take her to continue to observe in the ice sea. The Lord of the Four Seas also took advantage of the enlarged passage just now, and took his family members to practice in the Sea of Ice. At the beginning, it was a bit unbearable for the extreme temperature environment. But soon, there are mutated Arctic murlocs. There were also strands of cold poison on the tentacles of the Lord of the Four Seas, with its great strength and spiritual infection. Truly a 360-degree warrior without dead ends. They bring more than themselves. There are also many sea fish in the Tianyuan realm. Among them, in the long evolutionary history, there are marine overlords such as strange shrimp and megalodon. Because the Lord of the Four Seas occupies a high position, it can only be fish with its tail tucked in the sea. But in the Sea of Ice, it really is a vast sea to leap by fish. A swordfish led the tribe to dominate the ice sea, and they were reluctant to go back. Seeing this, Subai smiled and said, I see that your development is very extreme, and you have not cultivated tyrannical sea creatures. This school of swordfish will be given to you. 35. The long jaws on their heads are extremely aggressive, and they swim very fast. But in my world, there is no ecological niche for them. If you cultivate them well, you may be a group of marine overlords. How embarrassing. If you extract the swordfish, I'm afraid it will condense into a C-rank monster card. Chi Lances said embarrassedly. It's not that I don't have it there. The college entrance examination will be in 2 days. At that time, there are millions of worlds, and I heard that I have to participate in different copy experiences. The person who asked the questions will definitely test all aspects of you. 5. It would be a pity to leave the ocean as a shortcoming. That's what Subai said. However, the class leader has a strong sense of justice. I'm afraid that I will suffer in vain. Let a group of ice-transparent fish spawn in the Sea of Tainyuanji. He also carried a super-large iceberg to where he was going. It's ridiculous. The presence of icebergs can also adjust the climate. Let the temperature of Tianyuan realm drop a little. The happiness of other residents increases. All day today, both worlds are communicating. Chi Lansu also vaguely learned the strength of several leaders from Xuenu's mouth. She was terrified. With your current strength, the number 1 place in the province is likely to be decided. The top 10 in the country, or even the top 3, are very likely. You underestimate other people. The real seed players, the second generation of gods. They have been cultivated by the family since childhood, and they're the strongest opponents of any species and card resources. Subaiwa said so, but still determined to win the college entrance examination. Until reality. It was only at the urging of Chi's mother that the two ended the exchange between the two worlds. This time the harvest is more than the two imagined. Important log. In the first communication with the world of ice and snow, the Lord of the Four Seas has a deeper understanding of the ocean, adding ice resistance, attacking with cold poison, and adding ice in the field. And there is a Murloc who undergoes an extremely cold mutation and becomes a frozen mage. The biggest reward is naturally Godzilla, who can control his body temperature after waking up. Diablo Godzilla has evolved to the gold intermediate level, and the height has grown to 105 meters. The breath is not only corpse poison and lava, but also new frozen rays. At the same time, it is affected by the power of ice and snow. The inner core reactor is stable, and the normal burst ability is unlocked. At present, it can maintain the Red Lotus state for 10 minutes. In this state, unlimited energy and unlimited power. After Godzilla woke up, he spit out a sigh of relief. The snowmen on it became stronger and more exquisite. The Snow King's crown has an extra fiery red gem. It excitedly raised the ice cream scepter and blessed Godzilla's head. The Snow King has evolved into peak silver. My god, many snowmen have mutated and are not afraid of flames. Shadow. Chi-Lance's harvest was even greater than his. Not only fills up the biggest shortcomings, but also eliminates hidden dangers. If the college entrance examination, someone targeted. If you want to attack her with flames, there will definitely be surprises at that time. Before leaving, Godzilla also reluctantly worshipped the policeman, Snow Maiden, and others. He also hummed to Tsubai, "Come on vacation next time." Say goodbye to the friendly beasts of the two worlds. The space channel is closed. Tsubai and the others also woke up from reality. Cough. Hurry to eat. Mom wants to talk again. 99. The little hand was touched for a day. The squad leader blushed and took it back. Get him out of the room quickly. Dinner was great. Mama Chi cooked a few dishes of home-cooked dishes. There are braised pork, beef with spring onion, melon, and pork ribs soup, etc. Tsubai hadn't tasted home-cooked food for a long time, and he was very happy. Small, I heard that you participated in the plane war before the college entrance examination. It seems that you are very confident in yourself. On the table, Chi-Dad asked with a smile. There is still confidence, but the country is too big. There are many experts. Tsubai still retained a little modesty. It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. The college entrance examination is an opportunity to climb to the sky. If you are admitted to the top 10-star university, then the future can be expected. Maybe you can become a true god and live forever. Speaking of this, Dad Chi sighed for a while. Hee, when the time comes, the little one will have a bright future. Don't let my daughter down. Mama Chi joked. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not in this relationship with him yet. Chi-Lansu, who was immersed in cooking, was under the table. Quietly kicked my mother. With the strength of the squad leader, the top 3 in the city are not a big problem. 35. Tsubai smiled. So strong. Father Chi and Mother Chi were stunned for a moment. Thought it was his courtesy. After all, my daughter never told them how the world was running. The dinner ended with a lot of talk and laughter. As long as you're strong enough. There is no mean mother-in-law or unsmiling father-in-law. Before leaving, Chi-Lansa sent him out of the community. At this time, the last rays of the sun shone down. Chi-Lansa sighed a little sadly. Everyone says that the college entrance examination is a watershed, and many students who have failed to awaken have to enter the society and seek a job in other worlds. And our group of awakened and successful students started from scratch and faced brand new challenges. Will the two of us go further and further after the college entrance examination? No wonder she was a little worried. Just a brief understanding of Ma Bai's strength. I feel that he is the favorite of the college entrance examination champion. The small Guangqing and even the Heavenly Secrets province can't stop him. How come? Just because it's the beginning, we have to work hard to catch up. Tsubai smiled. The power of the blessing of the world is illusory. In reality, it truly evolves into a true god, and immortality is the kingly way. Okay, it's gone too far, you go back first. Tsubai waved his hand towards her. See you at school in 2 days. Chi-Lansa smiled and watched him leave. Don't do anything for the next 2 days. Prepare for the college entrance exam with all your might, and let Alice study a few more secret weapons by the way. 99. Although Tsubai is confident in himself. But it is not certain what means the second generation of gods who have been cultivated since childhood will have. Matters of life. Have to be careful. But on the way. To his surprise, because of the two worlds law hedging. God Simulator reminder, there is a new special talent. Heart of Ice Soul. No level the heart is like an ice heart and the sky is not shocked. Makes all creatures calm and greatly increases their resistance to psychological attacks such as bewitching and infatuation. No matter what situation you are in, you can stay calm. 1. Look at the introduction. It is a pure assistant talent. In the long run, there may be unexpected gains. Subai simply used today's solidification opportunity on it. The next 2 days. Mabai did not go to the Creation Center to accept the mission. I didn't let Alice and others explore yin waxing. After all, it really can't stand the toss. Through several simulations, anything that comes to the surface of Yinghua will arouse the reaction of space worms and die. Simply, Subai asked his subordinates to try their best to carry the treasure brought by the meteorite back to digest it. There are also more and more discussions on the topic of the college entrance examination in the various discussion tanks of the creator's house. I heard that this year's college entrance examination is the most difficult one in 10 years, and the 5th floor copy of the World Tower is rare in the world. Does anyone have inside information and know what world is in the tower? Who dares to reveal the information of the college entrance examination? At most, I know one general direction. I heard that it is a comprehensive problem that tests all aspects. There should be a copy world with a soul. This year's prizes are also unprecedentedly rich, not only S-cards, epic pet eggs. I heard that the first place is the World Tree Seed. My darling, that thing is afraid that it can open up a world by itself, and the people above are willing to take it out. It feels like it was prepared for the second generation of gods. They have been awakened since childhood. There is a special team for the planning of the world. Even the energy and creatures that are cultivated by their parents. It's too difficult for ordinary creators to win prizes. This year, there are 36 provinces, and I don't know if Tiankue won the first prize. 9. The spinach company has already started, and those who are interested can make a bet in advance. Of course, I suggest doing what you can. There are shady insides. Not only the home of the creator, but also the ordinary network. Even TV shows and the streets are discussing the topic of the college entrance examination. Even in the chat group, everyone's bubbling time is much less. Riveting full strength, ready to sprint. In a tense test preparation atmosphere, Mabai accidentally received a call. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm the manager of the royal family of Great Britain. I heard that you passed Resident Evil 2 days ago. The unfluent Yangua dialect came from the other end of the phone. Yes, what's the matter with me? Subai was a little puzzled. Before accepting the task, there is a bonus specially added by Great Britain. Could it be that they are still obsessed with the source of the X virus? The problem is, Alice, the police didn't die. He will not sell his subordinates. Yes, Earl William is a member of my royal family. We deeply regret his loss. According to our information, the Earl seems to have put his daughter's corpse into the world as the source of the virus. We are very interested in that zombie source. Are you willing to give up your love? Subai sounded a little wrong. It always felt like I didn't really want Alice, but something about her. So he said directly, I'm sorry to tell you that when I conquered the world, I used flames, and the zombie leader was burned by a fire and didn't see anything. Are you sure? According to what we know, Earl William left a royal treasure in the world, which is the main reason for his fall, the key to the shadow plane. The manager at the other end was not reconciled. I advise you that you should return the things you find to the original owner. We will also give you a satisfactory reward, 1 billion blue star coins? Or how much, you can ask for a price. It really is a shadow token. At present, Subai has no strength to explore. He hit a haha puzzled and said, I don't know what you are talking about. At that time, the situation was urgent. I plundered and left after a wave. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I don't have time to chat with you. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The manager who left behind was incompetent and furious. When the manager conveyed Subai's words to the upper echelons of Great Britain, it also attracted the unwillingness of several old men. Despicable Orientals. Isn't he preparing for the college entrance examination? Then surprise him. 35. Is it in Tianji province? Our people are not good at meddling, but they can nurture his opponent and teach him a lesson. Under some selection, they quickly found the best choice, Wang Tsang. Wang Tsang is the master of Kanglan realm, the rich second generation who cultivated kobolds. The family was soon contacted by people in Great Britain because of some business dealings abroad. When he found out, Great Britain pours money into itself, invests ahead of time, and sent a bloody special card. Even more ecstatic, this A+ grade Abyss Madness was made by absorbing the Abyss, and it can double the strength of the subordinates in a short time. I heard that there is a lucky person in your city. The envoy of Great Britain has something to say. We originally wanted to buy something from him, but unfortunately the young man is too arrogant. I hope you will use this card to give him a little surprise. 99. Wang Song laughed after hearing this, and greed flashed in his eyes. He smiled and put away the A-level card. I understand what you mean, it's in a city anyway. I'll meet it eventually, and when that happens, I'll definitely give you a surprise. Both sides get what they want, and that's it. 2 days later. 207-7718. 7 a.m. Su Bai woke up early in the morning. In his state of mind, it was hard to hide his excitement. Open the security door, look at the colorful flowers in the small garden outside the door, and smell the fragrance of birds and flowers. He couldn't help shouting. Finally, the college entrance examination. 35. The lakeside park and the grandparents who were doing morning exercises all looked over with a smile. Young man, you got good grades in the college entrance examination. Many young people who practiced in the morning cast envious glances. On the street not far away, he also hung banners welcoming the college entrance examination and wishing all the students to create greater glories. There are also pictures of fresh students on the walls. Except for the apprentice creators of various awakenings. Those who fail to awaken will also take the written test. But their written test is about how to operate the world and plan the development of civilization. Even how to reconcile the development of different forces in the world and guide them to serve the world master more efficiently. Their best future is to work for others. Be the great steward or custodian of other worlds. In addition to hitting the sky, accidentally awakening the world in the middle. Otherwise, their lives will be frozen. Little one, I've already finished breakfast and left for school, so don't be late. 55. Cell phone ringtones tick-tock. More than just a text message from the monitor. From the principal, directly, to the group chat of the Creation Center. All of them were excited and encouraged each other to fight chicken blood. For today, I have used all the power of the world to accelerate, let my subordinates give birth to a few more cubs, and sharpen the knife. Cramping, unhappy, and bright. My shrimp soldiers and crabs will already be hungry and thirsty. Haha, when the time comes, everyone will meet at the college entrance examination venue. I heard that the county magistrate, all the principals and leaders of the number 10 middle school will be here today. 35. I got the news that the first floor copy of the World Tower is 1,000 skeleton soldiers. They're not afraid of life and death, and the undead breath has great restraint on us. Hey, the first floor is the undead? My god, what kind of strength are they? Anyone know the information so soon? Su Bai put down the phone. However, there are traces of each year's college entrance examination questions. Test students' comprehensive ability. If there are obvious shortcomings, they will be brushed off quickly. He glanced at Tainyuanji. The area of the main continent has grown to more than 1,500 kilometers. Ashland also has 200,000 zombies wandering aimlessly. These days, under his oracle, the strength of the Dragon Knights and the Kotao fish is limited to 10,000, and they follow the line of elite soldiers. The Evil Eye and the Heart-Snatching Demon, the total number also exceeds 10,000. After years of development, the Corpse Clan has a total population of more than 10,000, but if counted as a combat unit, it is only 1,000. As a highly regarded air force, the One-Horned Fairy led by Chowpedo Beast and the most elite 10,000 warriors have all mutated. According to Alice's evolution scheme, the Unicorn Beast tries to fuse a part of the metal to the body and horns, and all the warriors of the tribe can be called metal unicorns. They had received the Supreme Oracle as early as last night. The army has assembled and is ready. After everything is in order, Subai took another look at the exclusive talent that had been solidified in the past 2 days. Blood God of War, orange according to the degree of injury, different strength bonuses are obtained. The strength bonus for minor injuries ranges from 10% to 50%. The bonus for serious injuries is doubled, and the strength bonus is 5 times in the extreme state. Roar of War, orange when your soldiers gather together, there will be incredible actual combat bonuses. Each of 1,000 people will double their strength, 10,000 people will double their strength, and millions of people will double their strength. 10 times. And when the enemy attacks the army, they will be attacked by the ancient war spirits of the Legion. Note, practice in advance if the same creature type has a higher bonus. These 2 skills are designed for combat. Well, I didn't brush up on talents in the past 2 days and found the most suitable one. At present, in addition to a few talents that I have learned by myself, he also solidified the heavens and the world, the spiritual storm, the furnace of hell, and the one who favored fate. Basically, all directions are covered. After everything is ready, Subai took a taxi directly to number 3 middle school. Along the way, I see many parents take their students to take the college entrance examination. Everyone looked nervous and expectant. Today's road is also extraordinarily quiet, and drivers try not to honk as much as possible. The whole city is on hold for the college entrance examination. Wait for the taxi to arrive near the school. It was even stopped all the way. Many parents formed their own volunteer teams to manage the order. So many people. As soon as he got off the car, Subai saw a huge crowd. The clamor was loud. There are fresh students in school uniforms, as well as parents, grandparents, and grandparents who see them off. For flowers, there are also hawkers waiting to do business, breakfast vendors, and staff waving leaflets. Drive out their volunteers, etc. There are also a very small number of rich second generation and God's second generation who entered the school under the guard of a group of security guards. This has always been the case with traders and pawns, chariots to sell pulp, and princes and nobles since ancient times. No matter what era the college entrance examination is, isn't it always a single-plank bridge with thousands of troops? In the past, it was called the Imperial Examination. Subai squeezed into the school with emotion. Unexpectedly, it caused a lot of uproar just after its debut. What is it, senpai? The lucky one? The strongest student of this year's number 3 middle school? 35. Look, it's him. Participate in the plain war before the college entrance examination and get an S-rank evaluation. Many people crowded over. Subai hurriedly rushed into the campus with his body strengthened to the gold level. There are guards blocking it, and it is finally much cleaner. Small, here and here. 99. In a small crowd at the corner of the square, Chi Lansu, with a ponytail and a necklace hanging around her fair neck, waved to him. There were 3 other boys by her side, including Xianghu, who bowed his head, and 3 girls. The old principal is personally leading the small team. Seeing Subai, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "You've come, I'm just waiting for you." What about the other students? Subai approached and asked. They have already taken a special car to the venue, and you, the top students, will be led by me. The old principal waved his hand. Let the 8 students, including Subai, get on a brand new cart together. The cart slowly drove out of the school. In the car, Subai also knew the names of the other 5 students. 0. The 3 girls are Zhang Ning, Hu Mimi, and Lu Renjia. The other 2 boys are Zhou Duan and Cheng Cheng. The initial area of each awakening is about 10 kilometers. Especially that Zhou Duan woke up 15 kilometers, so he looked at Ma Baishe. There is a vague sense of competition. As for Xianghu, who huddled at the back, he lost his temper completely. A year is not as good as a year. You are the 8 strongest students in the 3rd middle school, but the players in the 1st and 10 middle schools are several times that of us. Along the way, the old principal was quite emotional. And teach people. When the time comes, go to the venue and enter the World Tower. There are 5 levels of Dungeon World exams. The difficulty can be selected from normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Here the old principal paused for a moment. Principal, don't make our appetites. I heard that there is a fifth level of difficulty, which is specially prepared for the top 1,000 students in the college entrance examination. With a beautiful face, Luringia, who had awakened the elk man, couldn't help urging him. There is also the last layer of abyss mode. That is too dangerous. Not only the number of enemies has increased 100 times, but the strength has also increased 100 times, and all of them are not afraid of death. Mention this. The old principal specializes in educating everyone, so don't be a hero. To recognize your own strength. I would rather choose the difficulty and get through the 5th floor. I don't want to have only one level of nightmare. 98% of the players will be eliminated by the World Tower every year. Only the other winners can compete for the top 10 in the urban area. The first place in the province every year has at least cleared 5 nightmares. 5. As for the top 10 in the annual college entrance examination, 100% choose hell. Did no one get through abyss mode? Chilansa couldn't help but ask. Only when all the 5 levels of hell are cleared can one be qualified to open the abyss mode. The old principal looked serious. You are about to become the official creator, and I will not hide it from you. 35. The starry sky is boundless, and I don't know how many civilizations have been born and destroyed. We humans do not seem safe on the surface, and are under the threat of many outer gods and starry sky behemoths. It is recognized as the strongest and most evil in the universe, and it is also the public enemy of all civilizations. It is an abyss. It is the most advanced multi-crystal wall world known so far. Just one level can break through tens of thousands of small worlds in the outside world. As long as these 2 words are involved, none of them are simple. Abyss? Everyone was shocked and a little scared. To avoid undermining students' self-confidence, the old principal smiled and said, "Of course, playing dungeons is not necessarily a bad thing. As long as you are strong enough, the enemies you kill will become energy, which will be fed back to your subordinates and the world. Occasionally, some good things will come out, all hard currency that contributes to the development of the world, such as magic mines, spiritual veins, land cards, resource cards, etc. 5. During the conversation, the cart has stopped. The old principal took Subai and others out of the car. What a big venue. Subai looked up and saw a huge oval building that was not inferior to the creation building, lying quietly on the ground. Carts from various schools in the city stopped one by one. 10 key colleges and universities, dozens of ordinary high school students filed in under the leadership of the teachers. Isn't this Lauchen? I heard that you have 2 good seats this year. As it happens, I have 2 too. Walk through the gate of the venue. An old man smiled and greeted the principal. Behind him, he also followed several students. The most dazzling among them are naturally 2 girls. Their arrival caused a lot of heated discussion at the venue. One of the twins. That's sure Qianen and Mei Wanqing. The favorites to win this year. Zheng, this year's top 3 in the urban area will not be one in the middle, right? Who said that? Wang Tseng from number 10 middle school is also a key student. Which one of the 3 lucky ones? Right, by many people scoffed. In the end, it's a piece of shit luck. You can go for a while, but when you reach the national stage, you can't go far. Old Principal Chen also chatted with Peng Qingshan, the principal of number 1 middle school. I am also lucky. Occasionally, 1 or 2 top students will be produced in a year, which cannot be compared with your stable top 3 every year. The old principal of 35 said modestly. Peng Qingshan glanced at Ma Bai and Qi Lansu. His eyes stayed on Qi Lansu for a while. There is a hint of coldness in the soul of this classmate, which is very extraordinary. Look, the county magistrate Ma is here too, and is watching from the high platform. Peng Qingshan pointed to several bigwigs on the stage surrounded by the crowd. Su Bai listened on the side and was also slightly stunned. That amiable middle-aged man is the magistrate Ma who is often seen on TV. The person with glasses beside him is Chairman Kai of the Creation Building, who is in charge of many big companies. There are also the top leaders of the Imperial Enterprise Group, the Life Association, and the House of Evolution. Many big men came. Discuss with each other this class of students. Su Bai looked around. This is a super stadium-like venue that can accommodate up to 10,000 people. Naturally, not so many came today. Only 1,000 people. But they're among the top figures in Guangqing. Therefore, people who maintain law and order are also indispensable. The most striking is naturally the four corners of the empty square, where a super world projector is arranged. Discuss with teachers. A projector costs more than 10 billion. The four full-power operation will project the world tower specially prepared for the college entrance examination. Have students enter the world of replicas in batches. Through the projection world, go through a copy one by one. This is the initial audition. Only the top 100 players can play 1v1. 230. Election out of the top 10 in the city. And only the top 10 in the urban area can be led by the school. Go to the provincial capital and compete for the first place in the province. Wait until step by step into the imperial capital of Tiankui province, Yujing. That is the boundless sea of stars. The elites from tens of thousands of cities across the country, the gods secretly cultivated by the major gods and gods, gathered together. Worlds with different attributes cultivate different civilizations and compete with each other. The annual college entrance examination ceremony is broadcast live. Both top the annual ratings charts. Be quiet. There is not a month of tossing and turning. Our Tianji province alone has hundreds of big cities, and this venue is only for the elites of Guangqing, and more people are in the branch. Xiaosu, I'm a little nervous. In the waiting room for the battle, Qi Lances secretly told him, "Don't worry, with your strength, the top 3 are not a big problem." Su Bai was convinced, and opened the virtual panel while talking. Let me tell you secretly, I have evolved into a Tier 2 world. Qi Lance's voice suddenly became smaller. Okay, have any of your subordinates broken through to the gold level? I'm afraid you're the biggest dark horse this year, right? Su Bai was really surprised this time. Not yet, it's not that easy for Snow Maiden to break through. If there are some ice attribute treasures to help, there will be a chance. Qi Lance gave him a strange look. I am the number 1 in Guangqing, so what are you? As for me, I guarantee the first place in the province, and the goal is to be the first in the country. Su Bai said naturally. His voice is not small, attracting many students to look over. The people who come here are all elites from various schools. Many people have heard of his adventures. So the eyes are weird. I said that when I went out in the morning, I saw a group of cows flying in the sky. It turned out that someone was blowing on the ground. Sudden, a voice full of gunpowder rang out. A domineering boy in the school uniform of number 10 walked in, surrounded by students. Where is this idiot? Su Bai looked at him in surprise. I feel a little familiar. He is Wang Tsang, the master of the Kanglin realm in the group. 35. Qi Lansu explained secretly. Oh, it turned out to be the one who pretended to be B. Su Bai suddenly realized. There are always some people who are incompetent, who like to pretend, and who don't like others. Su Bai looked at him sympathetically. Yes, classmate Wang. I heard that when you awakened the world, you set a record small. What kind of courage made you come here? Wang Xing looked tense. Our minimum awakening initial world is 8 kilometers. You are not eligible to play. The other students did not dare to intervene in the quarrel between the two, and all watched from the sidelines. Su Bai didn't know why this person was targeting him as soon as he came up. Possibly because of envy and jealousy. He is also simple and straightforward. The last person who talked to me like this was gutted. It's all grown-ups, so don't talk nonsense. How about a world game now? Whether it's a simulation or a real battle, I'll stay with you to the end. The college entrance examination is coming soon. Su Bai issued the gauntlet. Surprise other students. The police are impulsive, and they are used vigorously on the world tower. Yes, if there is a private fight now, both your school and the government will punish you. Lu Rinjia and other students quickly persuaded. Hopefully your soldiers will be as tough as your mouth by then. Wang Sang put down his harsh words and left. Suffocated in the world tower, I am waiting for you in the finals. 5. Silly bee. Su Bai cursed silently. The creator's house was opened smoothly. The gamble has already begun there. Strange, although he usually likes to pretend, he is not so angry. Qi Lanza looked over in confusion. Who knows? Su Bai clicked into the local gambling game. Among them, 36 provinces and 100 cities in each province are owned by people. He quickly found Guangqing in Tianjin province. There are also championship favorites out there. 21 minutes and 1.5 seconds. That is to say, bet 10,000 and get 15,000. The odds are pretty low. Here's his introduction. Su Bai. He comes from number 3 middle school, comes from an ordinary background, and has limited potential in the awakened world. If it weren't for an adventure, he wouldn't even be eligible for gambling. Other Mei Wanqing 105. Shi Qianyan 1 minute and 0.4 seconds. There is also Wang Zhang who has just been entangled. He turned out to be an amazing 1 minute and 0.4 seconds. In other words, he is on the same level as the strongest seeded player Shi Qianyan. And according to the chat in the group a few days ago, he is not qualified to be side by side with them at all. In a sense, odds also represent the public is optimistic about them. Especially as a bookmaker, no more. Seeing Wang Song's record, Su Bai suddenly realized. Wang Song, from a wealthy family in Guangqing, the awakening world is 16 kilometers away, and he is ordinary. He recently received a foreign investment for some unknown reason. It is said that he has equipment cards, bloodline cards, etc. The strength has doubled, and the potential has increased. Could it be that someone from Great Britain invested in him and troubled me? He guessed part of the truth. Small, what are you still playing? Ma Magistrate is giving a speech. Saw that he was still clicking on the panel. The squad leader angrily bumped him with his elbow. Come on, let me show you something nice. 35. Su Bai suddenly and secretly changed the permissions on the panel so that others could see it. Show the squad leader what to do next. I saw him click the bet button on his place. Keep pressing O. 9 full presses. Added another 5 on top. Then tap lightly. Confirm betting. Chi Lance's eyes widened on the spot. Until a reminder pops up on the panel. Congratulations on your success in betting on Su Bai to win the first place in Guangqing, 5 billion. What? She screamed suddenly, startled. It attracted the surrounding students to look over. Let the monitor feel embarrassed to sit down. She said with red ears. Small, you're playing too much. That's 5 billion. Where did you come from? How did you go all in on yourself? Small idea. Make some extra money. He said confidently. And this time. On the high platform, the principal also talked a lot about him. Old Bai, just now that student of yours seemed to be looking for trouble with Xiaosu? 35. Principal Chin asked the principal of number 10 middle school. Principal Bai of number 10 middle school looked up and said with a smile. It's normal for young people to be popular. As long as they don't make a fool of themselves before the college entrance examination, it's fine. 5. Wang Xing's journey was too easy, and this time he said that he wanted to win the city's first place. I don't think it is difficult. 39. Really? I think that Xiaosu and my family has a good chance. Principal Chen laughed. It seems that you are floating this year. Hearing this, Peng Qingshan of number 1 middle school couldn't sit still. With a little pride, he said, we have taken the first place in the last 8 years. This time, I think we have to include the top 3, 5. Hee, then keep watching, the stronger the better. Old Principal Chen said with a smile. Ma Bai and their class teacher, Teacher Li, and Teacher Liu. Even on the audience stage, Manager Fong, whom Su Bai knew, was also here. They were discussing this year's students with each other. Most of them are optimistic about one. And in a waiting room, even among her classmates, Mei Wanqing, who remained cold and arrogant, stared at Ma Bai, who was not far away. You just watched him for a while. Why are you interested in Lucky? 99. See this, a leader? Shi Qianyan asked with a smile. He's great. If you're playing against him, you better be careful. 99. Mei Wanqing retracted her gaze and said solemnly. Shi Qianyan was surprised. She and Mei Wanqing were classmates for 3 years, and she had never seen her take such a fancy to a boy. Listen to others discuss. Isn't he just lucky? But the last time I took the initiative to ask about the plane war in the group. May already represent something. Shi Qianyan was thoughtful. Under the anxious waiting of students, teachers, and leaders. The bell rang at 9 in the morning. Start projecting the World Tower and apply for the Alliance's main machine to monitor the whole process. Put an end to any external cheating. 39. Under the order of Ma Magistrate. At the same time, a staff member turned on the projector. In an instant, one is as high as 100 meters, and the whole body is colorful. There are 9 floors, and mysterious pagodas inlaid with different magic stones appear in the middle of the square. This is the World Tower. It is one of the peak creations of human civilization. The connotation of Xiumi's art of Tibetan maisons. It can support millions of students to enter at the same time. Differentiate into many copy worlds. The National College Entrance Examination has started. The 36 provinces of the Yen Kingdom have been opened simultaneously, and the world projection of the 5-layer copy has been completed. Students are requested to enter the World Tower in an orderly manner according to the exam number to participate in the experience. A loud and indifferent voice came from it. The whole place was silent. Thousands of spectators watched as the students stepped into the World Tower. At the same time, TV reporters and photographers also started live broadcasts. Friends from the audience, this is Guangqing TV station, which is currently broadcasting the college entrance examination in real time. If you have a child in it, you can also turn the camera to see his World War. 39. As the students enter the World Tower, it looks like a projector in general. Show a copy of the world, colorful, comes with 3D projection. With gestures, you can also zoom in and out. Can see clearly. Is this year's first-tier dungeon 1,000 zombies? All of them are invulnerable. This thing is notoriously difficult to beat. Have newcomers beat it. Look, someone chooses hard mode, and there are more zombies. There are also 100 armored zombies, worry, and 10 flying zombies. Look, Zhou Duan from number 3 middle school is so daring to choose nightmare mode. Is he going to die? TSK, look, there are 1,000 armored zombies. This is the first wave. 35. Nima, who said 1,000 skeleton soldiers to start the game? I made a bet on the sidelines. 35. Are you confused? The skeleton soldier is the dungeon world 3 years ago. At that time, someone in number 7 middle school committed suicide, chose hell mode, jumped out of a golden skeleton general, didn't even pass the first level, and even took the world to be split in half, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Seriously wounded. As the copy world unfolds, the college entrance examination hall was instantly boiling. Whether it is the teachers of colleges and universities, the audience, or even the leaders of Guangqing, there is a lot of discussion about this year's exam questions. Some teachers feel that even if they do it by themselves, they will not be able to pass the 3 tests. Number 121 Qi Lansu. When the radio called her name, Qi Lansu and Su Bai shook their hands and walked into the World Tower. She took a deep breath and said nervously, "Choose nightmare mode." The audience, who also saw the scene, suddenly laughed. The students of number 3 middle school this year are all idiots? This is for the national candidates. 99% of them can only complete the simple mode. Look, that Zhou Duan just now, his Tarn warrior was eaten by zombies. I'm afraid he won't be able to pass the first level. Oh really? 35. The old principal looked at the World Tower with a sad face. They are too careless. And when Qi Lance's ice and snow world unfolds, a line of subtitles came from the projection interface of the World Tower. Tier 2. 550 kilometers of ice and snow world against 400 kilometers of corpse cultivation land. Big victory. Get 80% bonus in actual combat. World projection. Call the Yeti Legion. With the coming of a blizzard, Qi Lance was enveloped by the power of ice and snow. Below are 2 connected continents. One is the land of ice and the other is the land of death. There are 1,000 iron-armored zombies wearing iron armor, their limbs are stiff, and they are jumping in the ancient costumes of the Qing dynasty. There are more than 100 flying zombies on the top of the head. But at the same time, 3.4. In the icy sky, a simple and honest snowman came rolling over. There are 3,000 in number. The leader, a cloaked snow king, held up the ice cream scepter and said happily, "Give the guy in the sky a blizzard." Fall with the words. the power of the world erodes Zombieland. There was a blizzard in the sky. It froze the leading 100 flying zombies and fell straight to the ground. There were even more hailstones, crackling towards the flying zombies. Don't let them take up the sky. Guys, do it. Under the order of the Snow King, 3,000 snowman dolls raised their hands like machine guns. A round snowball shot out. The snowballs all over the sky hit the jumping armored zombies. That's it? Although it looks cute, zombies don't care about fragrance and jade. Many viewers came over. Many principals smiled and shook their heads. Many girls, for the sake of appearance, cultivate cute creatures, but the problem is that cuteness cannot be eaten as food. Snowballs are weak in attack. Even if they bring a trace of ice poison, zombies are not afraid. They are already stiff enough. Yes, you see, that Zhou Duan can't be stopped. The defense of the armored zombies is too strong, not to mention the flying zombies. At present, even the boss has not appeared. Old Bai, the principal of number 10 middle school, said angrily. Old Chin, is this a good seedling from your family? Hee, look at the projection. She won't let me down. The old principal looked away from the unfortunate Zhou Duan. He smiled and pointed to Qi Lance's plain war. The words say so. His slightly trembling little finger betrayed his mood. Bad start. It's not to make you police inflated, just choose ordinary ones. If you can't even pass the first dungeon, then the fun will be great. But what surprised everyone was, with the snowball falling on 1,000 zombies. The inconspicuous snowball smashed them into pieces and stumbled to the ground. Many zombies' heads and arms were broken off. Those who were lucky enough to escape were frozen by snowballs. My feet are frozen and I can't move forward. Is there a stone hidden in the snowball? Someone with sharp eyes saw the stone at the center of the snowball. A shit almost didn't pop out. Hello, you Snow King with big eyebrows and big eyes. It looks so cute. I didn't expect it to be so bad. To deal with this kind of scum, don't talk to them about the morality of the rivers and lakes. Let's go together side by side. And the 100 flying dead who were beaten down by the Snow King. It was even surrounded by 500 snowmen led by the Snow King and a burst of beating. Iron-armored zombies have a strong defense. This can be seen from the Tarn chief who was demolished in Zhou Duan. But when you meet a snowman, you will have bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Part of the defense itself is brought by sacrificing agility. After being discovered by the Snow King on the joint weakness of zombies, many snowballs hit the elbow joints, wrist guards, etc. Even if there is no serious injury, the power of ice in the snowball will penetrate into the joints, makes zombies freeze in place. This in turn will make them themselves obstacles, blocking the progress of the zombies behind. After a while, 1,000 armored zombies could not move forward. Before invading the world of ice and snow, it has already piled up. And the same difficulty. The contrast is especially obvious in Zhou Duan, who is crying for his father and his mother and calls out to him. There was a burst of amazement from the audience. What happened to that girl is amazing. And you see, she is already a tier 2 world. No wonder the suppression of zombies is so strong. 35. The snowmen are cute, fierce, and beautiful. There is no doubt that Qi Lance became the focus of the audience. Whether it is the principal or teacher of each school, or city leaders, give it a very high evaluation. It's still very powerful, but it lacks self-confidence. Su Bai retracted his gaze with confidence. Nightmare difficulty is not a problem for the squad leader. As for Zhou Duan, he is being hit by a blast. However, it was barely holding on, and it was not one-sided. Number 150 is white. 33. When the radio rang his name, Su Bai retracted his gaze and passed the student passage. Walk into the World Tower calmly. It's him, the famous lucky one. 2 days ago, it was said that I participated in the 23+ plane war and obtained an S rating. It may not only be good luck. It's a mule or a horse. Pull it out and yo. Speaking of which one of you bet on him, I think the odds are 1.5, which is quite good. Don't dare to bet. I would rather bet on the twin flowers of Yizhong. In the audience, many people turned their attention to him. Even the hostess of the radio and television station turned the camera on him in time. Dear viewers, now entering the World Tower. It is quite legendary. 35. It is said that the just awakened world is only 1 kilometer away, but on the first night, he was hit by a meteor from the sky and evolved into a classmate of more than 100 kilometers, Subai. Let us wait and see today to see if the good fortune of classmate Ma continues. Today is the national exam. Many parents are watching in front of the TV. The number of viewers in Guangqing alone exceeds tens of millions of viewers. The audience naturally has a good impression of this legendary, grassroots student. Hearing the introduction of the hostess, they all stared at Subai. It's him. I saw it in the newspaper 2 days ago. 35. Me too. When I first reported it, I was called the weakest world lord in history. But the next day's newspaper said that his area had increased 100 times. 99. TSK, I work in the creation building, and I saw him participate in the plane war with my own eyes. It's not as unbearable as you say. He is a talent. 5. Many staff members who participated in the awakening ceremony of number 3 middle school were in front of the TV. Among them, Xiao Wang, who was smashed all the way to the end. He is now out of work at home. There was a trace of resentment in his eyes and a trace of fear as he looked at the TV. I'm here to watch your luck shatter. Ma Bai, what treasure did you take from Great Britain? Wang Song was not so arrogant and domineering on the surface, but observed behind the scenes. Is he your strongest secret weapon? Peng Qingshan of number 1 middle school guessed the truth when he saw the old man sitting upright. Yes, I just hope he's too alert. Old Principal Chin is so looking forward to it. A pair of eyes stared at Ma Bai's back. When seeing the Ma Bai entering the World Tower, the choice was made. Almost made him miss it. Choose Hell Mode. 3 red warning exclamation marks flashed in front of him. Please note, the candidates are white. The dungeon world is too dangerous. It will seriously damage the origin of your world, and it will cause irreversible injuries. If the loss is too large, it will also cause a psychological shadow, making it difficult to break through. Please choose the difficulty rationally according to your own strength. Sure. Subai replied without hesitation. Fall with the words. A heavy blood-red field unfolds. Subai seemed to have fallen into a true endless hell, with ghosts and wolves howling around him. The laws of decay keep suppressing his world power. At the same time, a line of striking text was displayed on the external projection screen of the World Tower. Ma Bai, candidate number 150 of Guangqing number 3 middle school, chose to challenge the Hell mode. This is the most difficult mode. Only by clearing the 5 levels of Hell can you be eligible to challenge the Abyss mode. The audience who looked at him suddenly roared. Look, someone chooses Hell mode. If the first level of normal mode is 100 points, the first level of Nightmare is 10,000 points, then the first level of Hell is 100,000 points. As long as you can pass one level, the points are even higher than the 5 normal levels. Is it the lucky one, is it the daring one, or is it ignorant? It's not just the local TV station in Guangqing that magnifies his plane war. Even with local stations in other urban areas. Even the cameras of the branch venues of the entire Tianji province have also transferred their lenses to him. You must know that there are 100 big cities in Tianji province. In addition to its provincial capital, the general sub-venue footage is very precious. They are all selected for the most exciting plane war broadcasts. To be able to stare at the whole process from the beginning, it is the first time in the audience. Haha, today's young people are very aggressive. Guangqing's leader. Ma County Magistrate looked over with a smile. He also said to the principal of the 3rd high school, Old Chin, I see that each of your students is more courageous, but they just don't know how good they are. Yeah, I thought my number 1 twins would win the championship this year. Now it seems a little mysterious. Saw someone pick the highest difficulty. The number 1 middle school, which has seen the strong winds and waves, is also the strongest principal in the city, and Peng Qingshan is also sitting at risk. I still remember when Qin Yuyu, the strongest player in number 1 middle school, also chose Hell difficulty. At that time, he thought he could win the 1st place in the province. 99. Principal by of number 10 middle school side. As a result, after he tried his best to pass the 1st level, he didn't survive the 2nd level for even a minute, and he was brushed down. Affected by this, the total points are not enough. I could have been admitted to the top 100 key universities in the country, but in the end, I couldn't even be admitted to the top 1,000 universities in the first line. So I could only be admitted to the obscure affiliated universities. Since then, everyone has disappeared. Mentioning this, many principals and teachers are impressed. The student awakened the Martian lizardmen. The world is a mutated hot Mars. It was originally the favorite to win the first place in the province, but it plummeted because of this change. It became the pain in Pang Qingshan's heart. Too impulsive. Old Chen's forehead seeped some sweat. He picked up the handkerchief and wiped it. One is bolder than the other. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Su Bai's world projection unfolded. In an instant, a wild world with roaring beasts, towering ancient trees, and dinosaurs galloping across the earth invaded the blood-red hell. The wills of the two worlds began to confront each other for sovereignty. At this time, the divine tree scepter also appeared in Su Bai's hand. Suppress the enemy realm. Life-filled green is fast approaching hell. If it is said that ordinary level foreign world suppression is only ordinary, it is about 50 kilometers of world power. The nightmare is 400 kilometers. That hell would be 1,000 kilometers. At the end of hell, a head of zombies in silver armor stretched out their arms and jumped around. Crack. The two worlds confront each other and pull between them. The green world, with the world's masters, clearly has the upper hand. Squeeze the blood-red hell into the middle in one breath. The audience gasped for breath. A line of introductory subtitles appeared on the projection panel of Ma Bai. Tier 2 1,580 kilometers Tianyuan realm against 1,000 kilometers Millennium Corpse raising ground. A big victory. Get a 100% bonus in actual combat. Hey, why is this world so big? Could it be that the meteorite is particularly large? It has been digested until now. My darling, my strength has doubled. Maybe I can really challenge it successfully. The average audience doesn't know that much. Just know that big is strong. From a numerical point of view, Su Bai has the absolute upper hand. But such as President Kai, Gao Hong'an, and Jian Heng, the local general managers of Life Association and Evolution House, don't see it that way. The world's ability to bear is limited. If you blindly expand in pursuit of a huge area, it will not only contaminate other people's laws, but also make the order disordered and the potential exhausted. Yes, so the second generation of gods of many big families, even if there is an infinite supply of land cards, will choose to slowly swallow and digest. But anyway, it's a good start. In the crowd discussion, the troops of both sides appeared separately. I saw 2,000 silver-armored zombies jumping out of the blood-red hell. There are also 1,000 silver-winged air units. And 10 feet and feet more than 5 meters high, wrapped in iron ropes all over the body, tall and big, and a gray-white iron rope zombie. And according to the introduction of the projected screen, among them, 1,000 iron-armored zombies have peak black iron combat power. Among them, the elites are bronze level, and the leaders of the outstanding ones have high-level bronzes. As for the 10 iron rope zombies, they have the strength of primary silver. And you know, this is the first wave of shocks. There are at least 2 more waves to come. Even if you can win, you will lose a lot. What about the second and third waves? Some people go astray in order to be forced, thinking that it is enough to keep expanding the size of the world. If it were that simple, the planning team of tens of millions of people would not have to mix. Everyone turned to look at Su Bai. I saw the roar of the earth. Primitive dinosaurs with an average height of more than 8 meters appeared, and the number of them could not be seen at a glance. What's more terrifying is that on the back of the dinosaur, there is a dinosaur knight with a 10-meter-long dragon spear in his hand. The leading dark black dinosaur was more than 20 meters tall. It is the dark Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, a blonde girl was standing barefoot on his back. This is the dungeon world mentioned by the World Master? There are only more than 3,000 zombies on the opposite side, and you don't need too many soldiers, otherwise you will be in chaos. Let me rush with my men, and it's over. Not far away, there is another super beast eager to try. Recently, its body has evolved to a gold level, but its soul is still a little short. But with explosive talent, it is a creature capable of tearing intermediate gold. Recently, Even tyrants have not dared to confront it head-on. In terms of strength alone, the Super Beast has reached the peak gold level. There may be enemies who are watching us secretly, we have to stutter our meals, and we have to deliver our soldiers step by step. Alice is calm. The 5,000 Dragon Knights are ready, and the 2,000 unicorns are led by the deputy commander. The Super Beasts don't have to play in person. As ordered, the dinosaurs stepped on the ground, and even the ground shook 3 times. It was 5,000 Dragon Knights. But you must know that they cooperate with primitive dinosaurs, which means that there are 10,000 troops alone. Plus, they can cooperate with each other. Under the leadership of the Dark Dragon Knight, a full 5,000 dinosaurs began to charge. The silver-armored zombies jumping on the opposite side have seen this picture. The body defense that was originally proud of was ruthlessly stomped on the bed by dinosaurs and stepped on it. The key parts of the dinosaur's body are wrapped in alloy armor, plus hundreds of tons of weight, quality plus speed. Under a round of sprint, who can stand it? Some zombie captains want to jump up and fight, but was nailed by the Dragon Knight. With a slight shake of the arm, the huge force on the gun ripped apart their bodies. As for the silver-winged zombies in the sky, they are definitely the most difficult units for other students. 230. Not only the action speed is fast, but the defense is also very strong. It will also appear from time to suck blood. But encountering a unicorn beast in armor is considered a nemesis. A sprint in unison with the horns on the head against the zombies. Another companion flew in the opposite direction. The 2 unicorn beasts joined forces, ripped the flying zombies in half. The 2 armies did not face each other for more than a minute. 5,000 Dragon Knights have crossed the zombie horde. Under the leadership of Diablo-mon, the direction was reversed and the ending began. As for the 10-chain zombies, long ago in the charge, he was crushed into a soldier by a Dragon Knight captain. In front of the irresistible Steel Hong Lai, zombies are so helpless. Ma Bai, who was standing high in the sky with a scepter in his hand, observed that lines of world logs appeared. Important log, the Yen Kingdom exam begins, and you have issued an oracle for your subordinates to prepare for the battle. The first wave of zombies begins to besiege. Under the command of Alice, the Dragon Knight started the first wave of charge, and the Talent War Roar was launched. 1 round of sprint, perfectly kill 3,000 silver-armored zombies. At this time, the war in the copy world also came to an end. Just finished 3 minutes. The Dragon Knights waved their blood-stained dragon spears and returned to their respective positions. Opposite them, the crowd of zombies that had been crowded no longer had a foothold. Not even an intact corpse could be found. All that remains is a corpse and a piece of armor. Because the speed is too fast, the audience has not yet reacted. There was a bloody rain in the sky. That's the remains of a flying zombie. 2,000 unicorn beasts were flying incessantly, whether it is them or Dragon Knight. No one was injured. At this time, in the World Tower, a way-up prompt sounded. After 3 minutes, the Dragon Knights under Su Bai have destroyed more than 3,000 silver-armored zombies without any damage to themselves. Points plus 25,000, currently ranked number 1 in Guangqing. Outside world. Scores are constantly being refreshed on the screen at the center of the World Tower. It says student rankings within the city limits. It is calculated on the basis of combined performance. Difficulty level, number of kills, and self-loss. The current number 1 is that by Yaoao is ahead. And to know, he was drawn, and it took only 5 minutes to enter the World Tower. The second place is Qi Lansu, with 2,200 points. The third place is Shi Qianyan, who has just entered the venue and also chose the difficulty of Nightmare, 2,000 points. The fourth place is the strongest player in the 7. Also in Nightmare difficulty, Chao Hua, who is fighting against the armored zombies. As for the third middle school, Zhou Duan was initially unconvinced. Rank 11. 1,500 points. But he was in a bad situation. In order to deal with 1,000 armored zombies, the 3,000 Tarn warriors who were raised by smashing the pot and selling iron suffered heavy losses, and there are still hundreds of zombies left unresolved. At this time, Mei Wanqing from number 1 middle school and Wang Xing from number 1 middle school had not yet entered. See this speed, this score, this ranking. Immediately his eyes narrowed. Be frightened. Next moment, the sound of landslides and tsunamis came from the audience stage. Look. The standings are reshuffled. As soon as the lucky one enters the field, he will rise to the first place. And you look at his points, which are 10 times that of the second place. With other players, they are not at the same level at all. They stand out. 35. Who said he was just lucky? He was a fat man with a swollen face? Stand up for me. I'm sorry I didn't charge him. 35. I'm afraid that the number one in the city this year was chosen by him. Not necessarily. If he didn't even pass the first level, others would still be better than him if he passed the 5 nightmare levels. 5. To the audience here. They are all people with heads and faces in Guangqing. Either the boss of each company or the veteran world owner with a lot of money. Or agents of various international companies and consortia. A picture that can make them so out of control. A rare sight in 10 years. As for the leadership seat of the highest platform, some people even stood up directly and stared at Su Bai's world observation. This child is extraordinary, this year the province's first hopeful. 99. It's really strong. Mei Wanqing took one last look at Ma Bai's plane war. Also into the world tower. She chooses nightmare mode. It is precisely because the difficulty of the hell level is observed, so be more cautious. On the other hand, Wang Xing is a Sima Xiang. At the same time, the radio also called his admission number. He walked into the world tower with a livid face. Carefully recall the picture of Su by destroying Cuculaxio to deal with the silver-armored zombies just now. Grit your teeth. I also choose hell difficulty. Likewise, the world tower also warned him. In front of Su Bai's pearls. Wang Xing went his own way and clicked OK. What's going on this year? There are students who choose the highest difficulty. You must know that this is for the top students in the country. If you can pass the 5 levels of hell, you're at least ranked in the top 100 in the country. Even if you pass the 3 levels of hell, it is enough for the top 10,000 people in the country. Sure enough, many people's attention was attracted by Wang Xing. Television cameras also turned to him. The hostess's rather lovely report. It seems that this year's students are very confident in themselves, and some people have challenged the highest difficulty. Haha, it seems that your boy is better than mine. See this scene. Principal Chin on the high platform smiled. Old Bai, the principal of number 10 middle school, forced his face to laugh a few times, but did not answer. Just muttering in my heart. On weekdays, even if Wang Xing likes to pretend, he knows how much he weighs, what's going on today. And under the eyes of everyone nervous and expecting, the more than 2,000 shining armor zombies just now reappeared, as well as the assistance of Air Force flying zombies. It put a lot of pressure on Wang Xing's kobold army. What's more, the area of his world is only 510 kilometers. This is a temporary step-up that was recently sponsored by foreign countries with reckless consequences. The will of the world failed to confront, but was weakened by 20% of its strength. He took the route of savagery. A total of more than 10,000 kobolds were cultivated when they encountered the first wave of zombies. Had to send the whole army. Many maddening potions that were originally prepared for the later period are now being used. The pressure of hell made Wang Xing sweat profusely. The hunting knife in his kobold's hand slashed on the body of the silver-armored zombie, and it turned the blade. It often takes 10 kobolds to besiege in a row to kill a shining armored zombie. Even more terrifying. I didn't kill a few, and the hunting knives were all useless. It's strong defense. Let Wang Xing grit his teeth. Use the auxiliary card that cost 100 million to buy. Use the B+ rank silver falling blade to enchant the weapons of all warriors. 35. As the card turns into a light spot and disappears. One after another silver light fell on the kobold's hunting knife and spear. In this way, it has a little restraint on the shining armor zombies. But the first wave of the offensive was so difficult. Many big figures are not optimistic about his next battle. Ma Magistrate said bluntly, "You can't be influenced by others, regardless of your own strength. After all, today is not a trivial matter. If it is not a simulated battle, but a real battle, what price will he pay? Yes, yes. Principal Bai hurriedly replied. Do not dare to defend the students. Not just live discussions. Even the creator's home's internet is also full of discussions. F***K, there are dark horses in Guangqing, and there are two. One is the lucky one, and the other is a previously unknown girl, both from number 3 middle school. Nima, I received inside information and voted for that Wang Sang. I'm watching the live broadcast. Why is he doing so badly? I can only pass 2 or 3 levels if I die. Who voted that white? The odds are not low. I'm afraid it's going to make money. Few voted for him and said he was lucky. Wait, a private player voted him 5 billion before the game. One person is 90% of the white pool. The annual college entrance examination is not only the hottest event in the country, or the carnival of the betting dogs. Just like the World Cup. Even people who don't like to play on weekdays have to play a few. This is a game of national carnival. From the city to the whole province, the more you play, the bigger it is. It's just the beginning. Maybe there are still variables. Under the nervous eyes of the crowd. The hell-level dungeon where Bai is located has ushered in the second wave of zombie attack. Only on the horizon, more than 3,000 silvery zombies jumped out. There are also 2,000 flying zombies on their heads. The difference this time is that there are also 100 iron rope zombies, and 10 giant zombies in python robes that reflect golden light all over their bodies. Attention! The second wave of zombies has arrived, with a total of x 3,000 zombies in silver armor, x 2,000 zombies in flying sky, x 100 zombies in iron cables, and 10 senior silver boss, golden retriever zombies. Please kill them all to usher in the third wave of monsters. Just the first layer is so strong? Many in the audience held their breath. Even many high school teachers are dismayed. They are the elite directors of each school. But at this time, see the difficulty of the copy. Even if you go on it yourself, you will be seriously injured. Oops, Xiaosu is in danger. 35. Director Li's expression changed. But to everyone's surprise, Bai's expression did not change at all. Instead, he was still operating the creator panel. Just after completing the task, the world log suddenly has a reminder. Important log. The college entrance examination reward. Your subordinates defeat the first wave of monsters. The participants will get 10% monster experience, and at the same time because of the special attributes of zombies. In particular, a B-rank card Snowflake Silver Mine X1 was released, which can produce 10 tons of snowflake silver, which is a special material, which can be consumed and traded. The explosion rate is very high. No wonder he was so surprised. See the card introduction. Snowflake Silver does a lot of things. Not only can it be given to subordinates to boost their morale, can also be sold directly. It can also be directly integrated into the body as a special consumable material to increase defense. Even as long as the amount is enough, you can absorb it yourself. What kind of silver armor or special magic is made? It is even useful to deal with supernatural monsters. As the name suggests, money can make ghosts run the mill. However, for the Dragon Knights. On the other hand, I felt as if I had eaten a large tonic pill and my spirit was shaken. Many have loosened their stagnant realm due to the limited supply in the world. Strange, I have evolved to the peak silver. It is difficult for Tianyuan realm to support me to continue to advance. There is only so much power in the source, and it is already very nervous to supply those big guys. But after I killed those iron rope zombies just now, it is obvious that the soul has strengthened a little, especially the body's defense, and there is a trace of silver light. The Dark Tyrannosaurus was full of surprise. Kill them, you can directly gain experience upgrades. What kind of war is this? It's simply a blessing given to us by the Father. Haha, my dragon spear is already thirsty. Hurry up, keep charging. This accidental discovery. So many soldiers have moved. Even the other Dragon Knights, Evil Eyes, etc., who were in the reserve army and hid in the back, were moved. They all invited Alice to fight. Even tyrants, silver-winged zombies, and other Roshan zombies, tank zombies, and brain zombies are close to Alice. Miss, the welfare can't be without your own people. It seems to be both a challenge and a benefit. Alice saw the enemy getting closer. After comprehensive consideration, he ordered. This time the enemies are more and more ferocious. But killing them at the same time can also gain experience. The 10,000 dinosaurs and knights, including the mounts, are ready to continue to charge, and you will lead the 3,000 unicorn fairy beasts to fight against Phazome. You must be careful to avoid losses, and you must specifically kill elite units. Another 100 iron rope zombies have been reserved by your air force. What about the 10 bosses? Dark Tyrannosaurus kept drooling. Look at the most striking golden retriever zombie in the zombie group. Let's leave it to Super Pitamin. Alice decided in one sentence. Miss, leave it to me. Tyrants, silver-winged zombies, and even the dark Tyrannosaurus all stirred. Alice explained, tyrants are already golden mid-level creatures, and they don't level up so quickly when they gain experience. 5. And at present, the strongest combat power under the gold is the Super Beast, and it will evolve into gold with just a sliver. It is also an air unit, no matter whether it is defense or attack, its strength is top-notch. If it is upgraded, it will definitely be our first battle. I'm not that weak either. 99. The Dark Tyrannosaurus was a little unconvinced. Recently got the X antibody and it's a bit off. Not afraid of corpse poison, and in turn can absorb their chi. Follow Alice's orders and make no mistake. Suddenly, Su Bai's voice fell into the ears of the leaders. It shocked them and they didn't dare to quibble. Your will is our direction. One leader takes his place. Super Pedo Beast flapped its wings happily. Alice breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. When he looked up at the overwhelming silver zombies, he ordered. All troops charge. Remember, don't let them hold you back. Chowpedo Beast, you lead the Air Force to wait for the opportunity on both sides. Pay attention to those few bosses, they are all yours. However, if the boss rushes out of the battlefield and kills other warriors, it will be robbed by the Tyrannosaurus Beast, and I will not care. Haha, no one is faster than me. Kaabito led 3,000 unicorns. Wu Yan rushed towards Phazome, like a plague of locusts. And the Dragon Knight began to charge again. Is it an illusion? How do I see it? They are gathered together, and the momentum of each other is condensed at one point, like a whole. The sharp-eyed President Kai observed. It may be some kind of military formation, but those skill books are very expensive. Magistrate Ma judged that Ma Bai might have specially practiced the technique of battle formation. That's no wonder. Not a single Dragon Knight will be killed at the beginning. When they gather together, their strength will be doubled or even 10 times. Strange, isn't Su Bai's subordinates under his own command? Why did the group of insect warriors fly up first, and the purple insects leading the way were so big? The principals were also talking. Principal Chin, who saw its great power last time, laughed and said, that group of insects is Ma Bai's secret weapon. Look, those flying zombies can't stop them. A pair of eyes first looked at the sky. Air dominance is the most important. It can provide battlefield assistance at any time and has strong mobility. And the unicorn beast itself is stronger than the flying zombie. Coupled with the home blessing, the strength is doubled. There is also the blessing of the roar of war. Really like a black cloud rushing towards the flying zombies. The audience thought that. Last time, 1,000 flying zombies died without success. It's because of the disparity in numbers. Basically, 2 unicorns sprint in one go. Their horns stabbed at the zombie, and they were torn apart with a single pull. Next, 3,000 vs 2,000. The numbers are about the same. But under a collision. Eye-popping. The unicorn beasts are extremely flexible, forming a black cloud to divide and surround the zombies. The horns on its head are like diamonds, precisely piercing the neck. Turn your head a little and apply force. Separate the dead head corpse. Even if they have strong vitality, they will not die for a while. But the body out of control fell to the ground and will also be trampled by the surging dinosaurs. Among them, 10 silver-level flying zombies are the most frightening. Unexpectedly, he encountered a super beast. It just flaps its wings lightly, without much force. The purple horns on his head are like a fairy sword, at a speed that the audience and cameras can't catch, precisely leaving a purple light in the air. Next moment, the 10 flying zombies leaders crashed to the ground. What's the matter? Those 10 leaders crashed? 35. The hostess of the live broadcast room was still a little unresponsive. The audience at the scene was also stunned. They looked around and discussed each other. Did you just see that big insect in action? No, I just saw its body trembling and reappearing in place. 35. Look at all. The leaders of the flying zombies who fell to the ground have a big hole in their chests, and they're in exactly the same position. They were in the abdomen, and they were fatally shot. Finally, someone with sharp eyes discovered the cause of death of the leader of Phase Zone. The audience immediately widened their eyes. Used gestures to zoom in on a corner of the screen. I saw 10 flying zombies that fell to the ground connected in a line. The belly is empty, and you can see the head at a glance. At this time, the hostess is also slowing down the camera. My friends in front of the TV, I believe you are just as puzzled by the scene just now as I am. Now look back at what happened in front of the camera that has been slowed down 10 times. Okay, as a result, there was still only a line of purple flashing in front of the TV. Some audience members scratched their ears. The host put it wrong? Are you afraid that you are not fooling us with the original version? Yeah, it's as hard to see as before. There were also TV executives in the audience. Immediately embarrassed. That bing bing, slow down 100 times. Good, good. The hostess nodded quickly, motioning for the camera to continue to slow down. But at 100 times slow speed, only a wisp of purple light can still be seen. Just a vague outline of an insect. Keep slowing down 1,000 times. It still doesn't work. I can't see the exact model. Then slow down 10,000 times. Until the 10,000-fold lens. The audience was shocked to find out. Just a moment. The big insect stabbed 10 Phase Zone with its horns. He made another turn and returned to the same place. Even the camera caught it and took the time to clean the big horn. At least Mach 30. And looking at the agility of its steering, this is not the limit, and it is easy to control. This insect will not be gold level, right? Strong. Many people pursue extreme speed and cultivate flying creatures, but they can't reach this level, and they are still weakening their talents in various aspects such as weight and size. How did the lucky one come to be bred? Isn't it the worm eggs that were carried on the meteorite that fell from the sky? Whether it's a live audience or the tens of millions watching the live broadcast, it's a bit unbelievable. And the next scene. It made everyone's eyes shrink. I saw the super pitamin, who stopped a little in the air, turned to look at it. In the middle of the zombie swarm. Giving orders, the protected 10 heads are in the sunlight, reflecting the golden light. A python robe hunts for a roaring golden retriever zombie. What does it want to do? This idea just popped into the minds of many people. Suddenly, I saw the projected plane in the sky. A huge white cyclone appeared. The cyclone formed a tornado that rushed to the ground. Next, the battlefield of thousands of silver-armored zombies was rushed out by a tornado, crossing the trajectory of the battlefield. Comments. Where the tornado rages. Zombies are turning their backs. The giant golden retriever zombies only had time to whine. Was taken away involuntarily. Engulfed by the tornado, he continued to rush towards his companions. Between milliseconds, the camp of the zombie swarm was swept away. The place where the golden retriever zombie was originally was empty. And the figure of the super beast appeared in the air again. It shook the horns on its head and exerted a little force. Shake away the residue. It doesn't seem to be very hard, and the defensive power of the Silver Peak is hard to come by. Its target is the Golden Boss. All attributes are far superior to the Golden Retriever zombie, so it is not surprising to have this result. And was attacked by the Super Beast. The originally neat zombie array fell into a panic. Boom. 35. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound rang out. A spectacular sonic boom cloud appeared in the sky. The audience was stunned to find out. It was only then that the voice came too late. Diablomon looked at the timing and decisively ordered the Dragon Knights to speed up. Boom. The earth roared, and the 10-meter-sized dinosaur stomped on the silver-armored zombie again. The second wave of siege zombies is more numerous. But for the 5,000 Dragon Knights, it's all done. They are only 5,000 though. But when combined with the strong and sturdy kin under the seat, there are 10,000 troops. The blood vessels are connected between the two, and the momentum is connected. play more than double the combat power. It's tenfold. The audience just felt like the steel was rolling over. The group of silvery zombies were smashed to pieces. Seems like the first wave is back. It is doubtful whether the zombies have been enhanced. If it wasn't for seeing someone surviving on hell difficulty, I really wonder if this year's dungeon would be particularly easy. 55. Some audience members looked back at Wang Song and complained silently. Wang Song in the first wave of protests. All their weapons were scrapped. The economic losses alone are innumerable. Not to mention that more than 1,000 kobolds were killed. To recover losses, it is also a road to dark. Wang Song borrowed the power of the world to resurrect the fallen kobold warriors again. You must know that even if you are simulating a war, you will lose a lot of vitality once you die. Wang Song did not hesitate to consume future potential for temporary victory. But even so, it was also hard to hit. 10 iron rope zombies swung their chains and tied an iron ball. Like a humanoid weapon. Dozens of kobolds are killed every time it is swung. In this case, the first layer of hell may not be able to pass. Comparison. Qilansa 230, Shi Qianyan, and Mei Wanqing, who chose Nightmare difficulty, ushered in the second wave of shocks with high efficiency. All three of them have exceeded 5,000 points, and they are chasing me. Of course, this does not include weak segments. Big Careless killed the first wave of armored zombies. Half of his 3,000 Tarn warriors have been lost. Seeing that there are 3,000 zombies around, he was like the protagonist in a horror movie, with a terrified expression on his face. But so far, had to bite the bullet. Zhou Duan continued to consume the power of the world to resurrect more than 1,000 Tarn. This time, the resurrected Tarn warriors were even weaker. Tarn are never slaves. They continue to charge towards the zombie swarm. Compared to other people's flesh and blood battlefield, Su Bai is like playing a game. The 100 Taisua zombies looked at the super pedo beast unstoppable. They all fled. This is so happy to spoil the Dark Greymon. Busy personally lead people around. And the super beast unleashed a move of extreme speed. After piercing through 50 iron rope zombies again, it was obvious that there was something mysterious in the armor of the body. But unfortunately, it still failed to break through the gold level. Su Bai looked at it more clearly. Log. Super Bido beasts killed a large number of elite zombies. Feedback energy is abundant. Absorb the power of moonlight on zombies. Insect bloodline is improved. And when several leaders carve up elite zombies, more than 3,000 shining armor zombies were crushed to ashes again. This time it took 10 minutes to boil. Unfortunately, dozens of dragon knights were dragged off their mounts by zombies and died, with the last zombie turned to fly ash. Many dragon knights appeared on the spot with an upgrade halo. Su Bai suddenly had 10 silver and hundreds of peak bronze warriors. In the eyes of the audience, on the screen of the world tower outside, another line of writing was refreshed. Examinee Su Bai successfully resisted the second wave, killed 5,200 zombies in total, and killed 50 soldiers, and obtained college entrance examination points, 35,000, total points 60,000, ranking first in Guangqing. Hey, it's too fast, the others are still in the second wave, and he solved it in advance. The problem is, he's on the highest difficulty. It looks like he hasn't lost much. Yeah. Those dragon knights, in my opinion, are all bronze at the lowest level, and the captain is even silver. The dark Tyrannosaurus that didn't take much shots is even more irreversible. The audience chatted. In the standings, Su Bai's 160,000 is far ahead. The second Qi Lansu has reached 6,000. But at the same time, Shi Qianyan, who was in third place, chased very fiercely, and there were also 5,008. The fourth place is Mei Wanqing, who came from behind. As the strongest seed in the 10 middle school, Wang Zheng is still in fifth place. 5,000 points. But his efficiency is getting lower and lower. Plan to use time to grind to death the enemy. To this point, even a fool can see that Su Bai's potential is amazing. Not at all the shit luck that others say. No wonder, Lao Chen, you are so confident this year. Mom Magistrate's attitude towards Principal Chen is getting better and better. After the exam, I want to see the little guy. With a little cultivation, there is hope for the top 3 in the province this year. 5. The recent genius in the commanding area, and there is a good ranking. He didn't just get light on his face. It is also an impressive achievement. Haha, good luck, good luck. 35. Principal Chen said that he was lucky, but his face was full of joy. 2 days ago, I learned that the little guy got an S rating through the battle, and Chief Chen personally consoled him and sent some resources to help him prepare for the battle. Ayo? That Sir-Chen is very fast. President Kai's eyes flickered. He manages the Genesis building and is the joint representative of many superpowers. Just now, many big companies have expressed to him, I want to meet Ma Bai after the game. If you can win over their forces, there will be many benefits. The general managers of the 2 giants, Evolution House and Life Association, looked at each other. He smiled knowingly. For super genius, no matter which group or family is in urgent need, even in order to win them over to join the gods. Sometimes they even get married. However, in recent years, some major forces have united to control business, medicine, etc. There has been a great threat to the human alliance itself. Countries have also begun to tighten the authority of individual companies to prevent brain drain. While they were discussing, Su Bai's last wave of attack has finally come. I saw that the zombie wreckage on the ground quickly turned into blip data and disappeared. A conspicuous golden light rose on the horizon, as bright as the newborn sun. But it gives the illusion of horror and goosebumps. And when you see someone coming, but all the well-informed audience took a deep breath. The airflow in the entire venue was 3-fold faster. Peak bronze creature gold armor zombie. And there are 3,000 heads. Many people zoom in. I saw that on the head of the 3,000 gold armored zombies, there were also flying zombies with green eyes. There are still 2,000 flying green zombies. The weakest are high-grade bronze. The green zombie king at the head is probably high-grade silver. This is a flying unit, and it is the most difficult to deal with. 5. Look, the boss has also appeared. Behind the zombie swarm. The 10 leaders had red eyes, wearing 4-clawed python robes, and huge red-eyed zombies were giving orders. Compared to the previous golden retriever zombie, their bodies are no longer rigid, but as flexible as living people. More cunning. Knowing the ferocity of the enemy, he deliberately hides behind the corpse and gives orders. Among the silver monsters, the famous red-eyed zombie. The level is high-level silver, but regardless of physical defense, skills, etc., it can be comparable to peak silver. 10 heads together, I am afraid it can compete with gold level. Dangerous. The most terrifying thing is that the zombies have also learned to be smart and hide on purpose. It wasn't just the live audience who were frightened. The elderly and children in front of the TV were also startled. The 10 big zombies with red eyes are too lethal. Instinctively scary. But at the venue, the one who worries the most is not Lao Chen, but the old white principal. He looked at the red-eyed zombie with embarrassment and said with emotion, Wang Tsang, this kid, I'm afraid that he will be planted in the first stage. The pressure of the third wave is significantly greater. Alice watched for a while. Add additional troops to form a total of 8,000 Kdeed, Dragon Knights. Counting the Mount Dragons, that means 16,000 dinosaurs. The point is not only to win, but also to win beautifully, to avoid losses, and to upgrade with the help of battles, so that you can fight longer and longer. According to the combat power of the Dragon Knight. At least one-on-one. 5,000 dinosaur warriors can also kill the golden armor zombies, but there will definitely be a lot of damage. Since there are still troops, why not lay siege to them and avoid losses? Same thing. This time, Chao Pito Beast also led the 5,000 Air Force. Considering that the 10 big bosses control the audience, there is a special ECG connection. Alice also secretly dispatched 5 silver-level beholders, and 5 mind flayers were hidden in the carapace to disrupt the battlefield. Warning! The third wave of attack has arrived, the anger of the zombies against you has increased, and the actual combat bonus has been weakened to 70%. Please kill all the enemies. Friendly reminder. Maybe kill the command zombies in the team first, there will be unexpected gains. Having a command and not having a command are 2 different things. Su Bai glanced at it and ordered. Super Pitamin, Dark Tyrannosaurus, and 10 red-eyed zombies are handed over to you. Beware of the green-eyed fly. As ordered, the already hungry and thirsty Dark Tyrannosaurus was drooling. Since the trip to Resident Evil, it is not taboo and eats everything. Anyway, 100 poisons do not invade. It's only a little short of being able to evolve, and it can't be robbed by that big guy. Chowpedo Beast slightly lit up his muscles. Here's a backup snack. So far, it hasn't even warmed up. Not to mention what a Shura mode is. Start. With the approach of the golden armored zombies, another Dragon Knight was projected. A full 8,000 Dragon Knights, fully armed, held a 10-meter dragon spear high, forming a terrifying torrent that rushed towards the soldiers. At the same time, the leading dark gray mon suddenly roared. I won't wait for you now, the 10 chiefs, I've wrapped it up. The attentive audience only saw it. In the charge of the two armies, the big dark Tyrannosaurus actually burned with blood flames, as if it was burning its own flesh and blood. Greatly changed while running. With the blood and fire dissipated, a white-boned dragon corpse with a height of more than 30 meters and a missile on its back ran agilely. Its speed is 10 times faster than before. What's the matter? That dinosaur leader is an undead creature. It can't be Ma Bai's secret weapon. It looks really scary. Is it a zombie dragon made of runes? No. Looking at the missiles on its back, it may be a combination of some technological elements. At the moment when the zombie Tyrannosaurus appeared, the audience chatted. Even the leaders on the high platform were very curious about it. This form is 10 times faster, but I don't know the defense and attack power. Jian Heng of Evolution House commented. His eyes are full of scientific curiosity. The evolutionary family is most interested in unknown biological forms. The zombie form should have no fatal weakness, and it transforms into this form in order to better kill the enemy in battle. Gao Hong, one of the Life Association, confirmed. Is it the benefit from Resident Evil? The virus source is on it. On the audience stage, there are also managers in Great Britain watching. They judged that Su Bai concealed a lot of things. In a copy of Resident Evil, get a lot of benefits. And in the eyes of the crowd, the zombie Tyrannosaurus was the first to enter the golden armored zombies. Like a dragon entering the sea. Lifting the white-boned dragon claws, it pierced more than a dozen zombies. It kept walking like a tyrannosaur running away. There is no fear of soldiers jumping on it to attack. Spit out white bone fire. Burn hundreds of golden armor zombies at once. Even more fiercely, he opened his mouth and bit down the zombie leaders. Mouth rattling. Audiences watched as the swallowed corpse fell from its hollow throat and body into fly ash. Bah, it tastes like 100 years of stinky meat, but it helps my bones a lot. In its zombie form, it continued to smash. Not afraid of enemy siege and tireless. At a glance, he stared at the red-eyed zombie hosted in the back and ran to kill him. Insanity. Red-eyed zombies have superpowers with lasers in their eyes. But I never thought that 2 lasers would fall on the bones, just leaving 2 lines of faint burnt black marks. The zombie Tyrannosaurus forcibly crashed into a road on the battlefield and swallowed the red-eyed zombie. Let the red-eyed zombie struggle in its mouth. A chewing room. A dead hoot. A mighty energy fell from the sky. The zombie Tyrannosaurus was shocked, and even the bones reflected a touch of golden light. This is a sign of progressing to gold. It was so powerful that everyone present was stunned. In one charge, nearly 1,000 golden armored zombies were killed. Like no one else. It's AF ********* G Golden Dragon Corpse. Gold level creature. It's definitely a gold level creature. There are such subordinates in 7 Days of Awakening, and a peerless genius has emerged in Guangqing. No, based on my experience, it has not been promoted to gold, but it has a special shape, is extremely powerful, and has gold-level combat power in advance. Among the boiling audience, Jian Heng's words were confirmed. As the regional general manager of Evolution House, he is very authoritative in this regard. But that's why Ma Magistrate and Principal Chin were even more pleasantly surprised. I haven't upgraded to gold, but it's so powerful. If it evolves, it's incredible. 35. Ma County Magistrate smiled in harmony. With gold-level subordinates, you can go to the provincial capital to compete for the first place. And with the current information, Subai's subordinates are not just like that. No martial arts. When the zombie Tyrannosaurus slaughtered the quartet, super than the beast in a hurry. Obviously, it's me first. You guys continue to deal with the green zombies. I will kill the red-eyed zombies first. 99. The super beast is no longer hidden, showing off all the tendon meat, flapping its wings. Instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, seeing that Qianjun was in chaos, the golden armor zombies can't stop the Dragon Knight at all. There are also zombie Tyrannosaurus beasts chasing and killing themselves. The remaining 9 red-eyed zombies flew up and started to flee. This can be very anxious about the zombie Tyrannosaurus beast. In the sky, it is the realm of the super beast. Sure enough, a matter of seconds, there was a scream in the air. A red-eyed zombie is impaled by a purple horn. The energy in the body was vented and turned into a mummified corpse under the eyes of the audience. 8 more. P.S. I'm sorry, it's late. Let's do nucleic acid. Chapter 2 will definitely be posted before 0:00. Who transformed into a human form, began to get serious. The energy converges on the horns and wings. Rhino charge. Its figure trembled in the air. The next moment disappeared from the eyes of tens of millions of people. When you see it again, heads of red-eyed zombies in the air have turned to ashes, fell to the ground. Audiences with quick eyes can only vaguely discover. In the air, there are dense figures of super beasts. There are thousands. And these are the afterimages left behind at extreme speed. Wow, I can't take it. Zombie Tyrannosaurus beasts are quick-witted. Eat another recent red-eyed zombie. Turning his head, he erupted from the back. Join forces with the Dragon Knights to kill the golden-armored zombies. I will give you the big meat, and I will not dislike the small one. Zombie Tyrannosaurus relentlessly spit out dragon breath. Accompanied by pieces of golden-armored zombies fell. A stream of golden energy rushed towards its body from all directions. And after killing the 8 red-eyed zombies, the super beast only felt a heat current surging in his body. The horns where the essence gathered was extremely hot. In the carapace, it seems that a new body is about to come out. Almost. Chowpedo beasts are considered to be very ancient beings in the Tianyuan realm. Savings are also enough. But it was about to break free and go straight up. Always feel a little less. What happened? After killing the rest of the bosses, the super beasts who haven't succeeded are a little anxious. Again. But behind the others. Because it has accumulated too thick, the shell is already gold. Therefore, it is more difficult to turn a cocoon into a butterfly, break through from the inside, and gain a new life. Alice, who is in charge of the overall situation, sees the truth at a glance. No matter what, we should give priority to cultivating it, and when the Super Bido beast evolves to gold, we will concentrate our strength on the dark Tyrannosaurus beast. Subai glanced at it. The original policy is still implemented. The battlefield has gradually come to an end. Thousands of golden-armored zombies smashed into the sand. Most of the corpse fell into the soil, turning into a spot of light and disappearing. Strange, why didn't many soldiers die the 3rd time? The audience looked at the big screen, full of puzzlement. To take care of everyone. The staff enlarged Subai's world projection, occupying 90% of the space of the big screen. Several hundred other students split the remaining 10%. Many principals and teachers thought they were guessing in the 3rd wave. Subai may lose a large part of his troops. It is expected that this time someone specifically counted it. Still not even 100 fighters died. Then look at the upgrade halo on the big screen. Don't even think about it. His army will get stronger and stronger. And this time, on the leaderboard, Subai's score has reached a terrifying 90,000. The 2nd place is still held by Qi Lansu. Her Snow King missed a few hands. Not only can it summon ice cream snow mountains, but its melee attack is also very strong. The 3rd wave of monsters has already been fought. Why isn't it over yet? 35. Ma Bai, who was waiting for the settlement of the 1st level, said in surprise. The depths of blood-red hell. A huge figure slowly approached. With his appearance, strands of blood and hell gathered on it. In the outside screen that soup I can't see. 3 red exclamation marks flashed. Warning. In hell difficulty, the first layer of the dungeon world guards the grand boss of the 1,000-year-old Corpse King. He noticed that his subordinates were slaughtered, the Corpse King was in a rage, and the actual combat bonus was cancelled. Please resist the advance of the Corpse King, kill him, and get the Night Pearl in his body. This monster has crossed the golden threshold. As expected of the highest difficulty, even if you can pass the first level, you will suffer heavy losses. And you see, because it's a boss battle, even the actual combat bonuses have been cancelled. It's scary to see how it looks. As soon as the Millennium Corpse King came on stage, many timid audience members screamed. I saw it in a field of blood. A mighty Corpse King who was wearing a golden dragon robe, walking like a tiger, green face and fangs, and a Xia dynasty crown on his head slowly stepped forward. Just waiting to kill my son? Saw ruins all over the place. The Zombie King's anger kept rising. Ishi, the zombie Tyrannosaurus beast that hadn't killed the happy one, just wanted to go head-to-head and duel. Unexpectedly, it was preempted by a faster figure. It's mine now, don't rob me of any of you. It is the super beast that is in the process of transformation. It turned into a purple light and slammed into the 1,000-year-old Corpse King. Its speed is astounding. Insanity. The Millennium Corpse King waved his hand. Pieces of gray tombstones engraved with taboos flew out from behind him. A tombstone hit a dragon knight. On the spot, people and their mounts were crushed into ashes. Don't be afraid, the speed of this insect restrains it. 5. The audience watched with bated breath. But what surprised them was, in the sprint, the Super Bido beast couldn't avoid or hide, and actually relied on the armor to resist the tombstone. In an instant, fragments of tombstones dance. The flying direction of the Super Pitamin was also affected and became crooked. The 1,000-year-old Corpse King saw that the enemy was not dead. Decisively summoned the tombstone again and hit it. This time the tombstone is even more heavy and luxurious. It turned out to be the tombstone of his courtier. The text on the inscription has mysterious magic, which adds to its firmness. Super Pitamin is like a target in the air, being beaten up and down, swaying, but not dead. Viewers didn't even notice it was hurt. Why doesn't it hide? Everyone is in doubt. The 1,000-year Corpse King has jumped. The 5-clawed golden dragon royal robe rattled in the air. But under the pale skin of the Corpse King, there was a strangeness. He held out his corpse hand covered with white hair, quickly grabbed the super beast. The leader on the high platform saw that his nails were slender, about 30 centimeters long. Inlaid with gems and diamonds, it is like a sword out of the body. ZZ. 35. Unexpectedly, the 1,000-year-old Corpse King's nails splashed a spark on the carapace of the super beast. It's like a sword meets a god's armor. What a bummer. 35. The expression of the 1,000-year-old Corpse King has not changed. It's just that the blood on his body is getting stronger and stronger. The arms danced and 10 nails slashed on the carapace like a sword. For a time, sparks flew everywhere. Go ahead. It showed its mighty power just now. Why doesn't it move now? Yes, I think the purple unicorn is no worse than the Millennium Corpse King. 9. The audience in front of the TV was puzzled. The hostess explained. It may be because the insects were forced by the Corpse King's momentum and did not dare to attack for a while. If they continue to defend and not attack, they will find their weaknesses sooner or later. But the principals and leaders don't see it that way. It should be trying to use the Corpse King's attack to temper the carapace. Jian Heng guessed. Haha, other companions are very confident in it and do not interfere. Mom Magistrate felt more and more interesting. Soon, the battle ushered in a turning point. Under the high-intensity swing of the Millennium Corpse King, a fingernail snapped off. A thick mist of blood poured out of the 1,000-year-old Corpse King, who was so embarrassed. As if life, it kept rushing towards its right arm. The arm swelled rapidly. What is even more terrifying is that its nails are actually fused together and turned into a jade sword. Rude fellow, taste the Corpse King Chalcedony sword condensed under the mountain and river dragon veins. 35. The Millennium Corpse King unleashed the strongest sword. Even the entire sky is divided into two halves. Gollum. Many audience members swallowed nervously, staring intently at the center of the battlefield. Subai and Alice also looked at them at the same time. Kaka. A cracking sound is particularly awake. Under everyone's attention, the carapace that Dao thought was indestructible turned into two halves and fell to the ground. It's over, Subai's strongest subordinate was killed. Hey, why are you so stupid? You have to take someone else's sword. After all, it's a hell-level guarding boss, so strong and understandable. The audience was having a heated discussion. It's a pity for the super beast. Leaders are also secretly evaluating. The 1,000-year Corpse King opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily. Pong! Suddenly, a loud broken sword sounded. The 1,000-year Corpse King raised his right arm dumbfounded. I saw that the jade sword condensed by the essence of the mountains and rivers was broken into two pieces after condensing his 1,000-year-old kung fu. The broken sword had already turned into wisps of powder in the air, drifting away in the wind. At the same time, a whistling sound came from inside the carapace. Finally done. 35. Accompanied by a burst of bright golden light. A golden yellow, four-armed king of insects with horns and pincers smashed out of the carapace. A moment of effort. An arm grabbed the neck of the Millennium Corpse King. Use a little force. Click. Unscrewed the Corpse King's head. Before dying, the Corpse King's face was still in disbelief. I played so well just now and I finally came back. 35. The reborn Kaibito used another claw to take a night pearl the size of a pigeon egg from the mouth of the Corpse King. He casually dropped the head of the Corpse King and laughed. With the fall of the 1,000-year-old Corpse King, the blood-red earth quickly faded away. The first-layer dungeon world where Subai was located was completely covered by his world projection. This is too late to celebrate the victory. Subai's eyes were bright as he looked at the subordinate who had changed his appearance. Important log. After many trials, the super beast has broken through the shackles and has evolved to the gold level, the ultimate physical power god beast. Ultimate body. I am afraid it is a new starting point. Just seeing it kills a gold-level Corpse King with one claws, one can imagine how powerful it is. What he didn't expect was that the reaction off the court was even more exaggerated than he thought. F***K. This mighty and beautiful golden insect is the one just now. Is it an evolution? Just now I didn't fight back, just to break through? 35. I'll just say, they're not fools. But the Corpse King's strongest sword chops up, but helps the enemy break through, which is a bit funny. 99. Haha, very beautiful bug. It is estimated that the breakthrough has reached the gold level. Outsiders watch the fun. Inside look at the doorway. When Li Senpito Beast killed the Corpse King with one claw, even Jian Hang's brows jumped. This golden beast is unusual. Its body structure, defense, and attributes have never been seen before, and it is very valuable for research. He said excitedly, I don't know if my classmates sell insects. 99. Haha, I think you are confused. This is the strongest subordinate he cultivated, specially for the college entrance examination. How could he sell it to you? For flowers. Gao Hongwen joked. That's not necessarily. What if after the college entrance examination? I will make a high price that he can't refuse. Jian Hang still did not give up. In my opinion, you still have this heart to die. Principal Chen laughed and got angry. Another refresh started on the big screen. A voice resounded in the ears of all the players who passed the level. Congratulations to Subai, a candidate from number 3 middle school, who was the first to pass through the first tier of hell-level dungeons, with an additional 10,000 points, and the current total points reached 110,000, still maintaining the first place. Please keep working hard for other players. All the students in the World Tower changed their expressions. So fast? And on hell difficulty? Liar? 35. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I haven't even passed the normal difficulty, and the zombies are as hard as that. Shasu is so fast, I can't be too far behind. Chi Lanza glanced at the zombies surrounding him. A wave of hands. Let the Snow King lead the mage group and cast magic ice to seal the zombies. So fast, so powerful. Sure enough, he is the #1 dark horse in Guangqing. Shi Qianen, who was commanding Snake Girl, and the zombies Zhou Xian shook slightly. Quickly calm down and continue to fight. Mei Wanqing just looked up. Continue to let ghosts and zombies compete for body sovereignty. Relative to others. She was most affected on the first floor. After all, zombies are not afraid of ghosts. They are also close relatives. Resistance is also very strong. On the contrary, it was the female ghost's physical attack that worked first. But even so, she still ranked 4th. F***K. Is it a covert operation? Wang Tsang, who suffered heavy losses, was being drowned in the second round of silver-armored zombies. Only half of his 10,000 kobolds were dead. Others have been resurrected too many times, and their souls are vain. It has begun to fall into the realm. It's all your fault. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have chosen the hell level. Wang Tsang, who was in trouble, was blushing and began to look for the culprit. There was also a card in his hand. A+ grade treasure card. I was going to leave it to Ma Bai. Now it seems, not used in advance. I'm afraid there is no chance of even taking the stage. Continue to resurrect the remaining 5,000 kobolds. After taking a deep breath, Wang Song barely collected 10,000 warriors and took out the card. Without hesitation, use the A-rank card Abyss Madness, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound. The copy here is shrouded in an abyss shadow. One after another black gas infected the kobold. His eyes were blood red and his muscles exploded. I do not know how to roar in pain to kill the enemy. Is this a card from the Abyss series? The mutation here was immediately noticed by Mom Magistrate and others. Their expressions changed. He doesn't know that using the Abyss card, on behalf of his world being stared at by the Abyss, is already its intended target. 5. Too impulsive, dragging your world into a bottomless abyss for a momentary victory. That card is also a banned card on the market. Even if it succeeds, the judgment points given by the World Tower will be at least 80% less. It's not worth it. Even if you get good grades with this method, some famous schools won't admit it. The principals felt sorry for a while. Principal Bai, who originally had hope, lost his strength and fell to the ground. At the same time, Wang Song's points ranking has also risen rapidly. After a while, the second wave of zombies was resolved. The total points reached 20,000, ranking second. Why are my points so low? Affected by the breath of the abyss, Wang Tsang, whose eyes were red, couldn't control his emotional questioning. Because of your foul use of props, the entire college entrance examination will be supervised and scored by the host computer. From a comprehensive consideration, there is nothing wrong. Wang Song roared in the sky. Let the Kobold Legion meet the third wave of the golden armored zombies. Ding dong, the 3,000 Tarn warriors that candidate Zhou Duan belonged to were wiped out and fell in the first stage of the nightmare level, with a total score of 7,000. Your college entrance examination is over. Please get out of the World Tower. The main machine will score and rank you according to the score data of the audience. At this time, another student walked out of the World Tower in vain. Zhou Duan's face was full of despair. He thought he was the first student of the third middle school. Isn't it easy to fight a nightmare? At least 4 levels can be passed. I can't even get past the first level, especially when he looked up at the standings. After seeing the eye-catching 110,000 points of Subai on the list, it's even more bloody. A mouthful of black blood couldn't hold back and came out. Isn't Subai a lucky bee ********** D? Nima, seeing your success is more uncomfortable than my failure. Zhou Duan's eyes darkened, and he fell down. Student, what's wrong with you? Call an ambulance. Hey, how much appetite a person has and how much food he eats. If he had just chosen the difficulty level, he wouldn't have left the stage so quickly. 35. In a daze, I heard these words. Zhou Duan was even more unconscious in a coma. The most important thing is to have self-knowledge. Principal Chen watched with pity as the students were carried away. Yeah, life is a long road. There are still many challenges in the future. If you don't know how much you have, You don't know how to die. Peng Qishan strongly agrees with her husband. A principal joked. Old Bai, look at your proud disciple. The score has reached 30,000, ranking second. Logically speaking, such a good result. Principal Bai will be smiling. But now I can't laugh. Anyone with eyes can see it. This is his potential to be squeezed later. Even if the college entrance examination is not completed, there may be hidden dangers. This may be the most glorious moment in your life, and I hope you will remember this lesson in your life. Principal Bai sighed in his heart. As for the attention of the audience, Bai, counting the first tier of harvest. The World Tower also kindly gave him 10 minutes of rest. Of course, in the World Tower, time can be manipulated arbitrarily. He was inside for 10 minutes, but outside for a few seconds. This is the right of every candidate. There is a rest time after challenging a level of dungeon. Regroup your team and check out the leaderboards by the way. Hey, why did that Wang Song suddenly rise up? See Wang Song, who is ranked second. Su Bai was a little surprised, combined with the news that he was funded by foreign capital on the internet before. Su Bai vaguely guessed the truth. But even so, it is also more than half of his 110,000 points. Not a big problem. He continued to count the harvest. After finishing the first layer of copy, the biggest surprise is naturally the Lisen Pitamin that evolved into the ultimate form. And because of the deep accumulation, it has reached the primary peak as soon as it evolves. He estimates that the combat power is not inferior to the peak gold now. The other Dragon Knights, and even the soldiers who did not participate in the battle, received a certain increase. It should be that a part of the dungeon world was swallowed by Tian Yuanji. The Lord of the Four Seas and Godzilla, who were lurking in the dark, made a comfortable bubble. They expressed their willingness to do something to Alice. But consider the follow-up enemies. Alice was very cautious and played her cards slowly. Even the Corpse Clan directly under her did not send out. Dragon Knight naturally 233 is the most rewarding. Thanks to the strength and command of the leader, Greymon. The total number of casualties did not exceed 200. The rest of the survivors, big and small, have gained a lot of experience. Thousands of people have evolved into peak bronze. There are more than 100 people who have crossed the level and are promoted to the silver level. Important log. Congratulations on successfully passing the first level dungeon of the college entrance examination hell level, and you have obtained a total of A+, level special land cards, White Mountain and Black Water, Yi Mingzhu X1. A special card depicting Chaibai Mountain encircling the two banks and a black river crossing in the middle fell into his hand. White Mountain and Black Water, a special card. After use, 2 new special terrains will be added to the world. Not only can it cultivate spiritual energy, but it can also generate a mysterious dragon energy, which has a little effect on suppressing the world and strengthening the origin of the world. If you bury living beings in it for cultivation, you may have unexpected gains. Good baby. Su Bai's eyes lit up. But for those who have the ability to suppress the world, the market price is no less than 100 million. And there is no market price. He used the card decisively, accompanied by a rumbling tremor in the Tianyuan realm. In the northeast corner of the main continent, a beautiful landscape suddenly appeared. It is a new land from God the Father. 99. The aura is very abundant, and the new mountain range belongs to my giant ape family. I, the Titan Python, haven't spoken yet. It's not your turn. Around the new territory, many left-behind ethnic groups scrambled for it. Recently, people all over the continent know that the creator is busy with a grand battle. Every now and then there are surprises. But at the same time some elite fighters are called in to help. Get out of the way. 99. Accompanied by a roar of the earth. It turned out that Godzilla came down from the volcano. Run to the White Mountains and Black Waters to dominate. This place is good, with mountains and water, and a little strange special energy, which is very good for the evolution of the body. Godzilla built his nest on top of White Mountain. Occasionally go down the mountain to take a bath in black water. The body absorbs dragon energy subtly. The Templar Dragon Knights who followed it found that cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. One by one also built a holy city at the foot of the mountain and lurked. Slightly speed up the flow of time between the White Mountains and the Black Water. 35. Subai silently raised the divine tree scepter. Help Godzilla absorb the good fortune here. At the critical moment, it has to come out to the market. In addition, another night pearl is also extremely beautiful. Millennium Night Pearl. It is formed by the corpse king absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon in the ground. It contains the precious power of moonlight, and it can keep the human body immortal for thousands of years. At the same time, it will also subtly transform its properties. If absorbed directly, there is a high probability of directly evolving a level. But the side effect is that it may cause corpse transformation and long corpse hair. Although the side effects are a little bigger, but I happen to have the most suitable person. Subai called Alice. You have worked hard to lead the army, and this night pearl will be given to you. I hope you will absorb it soon, and there are 4 worlds behind. Father, really give it to me? Alice was holding the crystal-clear night pearl with surprise in her eyes. Subai smiled and nodded to her. Seeing this, Alice no longer refused. So happy to take it back to practice. In order to allow his subordinates to get enough rest, Subai specially consumed the power of the world to speed up the flow of time. By the way, I also used the B-rank Snowflake Silver Mine that I obtained at the beginning. Let some small groups left behind to mine silver jointly. Not to mention, the silver of Baihuahua is very dazzling. Not only can it be used as a casting material, but it can also be used to make enchanted armor. It soon became the hard currency of Tianyuan realm. To encourage warriors who are fighting abroad, Subai specially arranged to give each soldier 100 silver coins as wages and benefits. Reminder, inspired by Snowflake Silver, all morale plus 5%. This little episode made Ma Baidi laugh. At this point, on the web, especially on the gambling board, there was a lot of discussion about his topic. That dark horse was the first to clear the first floor, and with 110,000 points, he was the leader of the crowd. It's a big loss this time, but I think the second place, Wang Zhang, has also exceeded 60,000 points. There is still hope. He should have used the secret weapon at the bottom of the box, and he has insufficient stamina. He will soon be caught up by a few nightmare-level players behind him. Hey, this Guangqing gambling game. The dealer will make a lot of money. While they were discussing, suddenly there is the latest news. Outside the number, Wang Zhang's 10,000 kobold army was wiped out, falling into the third wave of shock under the leadership of the 1,000-year-old corpse king, 10 red-eyed zombies slaughtered. F***K, Wang Zhang's final score is fixed at 65,005. Even if he ranks second now, it is useless. The people behind will slowly catch up. Those who bet on Wang Zhang were in a hurry on the spot. They yelled at him for being stupid. Well known. The further back each level is, the higher the difficulty, but the more rewards. After the 5th level dungeon, even if it is normal difficulty, it is even stronger than the first floor of hell. There was an uproar in the venue. The faces of the teachers and students of the 10th middle school were one after another. Principal Bai even had a long talk. Hey, it's a pity, if you challenge the nightmare difficulty, let alone 5 levels, you can at least beat 3 or 4 levels, and your points will be far more than now. 5. Inside the World Tower. Out of a despairing, bloodshot young man. He grabbed his hair with both hands, and suddenly went crazy. Not yet. It's not over yet. My Dragon Vein Kobold Warlock hasn't shown his power yet. How come he was killed by the Corpse King? I want to go back to fight again. I am the god of kobolds. I will not fall in the first level. He turned around and wanted to re-enter the World Tower. Unexpectedly, it was empty. The projected World Tower seems to be virtual. Let Wang Zhang cross in and fall to the ground. When he looked up at the standings, seeing the top one again, Bai Yao is far ahead. The points of Qi Lansu, Shi Qianyan, and others are constantly beating, chasing after themselves. It's a mad cry. Take him away quickly, save the shame. Principal Bai quickly asked the teacher to help him leave. Before being towed away, Wang Xing was still howling and crawling towards the World Tower. He was not reconciled to the end of his college entrance examination. This is very different from my own psychological expectations. Zhou Duan on the other side looked at Wang Zhang, who had lost his soul. It feels like both are making the same mistake. He may be affected by a little abyss. Jian Heng on the high platform stared at Wang Zhang's actions with a serious expression. Isn't it just a while after using it? It's affected so quickly. The other principals looked over one after another. Jian Heng nodded affirmatively. If it is used normally, it is reasonable to say that the backlash will not be so fast. But just now, in order to kill the enemy as much as possible. 35. Wang Song continues to consume the power of the world and resurrect his subordinates. Many kobolds have died 5 or 6 times in a row, their realm has fallen, and the origin of the world has also been stagnant and drained. 39. Just like the weakening of the human body, which will allow viruses to invade, it is also more likely to be infected by the abyss. The World Master and the world complement each other, and naturally also affect his spirit. After listening to his explanation, the other teachers felt sorry for a while. If the conditioning is not good, Wang Zhang has been like this all his life. Some well-known universities will not admit students marked by the abyss. I originally thought that the star of hope would fall before it started to shine. I hope you don't be as impulsive as him. Principal Chen looked at Ma Bai's challenge space with concern. Rest is over. Accompanied by a line of black writing that appeared on the screen. Su Bai entered the second floor. Examinees, please prepare well. The second layer of yellow sand world is coming, and the will of the world is being tested. The original blood-red hell image before his eyes completely disappeared. The first floor is khaki yellow, shaped like the Gobi Desert. The Lus Plateau with its caves keeps coming. At the same time, a dust storm blew. Even in the air, a huge, clear grimace appeared. Howling seems to be swallowing the dragon knights below. Fly between sand and stone. Su Bai held the divine tree scepter high, mobilizing the power of the world to fight. This time, the will of the other world is very stubborn, and it actually produces an anthropomorphic will. It made Su Bai quite exhausted. To know that he started a large second-order world of more than 1,500 kilometers. If you count the Ash continent, you already have the capital to advance to Tier 3. In addition, everyone maintains the world order on weekdays. The will of Tian Yuanji is far stronger than that of the same level. But even so, they are still fighting in a hurry. What made Alice and the others heave a sigh of relief? The green light curtain, which symbolizes the Tianyuan realm, constantly pushes back the sandstorm. The terrifying grimace composed of yellow sand was forcibly blown away. Ding dong! After the world will confrontation, your Tianyuan realm will win a small victory, gain home field advantage, and the actual combat bonus will be 50%. Still won. Su Bai just breathed a sigh of relief. The dense copy of the message text appeared in front of his eyes. The world of yellow sand is a hopeless world that was abandoned due to disordered order, and its vitality is cut off. There are a lot of poisonous spiders hidden under the yellow sand. They are not only mysterious, but also contain highly poisonous and terrifying spiritual power. Most of them will attack people and then drag the prey back to the crypt and slowly torture to death. Please kill all the enemy troops in the crypt. SWAT reminder, pay attention to the terrain. Finished with the introduction text. There was a wriggling in the yellow sand. As if alive. The leaders such as Alice and Diablomon quickly looked over. I saw that as the yellow sand fell, dark holes appeared one by one. Pairs of scarlet eyes emerged from it. A black spider with the smallest face and a big face quickly crawled out. Lines of spider prints are left in the yellow sand. It seems that this time the focus is on testing mental abilities. 99. Su Bai didn't dare to delay. Holding the scepter high, he ordered. Ordinary Dragon Knights retreat. Only the Temple Dragon Knights who are irradiated by Godzilla step forward and prepare for the fire attack. At the same time, Lishen Pidwa led 5,000 unicorn beasts, carrying 3,000 evil eyes and 3,000 mind seekers to hunt poisonous insects in the air. Be careful of the enemy's mental attack. This attack is still Alice in charge of the overall situation. The other leaders will act on their own, and the 6,000 spiritual units will be handed over to the Mind Flayer leader Audi. Audi is not only the first Mind Flayer born after absorbing the Brain Demon, but also their leader. It has now evolved to the top silver. Commander 6,000 hands are more than rubbing. Under Su-bai's personal deployment, the ordinary Dragon Knight who fought just now quickly stepped aside. 3,000 Temple Dragon Knights with flaming red patterns on their armors stepped forward. The original dinosaur they sat on was also extraordinarily strong, resembling a scaled-down version of Godzilla in shape. Charge forward when the fire erupts. In an instant, the yellow sand was lit. Form a fire to block the advance of the Black Spider army. They are trained individually to breathe fire and segment the Black Spiders. Focus on killing elite enemies in turn. Others have also started the second tier of dungeons. 99. On the audience stage, everyone stared intently at Su-bai's battlefield. The students of normal difficulty were greeted by 1,000 Black Spiders. They were powerful in spirit, their eyes could be bewitched, and they could spray spider silk. Caused a lot of trouble to the Lord of the World. What's more despicable is that once the attack is found to be frustrated, it will not be able to be defeated temporarily. They quickly retracted to the ground. With the advantage of yellow sand, you can kill through the crypt at any time. Together with people and horses, they are pulled back to the ground to be strangled. This kind of tunnel warfare caused great difficulties to every student. Sure enough, it is the most difficult in 10 years. The second test is the comprehensive ability. If the mental strength is not strong enough, you will not be able to find any clues in the underground, and you will be submerged in the spider sea. Ma Magistrate's pertinent comment said. On the big screen. Except for Ma Bai's use of flames, 3.4 greatly thwarted Black Spider's prestige. Others, including Chi Lance's Yeti Legion, were entangled by spiders. The first unlucky Mei Wanqing got a lot of bonuses in this level. The female ghost group she cultivated, the body can be transformed into between the entity and the energy body. Travel through the crypt without restrictions. Sometimes Black Spiders spit out spider webs, and the female ghosts escaped with agility. After a while, Mei Wanqing killed thousands of Black Spiders and other poisonous insects. The points reached a terrifying 70,000 and ranked second. These Black Spiders are so venomous, one bite will often drag an enemy to their death. And their spider silk is inherently corrosive. Look at the pig-headed man from number 5 middle school. Because of his inconvenience, he was besieged by Black Spiders and brought back to the ground as meat. Normal difficulty spiders are so strong, nightmares, and even hell difficulty? Under the nervous eyes of the audience. On the second level of nightmare difficulty, 100 large spiders the size of a square table and 2 pairs of eyes jumped out. As for the white one, there are even 100 super spider kings with 4 pairs of 8 eyes, just like the hill. One of the Temple Dragon Knights did not respond. He was stabbed by the spider feet of the Super Spider King and died on the spot. Even more despicable. When the Super Beast fell from the sky and wanted to rush forward in anger to take revenge, the Super Spider King cunningly retreated to the ground. The yellow sand seemed to collapse in general and hid directly in it. Occupy the location. The Super Spider King caused Su-bai a lot of trouble. Hey, killing zombies was cool just now, but now, spiders restrain dinosaurs. 55. Yes, the size of the dinosaur is too large. It may be very cool to charge and fight the enemy head-on. But when encountering such a small monster, it is difficult to hide in the ground. As expected of the college entrance examination, it's tested in all directions. No matter how powerful Su-bai's Air Force is, if he goes underground, he can't even fly, and he is doomed to be smashed into the sand. Yeah, and it's pitch dark in the crypt, and you can't see the surroundings, so you can only use your mental power to probe. But the mental power of the Black Spider is also very powerful. This is to dig a trap and wait for them. The audience chanted for a while. In fact, it is. Among the first wave of students who entered the second-tier dungeon, dozens of students have already withdrawn, and the college entrance examination has stopped. The principal and teachers also talked about it. Discuss what tactics are best against crypt spiders. Even experienced principals. I also feel that the crypt spider is difficult to solve, and can only rely on time to slowly grind it. When I go back, I will assign this homework to the students. A teacher said. If I'm on hard difficulty, I should be stuck on this level too. Zhou Duan in the crowd looked at the big screen. secretly calculating his own strength. Chi Lansu, who chose nightmare difficulty, was obviously a level higher than him. Snowmen are poisoned by a sneak attack by a black spider. Can cut a piece of blackened snow and keep fighting. An angry Snow King will also lead a Yeti mage. Cast ice spells on the crypts, freezing them. Soon under Chi Lansu's steady attack. A lot of yellow sand freezes. The 8 legs of the black spider walk on the ice, which is obviously inconvenient. Slip often. 100 big spiders did not dodge, but after being sealed by the Snow King with ice cream, they were surrounded and beaten. However, there is still a big difference between a nightmare and hell. You see Subai is in a deadlock. 99. In Subai's world projection. At the beginning, the fire special attack of the dinosaurs did work. But the big spiders are cunning. Under the command of 100 Spider Kings, they all gave up their frontier positions. Fight tunnels with dinosaurs. And from time to time dig holes from the rear to attack. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Templar Dragon Knights were killed. Know that these are the elite. The difficulty of it can be imagined. It can't go on like this. I and the Evil Eye family live underground all year round. Although we can recognize things in the dark, it is the home of spiders after all, and traps will definitely be laid. The Mind Flayer observed the yellow sand terrain for a while. No rash action. Instead, ask Alice for assistance. Ask to send 5,000 Kotoa. Is your current strength not enough? Alice wondered. She saw the unicorns in the sky only occasionally come down to hunt. The 6,000 evil eyes and the mind seducer didn't make a move at all, they just watched from the sidelines. Quite suspicious of paddling 23. When we enter the crypt, we fall into the rhythm of the enemy. Even if we win, the loss will be huge. Mind Flayer Audi plausibly said. In order to serve God the Father better, of course, we must retain our vitality. I believe the Quatu people are also very interested in this group of spiders. Since you want to flood, try it. Alice held the Moonlight Night Pearl in her hand and gave orders to the rear. In the ocean of Tainyuanji, there was a flash of light. When the leader of the Kotoa heard the news, he immediately raised his harpoon and shouted, "Boys, it's our turn to play, and Archbishop Alice asked us to stock up on more water." After listening to the Kota fish, they opened their mouths one by one in the sea. Like a whale swallowing the sea, he kept drinking the seawater. Drank the sea level a little shallower. Soon, 5,000 Quatu people with chubby bellies were summoned to the battlefield of the two realms. As soon as they appear, they attract the attention of the audience. These thousands of toads are Subai's secret weapon? 39. I can't see that in just 7 days, he has cultivated so many subordinates. But toads can't deal with spiders. Do you want to fight poison with poison? The Kutu who have changed their appearance are indeed a bit like toads. They are also nonsense. Into the sand. To the entrance of the crypt is a burst of seawater. At the same time, under the auspices of a silver bishop of the Kotoa, the Quatu warlocks cast their spells. This time, they used their precious faith. It turned into a sea of water and rushed into the crypt. Everyone, I have already felt the restless spiders in the ground, and there is only one chance. Audi, the Mind Flayer who oversees the battle from the sky, calls the shots. As soon as the voice fell, the soaked yellow sand squirmed. Big black spiders jumped out. Spitfire. The Temple Dragon Knight, who had been suffocating for a long time, burst into flames. In an instant. In the yellow sand, there are 2 layers of water and fire. The black spider that had just crawled out of the ground was burned to the ground. The poisonous spider webs they are proud of are also restrained by the flames. A super spider king opened 4 pairs of eyes and revealed a human face in his abdomen. When he was giving out a ghostly smile, when the Dragon Knight was confused. Unexpectedly, a unicorn fell from the sky, overturning the Spider King's body. In the carapace of the one-man show, there is another strange creature that is half tentacles and half human, and the 4 tentacles on its face are quickly inserted into the exposed weaknesses of the Spider King. Invade into its brain and greedily absorb its brain fluid. The two work together perfectly. Less than a minute. Hundreds of Spider Kings were wiped out and turned into mummified spiders. The efficiency of the Evil Eye is much slower than that of the Mind Flayer. There are specialties in the arts, and mind flayers are experts in absorbing brains. Alice, who was still absorbing the energy of the Night Pearl, observed for a while. I feel that in the second-tier dungeon, the benefits of mind flayers are the most. They are male and female, inheriting the absolute rationality of brain demons, which is very cruel. After sucking the brains of the Spider King, after a while of research, actually cracked the spider's spiritual network. A group of mind-fighting magicians headed by Audi forged the brainwaves of the Spider King, coaxed the black spiders to come out and die, for efficiency and convenience. It even summoned 5,000 black spiders into a cave. Wait until they all pop up. Let the Dragon Knights Templar breathe fire together. The roaring flames burned the spiders, and screams sounded one after another. Heart snatchers don't have feelings. Before waiting for the spiders to die, they rushed in and sucked their brains with their tentacles. It's cruelty. The evil eyes of the same clan who looked at them all frowned. The Dragon Knights Templar also shook their heads. It's because you can't let yourself down that we gradually weaken. If it wasn't for sucking brains, how could I evolve so fast, and how could I crack the black spider's spiritual network? Mind Flayer Audi doesn't think ants have small legs. He also got into it and grabbed food with the juniors. It's too brutal, like an uncivilized beast. The leading beholder disdains their company. The two tribes who have embarked on different paths travel farther and farther. It's a bit mean, but it works well. Subai looked at the points. Under some chaos. His points have exceeded 200,000. Really, the later stage, the more points are given. He didn't know, because of the Mind Flayer's manipulation. The audience raved about him. What are these disgusting octopus monsters doing? Before the spiders die, they use their tentacles to suck their brains. So cruel. Indeed, it's still despicable. I just cooperated with those insects. The insects contributed, but they came to receive the spoils. This kind of monster is a bit similar to a brain demon. I heard that Bai was lucky and got a brain demon corpse, which may be a strange creature cultivated from its blood. 39. Sure enough, with the cruel and ruthless demeanor of the brain demon, the spiders are out of luck. Many viewers have a very bad impression of the Mind Slayer. Even with Subai, there were many discussions. Including the TV station, I feel that the picture is a bit inappropriate for children. Turn the camera in time to Chi Lance's Plain War. Children still prefer the cuteness of snowmen and snow dolls with one punch and one spider equals pictures. That should be a spiritual monster. It seems that Bai is well prepared for the college entrance examination and has an army all over the sea, land, and air. President Kai commented with a smile. As a young man from a civilian background, it is not easy to do this. Other leaders also gave him high marks. It's a good thing to be able to use your brain. If you really want to rush your brain into the crypt, there will definitely be a lot of damage. 9. Principal Chen also heard the audience's comments. He was very supportive of Ma Bai's plan. The spiders won't wait to die. The boss should be out soon. Peng Qingshan commented. He looked at his two babies. Meiwan Qinzheng led the female ghost to sneak into the ground to kill and kill. The points have reached more than 80,000, ranking second. And the third is Qi Lansu. Fourth, Shi Qianyan's performance was very close. Shi Qianyan also quickly thought of the flooding tactics. Not only ordered the snake girl to cast spells, but also sent her own secret weapon. One has 2 heads and a snake body, a golden biological water beast. Its appearance brought Wanjun seawater. Heads of black spiders were rushed out. Scored very fast. Crash. In the yellow sand battlefield where Subai was. Pieces of sandy beaches fell. There are 7 heads with beautiful human faces, the upper body is a human, and the lower body is a huge spider monster rushing out. Kill so many of our sons, take your life. I saw the 7-headed spider spirit popping up and then stood up. He actually turned Chi Guoguo's navel to the Dragon Knights and Mind Flayers. Oh, why are you acting like a hooligan as soon as you come out? Originally saw the appearance of the hell-level big boss. The hostess just turned the camera to this. Unexpectedly, I saw the scene that is not suitable for children. Quickly cut off the lens. Children can't see it. The mother in front of the TV also covered her child's eyes with her hands in time. But the audience at the scene is not such a teacher. Instead, they all widened their eyes and looked at the navels of the 7 spider spirits. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a touch of spiritual golden light rushed out from the navel. Just in time across the world tower. The audience's eyes were still flickered, and their souls trembled. F***K, blinded my eyes. This eye is poisonous. 99. Beauty is harmful, what about my eye drops? Many spectators at the scene affected Chiyu, looking for eye drops with red eyes. This farce made everyone laugh. But Ma Bai, who faced 7 spider spirits at the scene, couldn't laugh at it. Hint: because of your despicable actions, you have angered the 7 golden-level spider spirits hidden deep in the ground. Together, they have been able to strangle the primary golden creatures. Because of being too angry, the Yellow Sand riots, the faction you are in, the actual combat bonus disappears. The golden light from the navels of the 7 spider spirits shone brightly. Immediately, many dragon knights screamed and fell off their mounts. It's also bad knowledge of mind snatchers. Get on the unicorn and run away. The evil eye, who had been watching the battle in the dark, saw this move. Immediately shocked. Brothers, it's our realm. Since the split from the Mind Flayer family, including the leader Evil Eye Tyrant, the limelight has been suppressed by them. Seeing a rare opportunity, immediately one by one, the eye drops that have been improved several times were put on. 3,000 evil eyes all stared at the 7 spider spirits. The gaze of a tyrant. 55. In an instant, the audience who had just been baptized by the 7-headed spider spirit saw the big screen burst with flashes of light. 7 golden eyes condensed together, forming a golden beam of light rushing towards the evil eye. The evil eye family did not show weakness. Under the leadership of the beholder, there is also the talent of War Roar bonus. Combine the power of 3,000 evil eyes together. A terrifying evil eye with tentacles appeared behind them. A terrifying eye light shot out from the center of the evil eye. He actually drowned the 7 spider spirits with a destructive force. They screamed immediately. Backlashed by the spirit, he vomited poisonous blood. Severely injured. Because there is only one hell-level challenger still alive, Subai. Drip. A sudden warning sounded. Because your subordinates are too cruel and cruel, killing 7 spider spirits, triggering a hell-level hidden plot. The sworn elder brother of the spider spirit got angry and rushed out from the depths of the Earth's crust, which is 10,000 meters deep. Please defeat the 2nd level to hide the big boss 100-eyed demon lord. Huasha earthquake. Really, the Earth Dragon turned over, and it was astonishing. Accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise. A huge black figure rushed out of the ground with Wanjun yellow sand wrapped in it, killing the newly evolved psionic tyrant. 4 tentacles stood up on Audie's face. He hastily used his psychic energy to form a protective shield to block the front. Unexpectedly, it was easily smashed by the tentacles of the 100-eyed demon lord. Only then did the audience see what the boss looked like. I saw that this was a head that was several hundred meters long, and the whole body was cast like black gold, reflecting the metallic luster. Has hundreds of centipede feet. The head seems to be inlaid with a black gold helmet, a super centipede with 2 sharp tentacles. The most terrifying thing is the 2 huge eyes on its head, staring at the Mind Flayer. There are leaders who have sharp eyes, and even a pair of strange eyes hidden in the abdomen of the 100-eyed demon lord at a glance. Some people have a dense phobia and goosebumps. This is more than 100 eyes. I'm afraid it is 1,000 eyes. Someone screamed in horror. Take your life. The 100-eyed demon lord stared at the Mind Flayer. Audi screeched, not knowing what skills he had used. At the same time, the body turned into 6 afterimages and escaped. Lisen Bidwa, it's up to you. Accompanied by a sonic boom cloud. A large golden insect flew out from below. Like a golden meteorite, it slammed into the 100-eyed demon lord. The 100-eyed demon lord was caught off guard from being hit. Immediately, the momentum stagnated. The huge body turned over in the air. Rumbling to the ground, endless mad sand swayed. Great strength. This hidden boss was half standing, looking at the golden insect. At the same time, a line of monster introductions appeared on the big screen. Name: 100 Eyes Demon Lord. Level: Primary Gold. Skills: Iron Head Impact, 100-foot roll, Death Entanglement, Thousand-Eyed Golden Light. Introduction: the hidden big boss in the Yellow Sand Dungeon does not come out under normal circumstances. Only when the challenger triggers a special plot, there is a small chance to lead it out. Under the advantage of the geographical advantage, he already has intermediate-level golden combat power, and his armor is stronger than steel, which makes him stand out from the crowd, and his unique skills are even more difficult. Taking into account both attack and defense, it is a super enemy. Value points: 50,000. Hey, a monster is worth 50,000? That's too exaggerated. 35. It's not an ordinary golden monster, it's in a rage. That golden insect seems to have just evolved. Can it be stopped? TSK, you won't die if you don't die. It's all because the group of octopuses acted disgustingly and summoned hidden monsters. The audience watched with schadenfreude. 2 golden monsters competed, and the ratings skyrocketed. The hostess receives the message. Quickly turn the camera to the Huangsha battlefield. Grandpa, look at the big centipede. 35. It's a big insect, such a beautiful unicorn, golden. The atmosphere is tense. The audience in front of the TV stared intently at the picture. Even some pubs and internet cafes are transferred here. Hurry up and watch Guangqing TV. The hidden boss that has never appeared is still hell. Really or not? Some people in other cities also entered hell mode, but they didn't see that big centipede. Not just the city limits. There was even a heated discussion on the internet. Mainly because everyone has never seen this boss. I want to see what it looks like. Audiences, including those from outside the city, were attracted. For a time, the ratings of Guangqing TV exceeded 100%. The number of viewers exceeded the local total. Make the leaders of the TV station happy. Hoo-hoo. A gust of wind hits. Roll up 1,000 layers of yellow sand. A black and gold centipede stared straight ahead. A golden unicorn, which is much smaller in comparison, faced off in the air. The tense atmosphere caused Evil Eye and Mind Flayer to retreat. The 100-eyed demon lord moved. His stomach opened a pair of eyes. It actually shot out the golden light, the directional force god pedo beast. Don't take it hard, it will confuse your spirit and interfere with your cognition. Audi in the rear quickly reminded. But it's too late. Lise Hen reacted a second later than Duo Beast. Master Tricks, millisecond battle. The 100-eyed demon's sovereign rushed out like a black arrow, opening a large mouth of blood with countless beards. Swallowed the Lise Hen Pitamin in one mouthful. Amidst the nervous screams of the audience, Lise Hen Pitamin regained his senses at the last moment. The wings shook, disappeared in the mouth of the blood basin. The next moment, everyone only heard a crash, like a landslide. I saw the 100-eyed demon lord staggering. Thousands of centipedes flopped down in the yellow sand with a soft leg, buried by rolling sand. What's the matter? Everyone in the audience was full of doubts. Look at your head. It was President Kai who had sharp eyes and found clues at a glance. I saw a golden insect flying above the head of the 100-eyed demon lord. The iron head that the 100-eyed demon lord was proud of was now smashed. The 100-eyed demon lord, whose head was full of stars, rose again in anger. He rushed out from the ground again and became entangled with the Lise Hen pedo beast. It tried to use its abdomen 1,000 eyes to stand against the power god pedo. But the Lise Hen Bidwa, who had suffered losses, relied on his physical advantage. Instead, keep moving all the time. The Lise Hen beast is only a dozen meters tall, which is very small compared to the 100-eyed demon sovereign who is several hundred meters tall. But when it swings its forearms, like a hammer to the sky, hitting the 100-eyed demon lord, a tumbling, black armor shattered. Sometimes even the rise of the fight. Lise Hen pedo beast grabbed the 100-footed great demon lord with its 4 claws. It was tossed around like a hemp rope. The rumbling, vibrating sound made the yellow sand copy messed up. Is it really a big boss? That insect is so powerful? 35. The audience looked at each other. Great visual contrast. More experts in mechanics said excitedly. Look, it's in the air, throwing the 100-eyed demon lord around without any leverage. The 100-eyed demon lord weighs at least tens of thousands of tons. The tiny body of the golden insect contains unimaginable power. Jian Heng, the general manager of the Evolution House, has his eyes shining, and he attaches great importance to Li Bidua. What a great strength! It can be called the ultimate strength. I am afraid that in the gold level, the most powerful Titan family is not as good as it. The exciting picture of this fat beating the big boss. Make the children in front of the TV jump for joy. He said that he was so handsome, beautiful, and powerful. I will be a fan of this golden insect from now on. Audiences including bars, internet cafes, and other places are full of heated discussions. After this battle, Li Baido has countless fans in the animal circle. The onlookers, Alice, Diablomon, and others had long expected this result. Before it evolves, it can kill intermediate gold. It's far from the limit. Subai looked at the data of Li Bidua for a while and gave a very high evaluation. However, it is a long night dream. He quickly ordered, "Don't play, hurry up and kill." The Li Pitaman screamed when he heard the order. Grab the head of the 100-eyed demon lord and use all 4 arms. Just about to tear it alive. Unexpectedly, the 100-eyed demon lord also had a foreboding. After struggling hard, the 1,000 eyes in his abdomen suddenly opened. Chi-Chi stared at Li Bidua. "Close your eyes." Ma Magistrate suddenly changed his expression and quickly reminded. The hosts of the TV stations have yet to react. Next, 1,000 golden lights shot out. Through the big screen, all the cameras were broken. The sound of thumping sounded in the venue. What's more, the glasses were shattered on the spot. Even the projection with the big screen shows the mirror-shattering effect. 1,000-eyed magic. This is the strongest blow of the 100-eyed demon lord, a blow to the bottom of the box. It can not only withstand the body and soul of the enemy, but also launch a double attack both physically and mentally. Can't stop it. 1,000 rays of golden light rushed towards Li Pito at the speed of light. Surrounded by the infinite golden light, the muscles of the Li Baido beast bulged. A golden ball of lightning gathered in its horns. Its wings shook, and it rushed forward at a speed that surpassed spiritual perception. Giga shockwave. Thousands of spectators outside. In the infinite golden light, a special ball lightning flashed by. Across the golden light. Next moment, the brilliance dissipated. The 100-eyed demon's sovereign roared and collapsed in 2. The body turned into a wisp of light and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the yellow sand scene of the second copy faded quickly like weathering. In the sky, there is only the Li Pito beast that flutters its wings and looks around. Strong. Bullpen. Just now, how did it escape? I didn't see it clearly. The speed is too fast. Didn't the boss kill him just after it was activated? What happened? Why did the 100-eyed demon lord die? My glasses are all shattered, and the 1,000 eyesight is too powerful. The audience was boiling. Many people stared at the big screen with tears in their eyes, ignoring their stabbed eyes. Want to see some clues? A positive breakthrough, Golden Insect is extremely confident in itself. The leaders on the high platform saw a clue. I'm getting more and more interested in it. I'm afraid this is not its limit. The indestructible golden armor, the terrifying horned weapon, and the extreme speed and terrifying power are simply built for battle. 99. Jian Heng's eyes became more and more hot. Ma Magistrate laughed even more. In my opinion, with this baby, it is no problem to strive for the top 3 in the province. The one who laughed the happiest was Principal Chen. Principal Bai, Peng Qingshan, and others cast envious glances. With this student this year, Lao Chen's status is afraid to sit back and relax. At this time, Su Bai's points also skyrocketed to 300,000. The second-placed Mei Wanqing is already on the 3rd floor, but only 90,000. What just happened? TV reporters were puzzled. Slow down each. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. All the way down to 100,000 times slower. Only the general audience sees it. Just a moment ago, surrounded by the golden light of 1,000 eyes, the Li Pito beast drew a trajectory with its horns. Directly pierced through the 100-eyed devil. One-hit kill. After watching it, the audience was even more excited. Some scholars assert that it already has advanced gold strength. He's a good man. This dark horse is a little too much. 35. Gamblers who are concerned about the college entrance examination in Guangqing curse their mothers one after another. Many people decided that after this war, focus on betting on Ma Bai. Of course, he himself did not know what was going on in the outside world. I'm planning to get this game. Congratulations on successfully opening the second layer dungeon world, rewarding S-rank monster lair card, Ponzi Cave. Special rewards, special props, the Eye of 1,000 Eyes, 5 poisons, and 100 wines x1. Probably because of the activation of the hidden plot. This time the rewards are very rich. In addition to the major upgrades of Mind Flayer and Templar Dragon Knight, 3 treasures alone are equally precious. The first thing Subai looked at was the Black Cave painted on the card, with white spider webs hanging in all directions, and the coiled holes of small spiders crawling on the ground. Ponzi Cave, S-level nest card. After use, there will be an additional magic cave, which will produce 100 small spiders every day. Can be used as a copy of killing monsters, but not recommended. Spiders can be cultivated, and they can be programmed to work and generate income. Spiders are not low in intelligence. If they are carefully cultivated, they can become a great helper for you. I've wanted to raise a nest spider for a long time, so it's a chance. Subai couldn't put it down in love with this card. The main spiders are incredibly useful. The cobwebs vomited can be used as living tools and weapons. Those spider silks can solve many life problems and are extremely tough. Besides, the origin of the Industrial Revolution was the spinning machine. One can imagine the importance of weaving. The pupil of 1,000 eyes is a huge eyeball similar to the night pearl. The whole body is blazing white, and it looks a bit scary. But its value is higher than Pansadong. The Eye of 1,000 Eyes, the world item after use, can make your world sky an extra self-sufficient little sun. Not only can it increase light energy and purify spiritual energy, it will also help purify the world, and it has the effect of suppressing the origin of the world. After being subjected to thousands of eyes all the year round, the spiritual power will be strengthened to a certain extent, and it has special effects such as calming the nerves and exorcising evil spirits. If it is put up for auction at the creator's house, the estimated price is no less than 10 billion. Subai held his eyeballs and said secretly, "World props, not a simple one." He estimated that no more than 3 people in the whole country had brought out the 100-eyed demon lord and exploded it. As for the other pot of wine, it suits him the most. 5 poisons and hundreds of wines. The 100-eyed demon lord likes to drink. He collects all kinds of poisonous insects and concocts them in the ground all year round, and even some special ground materials and trace elements. For this jug of wine, it even secretly put the 7 sisters' parents in it. But even so, it is still unfinished, and it is always almost something. Today, the last ignorant of the main material went in, and it was completed. Special effects: Chi and blood plus 10,000, lifespan plus 50 years, increased talent, invulnerable to 100 poisons, 100 years of skill. Below the diamond level, a 100% increase to a big level. Hint: although fine wine is good, don't drink too much because of its strong medicinal power and residual toxicity. You may get drunk for 3 days and 3 nights after getting drunk. Please don't drink too much, at most 3 hours at a time. Cup. Wonderful, wonderful. 35. Subai held this bottle of wine infused with 5 insects and couldn't put it down. Through the bottle, you can also see 2 spiders, white snakes, ashram inside, and the most conspicuous 1,000-eyed centipede. The last ingredient is you. Subai secretly hid this bottle of wine. Going to keep drinking. He estimated that it would be auctioned on the market, and the price would be no less than several billions. This stuff is a great addition. It can make people 100% evolve to gold level, and also increase talent and lifespan in all aspects. So much. It's just too little. I don't think it's £2. This is the college entrance examination. It's obviously a purchase. Subai pondered. Ordinary levels are just fine. The hidden treasures are more precious than each other. He felt that in the next 3 levels, Alice had to find out if there were any hidden bosses and plots. Guess there is also the first level. But careless. During the 10-minute break, Subai specifically mentioned this to Alice. Then I'll pay more attention later. Alice nodded. After absorbing Yi Mingzhu, she has evolved into high-grade gold, and her mental power is very strong. However, it is a pity that after killing the enemy, many corpses will be turned into data and disappear. Otherwise, the material of that giant centipede alone can make a lot of treasures. Being able to extract some data before they disappear is enough. Subai smiled. If it were a real fight, you would also really die. 35. He continued to adjust the time. Let your subordinates rest for a while. Take a look at the standings. Mei Wanqing, Qi Lansu, and others are still in hot pursuit. They estimated that they had reached the 3rd level. If you want to dig out the hidden plot, you will definitely be a step slower in speed. But even so, Subai's points as high as 300,000 are still arrogant. Second place didn't even get half of him. At rest. Subai took a look at Tai Nuanji by the way. Take out the 2 newly acquired treasures. Hey, why Godzilla can't live on the volcano, but on the White Mountain instead? 35. Subai was in the sky and saw, in the northeast corner of the White Mountain and Black Water, a dispute is taking place. It turned out that the zombie tyrant brought the corpses, such as Ini and Roshan zombies, to the foot of Baishan. Reason with Godzilla. This blessed land is the best place to raise corpses. Whether it is the dragon energy contained in it or the aura of the earth veins it gathers, it is very suitable for our corpse clan. 99. It is the chosen land given to us by the Creator. The tyrant argues rationally. Miss Alice, as the Commander-in-Chief and the Archbishop. She is fighting externally and has made great contributions to the world's master and the Tianyuan realm. This trophy, of course, belongs to us. 99. Don't listen, don't listen. Wang Ba recites the scriptures. In response, the Temple Dragon Knights shook their heads. A new city was also built on the banks of the Black Water. The zombies grit their teeth angrily. There is friction between the 2 races. With such good strength, it is used outside. Subai was a little helpless. Turning around, another card was used. Accompanied by the landing of spider silk in the sky. An ancient cave appeared in the bottom corner of the main continent. Above the cave is inscribed an ancient name. The Wire Hole. Several small black and white spiders crawled out of the cave and looked at the new world ignorantly. Try hunting and weaving. To avoid someone accidentally killing them. Subai gave orders to the more flexible silver-winged zombies. The West brought out a group of spider spirits. They are not low in intelligence and are good at weaving webs and silks. Silver Wing, you are responsible for leading people to guard the Ponzi cave, and don't let other beasts capture. 99. By the way, train the spiders and let them weave spider silk as a raw material every day. Suddenly hearing the voice of the Creator, Silver Wing was startled. She quickly responded. As ordered. Creator, our zombies have made great contributions to the Tianyuan realm. This mountain range should belong to us. 35. Saw the Silver Wing strange. The tyrant and others also noticed the Creator's concern. They clamored for benefits. Don't be impatient, there are many benefits in the competition of millions of world masters. The next blessed land will be yours again. 5. Subai reluctantly came out to mediate. At the same time, he held the eyeball in his hand and silently said use in his heart. In an instant, the pupil of 1,000 eyes turned into a meteor and was embedded in the sky. It was as if his eyes were gazing at everything. This made Subai's control of Tianyuan realm more careful. A wisp of the power of the world was absorbed into it as a daily reserve. Look, there are 2 suns. That little sun is much smaller in size. 99. I think it is the eye of the Creator, monitoring our inner heart at any time. The appearance of the eye of 1,000 eyes made the people who stayed behind heated discussions. The most exciting of them all. It is the evil-eyed tyrant who climbed up from the ground. They are most affected by the eye of 1,000 eyes. Many newborns have mental changes. Even in the dark, you can see clearly. What is that? The evil-eyed tyrant hasn't come out for a long time. I accidentally saw the silver-winged zombies taking people to build a new factory in the West. Hear her explain that it is a textile factory specially built for spiders. The evil-eye tyrant is very interested, especially when entering the Ponzi cave in person and seeing the exquisite spider webs and caves inside. I deeply feel that the spiders are natural underground experts and construction experts. Therefore, it desperately asked Silverwing for the spider to open up the ground. This is a task assigned by the creator himself, and every spider is a precious silk weaver. The silver-winged zombies refused. But he couldn't stand the entanglement of the evil-eyed tyrant. No way, or send a nest of small spiders to the ground. Through the pupil of 1,000 eyes, Subai found that it was really convenient for spiders to be underground. Not only is it convenient to move, but it can open up new fields at any time. You can also use cobwebs to set up various traps. The maze on the first floor of the basement is impregnable. It is very similar to the various dungeon copies in the game. If you take Minecraft as an experience, it is estimated that the underground labyrinth can wipe out all the challengers. After observing for a while, Mabai regained his gaze. Get ready for the third tier of challenges. Look, Subai has entered the third floor. Other nightmare and difficult players were blocked on the third floor, and many players were bombed to death and left. The third layer tests the body and anti-explosive ability. Saw him move. The outside audience was immediately excited. In the pictures of Mei Wanqing, Qi Lansu, and others, they are immersed in a steel city. There are heavy firepower robots rushing out from all corners of the city. The roar of artillery fire caused great casualties to the players. If the previous two layers are regular copies, from the third floor, even ordinary students, it was also beaten in waves. The gates of the World Tower keep opening. A scolding student walked out. Nima, I deliberately chose the weakest ordinary dungeon. Why are there 1,000 artillery robots in the third level? They are easy to move, elusive, and have huge firepower. If I was not careful, all my men were bombarded by the group. Who said no? This year's exam questions are too difficult. Thanks to me, I also let the orcs equip shields in advance. In front of heavy firepower, they're like blank sheets of paper. Kdeed, we're all so hard. What about other nightmares, even hell? In the third level, about half of the students were brushed down. You know, everyone who can get here is the elite of the city. There were more than 500 students in the auditorium, and it became lively. They all looked at the standings, looking for their place. By the way, I pray that the remaining students die soon. When I saw Mabai, who was number 1, the students are blown away. His grades are thousands of times that of ordinary students. And this moment. It happened that Mabai entered the third level. When all the students and teachers see his challenge, even more of a breath of cold air. I saw a boundless metal city hit like a natural disaster. A fleet of cool and gorgeous cars came galloping. It's like a super race. But the scary thing is, in the process of speeding, cars have turned into robots. The rocket launcher on the shoulder gathers high energy. Before waiting for Dragon Knight, Alice, and others to react, there was a flash of light on the opposite side. Boom! Endless artillery shells came head-on. The third pass. The enemy army is coming. Give them a super big surprise. Accompanied by heavy smoke. A line of writing appeared on the big screen. The third level of hell. The future city is fighting against your world will. Being bombarded by the vanguard, the actual combat bonus is weakened. Nima, what a fool. Subai quickly raised the divine tree scepter. Mobilize the power of the world to fight against the future city. The metal floor underground seems to be invading constantly like Mercury. His green world struggles hard. What's more embarrassing is that the subordinates who were bombed head-on turned their backs. Even the Dragon Knights were dizzy for a while. Give yourself a kick as soon as you come. The world will struggle. Crucial moment. The world projection of Taian Yuanji shows a divine eye sun. Subai gathered the power of the world on the sun. A sliver of bright sunlight shot out from it, and rumbled the oncoming front fire force. The world will fight is over. The enemy realm is strong, Tianyuan realm has a slight advantage, and the actual combat bonus is 10%. No negative bonus is good. Subai just breathed a sigh of relief. The next reminder made his heart sink. In the third level, the enemy will have long-range fire assistance. Please be careful not to be bombarded by fire. But you can also provide remote assistance. Note: only one shot from the solar energy projected by the world. Mission details. Planet Cybertron was originally a highly developed technological planet, and the World Master was a follower of the Fire God religion. During his reign, he used military force and constantly transformed cars, planes, and other machinery as weapons, but then a meteorite fell from the sky, and he was degraded by the sniper attack of the superpower Mechanical Paradise. In the universe, all the machines awakened their self-consciousness, resisted the World Master, adopted militarism, and constantly built weapons in an attempt to conquer other worlds. Please defeat the main force of the Cybertron planet and enter the Iron Fortress of the main city, kill the leader Megatron, and destroy their production factories. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Fighting with Tai Gang, no matter how you count it, it's a loss. Subai's expression was a little heavy, and Alice, who had just been hit by a long-range blow, quickly asked for support. Creator, the enemy army is strong and full of firepower. They have broken through the defense line and invaded our position. Moreover, they are very large and the number of convoys cannot be seen. Apply for the 10,000 Dragon Knights to attack the whole army. Alice looked up. I saw a crowd of cars coming from all directions. There are also various types of fighter jets firing missiles in the air. At the beginning, everyone fell into a disadvantage. Agreed, and at the same time, I will transfer all the remaining 5,000 Temple Dragon Knights to you. Subai didn't dare to be careless. Faced with a stubborn robot, the sole attack of Evil Eye and Mind Flayer is obviously useless. To defeat the consciousness of the robots, it is necessary to break their perimeter defenses. Infiltrating the core destroys the consciousness program. If you have the skill, why not just unscrew its head? Considering that the enemy army has high technology, Subai urgently called in a group of intelligent zombies brought by the zombie tyrant. Pull out the modified golden brain. Alice, you take Audi and others to control it and focus on bombing the enemy's rear. He turned over a whole card. Letting others bomb is not his style. The intelligent zombies who heard the order took their places. Meanwhile, through the world passage, an airship with a height of several hundred meters and a whole body like a steel fort flew out. As soon as you enter the battlefield, rounds of cannons are fired from the bottom. Greatly thwarted the arrogance of the enemy. Gained some air dominance. My favorite car has arrived. 35. Alice quickly boarded the ship with a group of people who were not used to melee combat and took command of the overall situation. At the same time, the ground rumbled and shook. A steady stream of big dinosaurs came running from behind. Count the primitive dinosaurs. There are 30,000 dinosaurs in total. This is the most conventional force. The dark Greymon at the head was excited for a while. Commander-in-Chief, let me lead my men into the city and destroy their cannons. 35. Okay, I'll provide fire assistance in the sky and instruct you not to rush too fast. This meteor ship is Alice's super weapon that assembled the Golden Brain, the Diamond Brain, and dismantled other space minecarts. In terms of firepower and air superiority, it has a very strong advantage. With its aid, a group of deformed planes in the sky were bombarded into the nest one after another. At the same time, Lieshen Pittaman also led the Air Force to launch a counterattack. Ground battlefield. The torrent of steel came roaring. The group of cars, tractors, and other machines kept transforming, waving tires and hammering hard at the Dragon Knights. The dark Tyrannosaurus roared suddenly. Under the astonished eyes of the audience, it transformed into a Mechagraemon X with 6 purple wings, missiles on its abdomen, and half of its body. Boys, follow me into the city. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus X swung its left arm and saw the left arm burst out like a dart. Caught the Autobots that destroyed the first floor. It rushed into the enemy army ahead of the pack. More than 10,000 Dragon Knights in the rear raised their dragon spears and roared. With fire aid, collide with the Autobots. To this point, only then did Subai reveal his background. Others looked back at the torrent of steel that was retreating, but was abruptly stopped by his dragon knights. The high-altitude fighter jet group was continuously smashed. The Air Force, headed by the meteor ship, reached the frontier main city as soon as possible. Accompanied by explosive fireworks, a dragon knight rushed out. At their feet was a wrecked Autobot. Some primitive dinosaurs were bombarded by Autobots and kept falling down. But overall, the Subai army is still advancing. And this time, the number of people eliminated has exceeded 80%. Students keep coming out of the World Tower. The third level is too hard. The iron lump couldn't move. Not to mention the occasional fire aid to disgust you. Even if I deal with it, I can't make it through. A teacher said clearly, unless you reach the rear as soon as possible and destroy the launch base of Cybertron. Otherwise, it is too difficult to attack the city with the aid of firepower. Indeed, and you see, the robot troops attacked in an orderly manner, and there were fighter jets covering them, and bombs were constantly being dropped. Obviously, it was under the control of a host computer. Compared with the first two levels, it was too difficult. Mechanical Heaven is one of the strongest cosmic forces, coupled with their naval tactics and firepower tactics. This is the most difficult bone to crack. Teachers are talking about it. The principals watched as their students were constantly being eliminated. Also heartache. High-level officials, including Ma County Chief and President Kai, also felt that the third pass was a watershed. I estimate that 95% of the students will be eliminated. There is no opportunistic approach in this layer, and it is necessary to face the pressure of the enemy and attack the city head-on. Peng Qingshan sighed. His two new stars, Mei Wanqing and Shi Qianen, had already reached a deadlock. Mei Wanqing, who led the previous game, has fallen behind to fourth place. On the contrary, Shi Qianen's affinity will be better. She started with the only one remaining world aid. A monstrous flood was summoned, overwhelmed the robots' forward positions. Many snake girls passed the waterway under the leadership of the water monsters and kept advancing. The second became Qi Lansu. Get rid of the foul-level Ma Bai. She is the strongest dark horse. Faced with oncoming fire, the Snowman Corps led by the Snow King was broken into pieces. After being bombed, piles of white snow turned into little snowmen. At the same time, they don't go head-to-head with robots. Instead, it was an attempt to corrode the robots' joints and core with wind and snow. Don't say it, it's really useful. Because the third level is too difficult. The quasi-gold creature Snow Girl at the bottom of Qi Lansu's pressure box also shot. A group of blizzards were summoned, which greatly covered the advance of the Yeti Legion. Crash many fighter jets. Nightmare is so difficult. What about the hell level? Some students who were eliminated looked at the big screen. I saw an endless explosion of fireworks as the background. It's like a world war. Dinosaurs rushed into the city, wreaking havoc. The strange fortress overhead is the most eye-catching. The gun barrels were fired at the fighter groups, occasionally assisting the underground troops. Focus on sniper elite robots. Basically, every hit from the meteor ship hits the enemy. Such a high hit rate is naturally due to the help of spiritual zombies, evil eyes, mind flayers, and others. This airship looks a bit like the Brain Demon's fleet, but it's not the same. The big people on the high platform are discussing. Many people think that the power of this air fortress is already equivalent to a peak gold that specializes in strengthening firepower. It's very similar to the most basic golden brain, but it's a secret airship that brain demons never spread. Subai guessed it was a fake. Jian Heng from the House of Evolution observed. Even if it is a counterfeit, it is unbelievable to have such a strong firepower. I am afraid it will cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and it must have extremely high technology and engines. 99. President Kai loves it very much. Looks like the little guy has a lot of secrets, but that's a good thing. I'm getting more and more interested in him. P.S. I'm sorry, it's getting late and late. I owe 2 shifts, and I will make up for it in the 3rd shift tomorrow. Comments. Ma Magi looked at with a smile. The stronger Subai is, the happier he is. The more you can win glory for Guangqing. And on the big screen, accompanied by the scrapping of one robot after another. Subai's points have reached a terrifying over 400,000. The second place is currently just over 100,000. After being suppressed by them, the Cybertronian rebels couldn't hold back. The forward position was accused of being broken. High energy is concentrated in the rear. Be careful. Alice, who was observing from a high altitude, quickly ordered the group to disperse. At the same time, from the distant sky, blazing missiles and shells were shot. The enemy firepower is here. The Dragon Knights, who had already attacked the frontier main city, suddenly burst into a commotion. Look for cover. Team Riots. Originally, the huge body of primitive dinosaurs gave them invincible strength. But on the other hand, it is also a living target. It is necessary to fight against powerful robots. It is absolutely impossible without a huge body. Don't be afraid, there's me too. Mechanical Greymon X stood on the ruins of the city. The mechanical structure of its chest unfolded. 2 jet black launch ports appeared. Ultimate Destruction Cannon. 2 jet black shark-headed missile heads flew out of it. There was a rumbling sound in the air. 2 shark missiles exploded. Set the whole sky on fire. Thousands of shells exploded together. Such a huge fireworks feast. Makes the big screen transparent. Some students who are eliminated are terrified. Compared with their difficulty and ordinary difficulty, the firepower of the hell level is 100 times, 1,000 times. They couldn't even hold on to a wave of firepower. Take advantage of the cooling time and move forward quickly. Alice pilots the meteorite. Fly into the depths of the futuristic city. To prevent falling into enemy mine traps. Mind flayers and evil eyes were also sent out to coordinate operations. Even the zombie tyrant brought 100 Roshan zombies with a body like a hill to charge as a meat shield. For the third pass. She is bloody. The 10,000 Dragon Knights spit fire all the way. With sparks and lightning, bloody battles with robot armies. Robots have no fear, often when their bodies are unloaded. It will also detonate the core. Great trouble for the Dragon Knights. Hundreds of Dragon Knights died in the 3rd level alone. More than the previous 2 levels combined. This wave is a watershed. At least 90% of the candidates must be wiped out. 35. Subai observed the battlefield and judged. It's the same every year in the college entrance examination. To a certain extent, in order to pass the rate, problems will be issued. And the enemy's fire assistance is extremely troublesome. But morale is locked again. Under the control of the mastermind behind. Robot Corps ambushed in an orderly manner in every corner of the city to attack. Subai glanced at the wasp bombs and fighter jets flying from a distance. A simulation robot in the form of a wasp, although small in size. But it is made for one-time use. Hold the unicorn beast and explode. The enemy air power is also very strong. If not for Alice's suppression, the Dragon Knight below loses cover. It is estimated that he will advance against airstrikes at any time. With the advance of the Dragon Knights, a larger steel city that looks like a huge semicircular flying saucer as a whole waits quietly in front of it. Like a prehistoric beast crawling on the ground. It is opening its mouth of blood, waiting for its prey to be thrown into its own snare. A large number of armored regiments and Autobot regiments guarded the city's periphery. In the sky is a dense group of fighter jets, waiting for a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. The mission completion rate is 49%. Your troops have entered the hinterland of the Cybertron planet, and in front of you is the 2nd largest city of robots, the City of Sharp Blades. It is also the strongest shield that protects the capital's iron fort. Destroy it, conquer it. It will weaken the enemy's firepower by half and reduce the air force by 30%. See this. Subai was shocked. Resolutely issued the oracle. Everyone ahead is the enemy's stronghold, their arsenal, knock them down. Follow your orders. Boom the Autobots. Down with the mechanical revolution. The Dragon Knights outside the city roared immediately. Sharpblade City is a tough bone to crack, and currently top players such as Shi Qianyan are stuck at this level. The audience looked at the big screen. It felt like watching a super special effects movie. The most refreshing is Subai. Damn retro dinosaurs, you are the intruders. A loud mechanical sound came from the city. I saw a yellow head, more than 50 meters tall, and the robot leader who looked like a super excavator stood up to boost morale. On its head, there is also a purple hurricane fighter flying. The visitor is not good. Alice was watching from the meteorite. We are the ones who come. Mind Flayer Audi silently replied. Haha, only the winner has the right to speak. 99. During the battle, Mechanical Greymon X, who was at the forefront, turned into a zombie Greymon again. What does it want? Just when the audience wonders. I saw a cruise missile carried by the zombie Tyrannosaurus suddenly shot towards the city of Sharp Blades. I came from afar to give you a great gift. After launching, as it transformed from a zombie form to a mechanical form, it shouted, "Don't give them time to react, just give me a rush. That big guy belongs to me, and it looks like a power warrior." Leeshen Pitterman eyed the excavator robot. With a flap of wings, it disappeared in place. The fighters are good enough to not let them threaten Mississippi. I'll deal with the air. 5. The tyrant, who had been silently observing, also took action. Blood wings spread out from his back, and demon horns grow on his head. The nails on both hands are slender, and the body is covered with a layer of silver scale armor. Soaring into the sky together. Boom! The cruise missile hadn't hit Blade City yet. It was intercepted by the defense system in the city. As a heavy city of Cybertron, it is also a launch base for weapons and missiles. They are by no means short of counter weapons. But when the robot is puzzled, faced with interceptor missiles, cruise missiles are the same as having eyes. Bend in the air to avoid layers of blockades. Accurately hit the production center in the city. Accompanied by a loud bang, a small cloud of orange-red mushrooms appeared. At the same time, Taiwan large robots such as yellow excavators, bulldozers, and cranes rushed out of the city. Crushed to dinosaurs. Let my vigorous legion remind you of the fear of being dominated by Lan Xiang. The big boss named Lan Xiang is not like a robot at all. The character is extremely forthright and impulsive. Waving a big shovel arm, he rushed out of the city. Just a flick of the arm. It has already swept dozens of 10-meter-old dinosaurs into the sky. It is like a humanoid crane with infinite power. Unstoppable across the battlefield. Collapse. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A shock wave appeared. The huge Lanxiang robot crashed down, crushing many of the younger brothers to death. Its chest is flat. It was hit by an insect. What happened? Lanxiang's little head still hasn't reacted. Next, the body feels lighter than ever. Then involuntarily flew away. When can I experience the feeling of flying? But I'm a heavy robot, not a fighter jet. Its little brain has yet to respond. On the other hand, the outside audience can see it clearly. I saw Leeshen Pedo Beast raised its crawler with 4 arms. With a twist of his body, he struggled towards the city of Sharp Blades. At least 10,000 tons of bodies smashed into the city of Sharp Blades like a cannonball. Collapsed many buildings. Who is it? Lanxiang robot stumbled up from the city. A stream of steam rose from the back of his head. He had never been so humiliated before. Not bad, very resistant to beatings, it seems that I can fight well. Leeshen Pitterman continued to fight Lanxiang fiercely. There was a great deal of movement on both sides. Like a demolition team, the city was thrown into chaos. Watching the mastermind who secretly commanded, the steam kept rising. Lanxiang, this idiot, fighting in the city, isn't he helping the enemy lie down? Ubiquitous on console screens. Lines of blue data flashed by. It turned out to be the strength analysis of Leeshen Bidwa, the human data model. After the master brain calculates the data between it and Lanxiang, arrives at a horrific fact. According to the data analysis, golden insects contain unimaginable power, which is larger than the power type peak gold. Only when the core technology is burned, and regardless of the cost, the Lanxiang robot can barely exert such power in a short period of time, in hindsight, will cease to exist. The bigger gap is the defense, flying, and agility of insects. When the two fought, the failure rate of Lanxiang was as high as 99.99%. This number is disappointing. Leeshen Bidwa relied on the advantage of agility. It was as if he was playing, throwing Lanxiang around. And another battlefield. The battle robot named Supersonic is Cybertron's premier creation. Both speed and attack power are top-notch. The host originally wanted it to decapitate and attack the meteor ship. But now he is haunted by the transformed tyrant. The supersonic twin blades are made of superalloy wings. Supplemented by the sonic slash, the entire sky was divided into pieces. But that's under the knife. But it was blocked by the hands of the tyrant. The two masters are like two swordsmen fighting in a decisive battle. Sparks and sword energy continued to flash in the air. How is it possible? My double-edged blade is the most proud technological creation in the city of sharp blades, and logically it will be invincible. 35. Supersonic in the confrontation is lost. The tyrant said proudly, I am a perfect creature as long as all structures possessed by nature can be copied. I contain the molecules that make up everything, and at the moment of war with you, I have analyzed your wing structure, my materials, and your average. Not to mention supersonic. Even the main brain is caught in a bug. There was a whimper in the base. Under the overload, a burst of black smoke rose. It is only a physical structure. How can it exert such a strong force and such a hard material? Difficulty is our evolutionary path going the wrong way. No, just technology is not enough. Comprehensive calculation. The probability of losing the city of sharp blades exceeds 85%. Carry out a backup plan and kill as much as possible the living forces. The main brain base hidden underground disappeared for a while. Hey, is the mastermind behind the scenes trying to escape? Alice, who also served as a guard boss, understood the enemy very well. Seeking flowers. She rode the meteor ship and flew over the sharp blade city. A giant gun barrel protrudes from the bottom of the ship. Launched with a bang. An earth-penetrating shell broke through the layers of levels and hit the main brain base with precision. With a burst of sparks and lightning, the line inside the base is broken. Alice noticed the fragmentation of the computer screen, and the last line of words flashed. Don't be too proud. This is my last gift to you. I hope you like it, L. Alice just saw it, but she didn't react. Audi, who likes to do bad things the most, suddenly shouted and his face was dancing. Screaming, hurry up and escape, it issued an order to self-destruct. What? Isn't it fighting? Alice's face changed. The robot itself has more than 10,000 soldiers. She quickly drove the meteor ship to fly far away. At the same time, Audi informed all soldiers through the spiritual network. The highest order, all soldiers leave the battlefield and flee outside the city. What's the matter? I just got a little bloody. Mechanical Greymon spewed out blue flames. The armored regiment that burned into pieces was full of puzzles. This fellow, the Mind Flayer, is not trying to usurp the throne, right? Our form is very good, and we have already broken through the city gate. 99. There was also a commotion among the unicorns who were fighting the Air Force in the air. What happened? With one punch, the Lanxiang robot was smashed to the ground again. Li Senpitamin was full of confusion. Flee. This is the order of the eldest. The tyrant, entangled by the supersonic speed, suddenly screamed sharply. As a perfect creature, he also inherited a strong premonition of danger. The tyrant's eyes reddened when he saw supersonic. It's like being invaded by a virus. Ignoring his defenses, he desperately slashed at him with two swords. A burst of high energy of destruction converges in the supersonic core. Something's wrong, everyone run away, a bunch of lunatics. The insect's sense of Lishenpitamin came into play. Just wanted to flutter away. The Lanxiang robot, which was stunned by it, burst out from nowhere. He stood up suddenly and hugged the Lishenpitamin. At the same time, every corner of the battlefield, the Dragon Knights were surprised to find that their opponents were red-eyed. One by one, they rushed over and embraced them regardless of the loss. What happened? Is the enemy army infected with the virus? Mabai's subordinates have hackers? The audience was puzzled. He looked back at other people's siege battles. In the stalemate of being besieged by robots, students are constantly being eliminated. What remains at present are basically elites from various schools. But even the elites died horribly. In front of robots who are not afraid of death. Not going as far as possible. You can only move forward one step at a time. 90% of students have been eliminated so far. The student viewing platform was overcrowded. Everyone was discussing the exam questions. They scolded the perverted teacher who asked the question. Seeing the strangeness of Subai's battlefield, he looked over curiously. Another exclusive mode for hell difficulty? Maybe it's because Bai is too strong and the hidden plot that is attracted is the same as just now. 99. Many students look at the big screen with mixed feelings. Among them, Zhang Ning, who Mimi, Lu Renjia, Zhou Duan, and Cheng Cheng from number 3 middle school are the most complicated. They were all eliminated. And Ben was secretly despised by them. Subai, who thinks it's just shit luck, is still tackling key problems. And topped the first throne, shining brightly. Subai. To say who is in the most uncomfortable mood. Except for Wansang, who is a little crazy, it is naturally a tiger. He chooses hard mode. Persevered to the 3rd level and was eliminated. The total score is 116th. It's been pretty good. But compared with Ma Bai on the first list and Qi Lansu on the second list. Yet so small. He knew that the backs of the two were no longer what he could look up to. Remember a few days ago. I dare to challenge myself. He also tried to eat swan meat and pursued Qi Lansu. Xianghu blushed for a while. After the college entrance examination, the fate of the three will take different paths. Look, Subai's troops have fled. 99. Suddenly, Mimi's words awakened Xianghu. I saw a commotion in the audience. Xianghu looked up. On the big screen, the Dragon Knights who had originally attacked the city of Sharp Blades had already made a clear breakthrough. At this time, it was the same as having 2 legs less. Ukrainian retreated. Some Dragon Knights who are entangled don't even need weapons. Run out of town. The Commander-in-Chief's meteorite rushed out quickly. A head of robot chased and killed with red eyes. Just a few seconds. The battlefield has been turned upside down. What's going on? What happened? There was a commotion in the audience. Don't say ordinary people. Even the leaders on the high platform were full of confusion. Discussing each other. Is the red-eyed robot so fierce? President Kai was puzzled by the Taoist priest. Not possible to be. Something seems to have come to mind. Jianheng's expression changed. The favorite thing for mechanic to do. Hear this. The leaders and principals present were all discolored. Why is the mechanic called the stone in the toilet, smelly and hard? It was hard to win. They would rather blow themselves up. Nor will it leave a hair for you to study. Precisely because of master brain control. From top to bottom, all of them are not afraid of death. Beating them is naturally thankless. Not waiting for everyone to react. Boom. A super loud bang resounded on the big screen. I saw that the city of Sharp Blades with tens of thousands of robots actually exploded. A bright mushroom cloud is rising. Endless light and heat flood the big screen. The crowd, whose eyes were full of tears, was once again devastated. Why are there tears in my eyes? The audience asked themselves with tears in their eyes. Experts can find it. Under shock waves. Involuntarily, the Dragon Knights crashed to the ground one after another. The originally good robot army has also become a self-exploding bomb. Desperately take away Ma Bai's subordinates. On the standings, Subai's points flipped. In the blink of an eye, it has reached the terrifying 600,000 points. But he wasn't happy at all. Look at the sky full of explosion clouds. He held the Divine Tree Scepter several times and wanted to make a move, but stopped it. The 3 drops of divine power prepared for the college entrance examination cannot be wasted here. There is the main city behind, and there are even 2 more difficult levels, and even the Abyss mode. If you use it now, you really can't stop it when you meet a critical moment. Take a deep breath. Subai looked at the blasted earth. He felt a weakness in himself. The loss this time is too great. Mainly because he did not expect the mastermind behind him to be so cruel. Seeing can't win. Just try to kill the 3 living forces as much as possible at one time. Many defenders in the city, including robots in the production workshop, have all become abandoned. In smoke. A dusty meteor ship flew out. Reporting to the creator, the overall core troops did not suffer too many casualties, but the outermost layer of the vanguard was killed a lot. Alice reported the loss to him. Count the number of casualties, make some repairs, and continue to advance to the Iron Fort. Be careful of the enemy's ambush of mines and firepower along the way. 35. Subai was silent for a while and then replied. The chaotic battlefield quickly became busy. Dinosaurs and dragon knights in the smoke were seriously injured. At this time, the Evil Eye priests, mind flayers, and other priests came into play. Under the leadership of the bishops, performed group therapy, greatly relieved the pressure of the wounded and minimized losses. His preparations are very sufficient. So many divine arts are not a small price. Intense light not only healed the dinosaurs, including the eyes of the audience. President Kai and the others saw the magic techniques used by the priests at a glance. Principal Chen smiled and said, "This kid is smart. He will use all the money he has and invest in himself. But even if there is a healing magic, there are not a lot of people in this group. He is taking the line of elite soldiers, and each one is precious." Peng Qishan felt that the impact of this wave was very serious. When Alice counted the casualties and reported to Ma Bai, his heart sank. More than 5,000 casualties, including dinosaurs, many seriously injured, need to make fun of the projection and go back. At present, there are 30,000 troops available, including other troops. It can be expected that, along the way, robots will set up a net. Especially in the capital, the Iron Fort, they have no way to retreat. 35. Lustento Alice's report. Subai calculated. The main force of the attack was careless, and the losses were not small. Fortunately, the Air Force and the spiritual zombies suffered very few casualties. Speaking of which, why the Evil Eye and the Mind Flayer have only killed a few in battle, they are too treacherous. 99. He himself ranted. However, this battle also revealed that Tiny Wenji was facing the dilemma of the high-tech world. The college entrance examination is all-round. Subai guessed that if someone went the internet path exclusively, the virus-shaped monster has been cultivated, and it is estimated that it is very dominant. This shortcoming will be remedied later. At present, we can only pack up and continue to work hard. In this one, the tyrant also suffered a lot. He was pulled by the supersonic and blew himself up. Fortunately, the perfect creature's name is not for nothing. As long as the tyrant is given energy and materials, it can be quickly repaired. In this one, Alice accidentally discovers that snowflake silver is very useful for the repair of the tyrant. His body is like flowing mercury, quickly absorbing the essence of silver. Creator, there is another small matter in the self-destruction just now. That Lanxiang robot wanted to die with the power god Bido. It was carried by the power god Pedo Beast and flew out of the encirclement. It's still alive, you see how to deal with it. Alice pointed, and the yellow robot with both hands tied to the shovel said, "Let go of me, I'm going to fight to the death with you. The city is in the presence of people, the city is dead and the people are dead. What about that monster? Stand up for me and I'll crush you." Lanxiang Excavator has been babbling and cursing. Annoying the dark Tyrannosaurus, a dragon tail swept across the robot's face. Why didn't he blow himself up? Subai asked in surprise. Audi just dismantled its self-destructing hidden energy source, Alice explained. Subai glanced at the broken metal material on the ground. Among the highlights are the wings left behind by supersonic speed. Even in the violent explosion, it was still undamaged. It didn't brag before. It is indeed the most proud creation of Sharp Blade City. It's a pity to kill it like this. It would be great if it were used in the infrastructure of the Tianyuan realm. It's a pity that this isn't an order from Ma Bai in the real world. Anyway, if you can't take it away, you take someone to dismantle it and collect the information and metal materials of the next Sharp Blade City by the way. On the meteor ship, help the Dark Tyrannosaurus to transform and strengthen its mechanical body. Yes. Do you want it to be a meat shield? Alice asked secretly. Subai nodded. Anyway, it is full of iron lumps and has different shapes, and it can also adapt to the metal field. In order to prevent another explosion and ambush, let him be the vanguard. 5. So arranged. The Mind Flayers and Evil Eyes naturally agreed happily. Tyrannosaurus himself is also very happy. So after cleaning up the battlefield, some information was entered into the Tianyuanshinji of the meteor ship. Relying on the computing power of the diamond brain, it is tailored for the Tyrannosaurus beast. It is to thicken the wings and add jets. It also installed melee weapons and dragon cannons on its arms, transformed less and less like living things. During this process, the talent of the heavens and the world also took effect. When last, Subai saw that he was 40 meters tall and his body was covered in metal. From head to toe, it is equipped with hundreds of cannons, and there is an infinite cannon in the left hand. In the right hand there is a 40-meter dragon soul sword with a dragon soul hovering. Really, the big sword that lets you run 39 meters ahead of schedule. The word invincible is written all over his body. What form is this transformed into? Subai opened the panel of the Tyrannosaurus beast. Name: Mechanical Greymon X Modified Body. Level: Gold level. Category: Unknown Transformer. Talent skills: Dragon Clash, Million Cannons, Dragon Strangulation. Introduction: This is a primitive dinosaur leader. After several transformations, his body has become a half-data life and has been strengthened at an epic level. From the point of view of combat power and physical quality, it is much stronger than the general gold level, especially the firepower and metal defense, making its survivability comparable to the diamond level. Very good, Tyrannosaurus. You are the vanguard of our army and the best candidate to conquer the Iron Fort. Subai came in person. Added a big buff to Tyrannosaurus. Ow! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus roared and shouted. Playing for you is my highest honor. I want to crush those iron lumps that love to explode. Very good, very spirited. Subai flew up and ordered him to set off. With the earth shaking again, the army pulls out. This time, the Dragon Knights were furious, with the belief of revenge for the compatriots. When the robot is seen from a distance, it throws the dragon spear. Air forces also provided fire assistance. Along the way, the team encountered many obstacles. Subai was keenly aware. The main brain is to arrange the mechanical legions of various places on the route leading to the Iron Fort. Makes the army exhausted. In order not to cause too many casualties, I apply for one of the two to fight. In departure, Alice secretly applied to Subai. Subai nodded clearly. It does make sense. You should focus on digging out the hidden plot of Cybertron. Apart from the leader Megatron and the main brain, there may be a very deep hidden boss, which is the battle focus. 5. After thinking about it, hidden bosses are hard to come by. Just like the big questions in the exam. Everyone knows that there are many points given, but there are also many difficulties. So Subai added, it's too difficult to find hidden plots, and if it's too time-consuming, forget it. It's better to solve the enemy early and avoid losses. 99. Okay. Alice continued to drive the meteorite up. She had vaguely seen an ancient city towering at the end of the horizon. Along the way, Dragon Knight, Evil Eye, and others did not see a drop of green. All covered by gray roads, and even the scrap iron ruins on both sides. And an abandoned robot that reveals a corner. And the capital whose traces are visible in the distance. Compared with other cities in Cybertron, it is too outdated. When Alice first saw it, there is even a feeling of finding the wrong one. If it is said that the frontier positions they attacked before, the Sharp Blade City is a high-tech city. Every corner of the city can't wait to be covered with a layer of metal casing. High-rise buildings and roads are all reflective of metal, which is bright and dazzling. Obviously, at first glance, it is a city with a high degree of civilization. The style of the Iron Castle is the steam of the 18th century. The whole city is dark and old. There are no new alloys and glasses. Only one towering chimney. In the endless black mist erupting has not yet entered. There was already a smell of sulfur. Many people heard the rumbling sound from the city. The whole city turned out to be powered by steam. Keep burning furnaces and excavating mines. It doesn't really matter. Are they going back to basics? Robots also do this? No wonder the Lanshan group was reused just now, and they all had to do military service in the capital. The audience in front of the TV discussed with gusto. The tavern will also discuss with friends how exciting the boss battle will be. Will the robot blew up the Iron Fort again? The style is really unique. I thought it was some kind of high-tech. Principal of 10th Middle School shook his head. Has stepped off the platform. Because the last student of 10 High School was also eliminated. It doesn't make much sense for him to stay there. You are the worst group of students I have ever brought. Principal called the students he brought to the waiting room and scolded him severely. This time, no student dared to respond. Because they are indeed the worst batch of the 10 over the years. Only Wang Sang, who has not recovered, shouted. It's not over yet, I'm still on the list. Principal looked at the proud students pitifully. At present, it has been squeezed to 19th, and it seems that it is getting late. But what can't be done can only be surpassed by others. Ma Bai's speed is the fastest, and I don't know if other people's iron castles are also steam style. Principal Chen felt a little strange. How did the author of the question design it? The capital of the high-tech city, you gave me a steam capital? It doesn't make sense. Looking at the scale, it's not that big, maybe it's not as good as Sharp Blade City. It doesn't even have a mountain, and it's too poor. The audience was also talking about it. Each copy of the world is real, and some, or teachers, extracted some world fragments and copied them on the world tower. Mama and others know more. It does feel reasonable. It is even suspected that several similar fragments are fused together. It's really nostalgic, and it's not that big. After Su Bai observed the Iron Fort for a while, he felt a little relieved. Observed that the enemy was stationed outside the city. The Iron Fort also flew out a super battleship that was 500 meters in size. I saw the battleship door open. The dense number of self-destructing wasp robots and fighter jets flew out one after another. A mechanical sound came out of the super battleship. My master asked me to ask you, why did you attack us for no reason? Poor guy, he doesn't even know he is virtual. Alice replied via the meteorite broadcast. Who are you? Let Megatron come out. The previous Big Bang has not yet settled for it. I am an air carrier, the Iron Fortress number 3 robot. Defeat me first. Goodbye, master. Just finished. Helicopter carriers have not talked about Wuda's launch of missiles. Alice was not to be outdone. The meteorite flew high in time. At the same time, the Air Force headed by Lee Sen-Pitamin was released. For this big fight. She also arranged Evil Eye and Mind Flayer as pilots, and she could also drop bombs by the way. Seeing the high-level talk collapse, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus roared excitedly and was about to lead the charge. There was a sudden shock in the Iron Castle. The tallest chimney spewed black smoke. 3.4. The square gates opened wide. Cars, transporters, tractors, bulldozers, even steam engines and electric vehicles. All the mechanical units you can think of have become mechanical warriors rushing out. The most striking is naturally a blue metal giant riding a robotic dinosaur and holding a complex metal giant sword. There is a beautiful golden pattern on his head, clustered together, forming a crown. Its name speaks for itself. I'm Megatron, all of you heretics, all of you here are buried here today. He held the cool metal giant sword high and pointed to the sky, as if not talking to other people, but looking directly at God. Rude guy, I'm going to blow you up. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus lit up the Dragon Soul Sword, thinking about who is stronger and tougher between the two. Hearing its voice, Megatron turned to look. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. What a mighty dinosaur with weapons all over his body, which suits my appetite. I want to catch you as my new mount. After speaking, he patted the mechanical dinosaur under the seat. The meaning is self-evident. When did Mechagraymon suffer such insults? He is the oldest tribe of primitive dinosaurs. I'm going to screw your head off and use it as a sphere. He growled, rumbling forward. When the Dragon Knights were roaring and charging, Megatron, however, held high the metal greatsword and shouted. Last wave of missiles fired. In an instant, the Iron Fort seemed to come alive. A flash of light emerged from the rear. A sharp whistle echoed in the sky. Hot steam rises from the city. In an instant. Cover this old steam city like heaven and earth. Thousands, no, tens of thousands. Do not. The audience widened their eyes. Hundreds of thousands of missiles, rockets, and artillery shells ignited and detonated in one go. This seems to be the last elegy of a world. comments the fireworks festival that ruined the world. At the moment when hundreds of thousands of missile heads left the city, everyone saw Ma Bai. He is holding up the scepter, holy as God. Bless you with divine punishment. A huge one-eyed appeared behind him. Look over with your eyes. It can be found that there are a pair of eyes hidden in the pupils of the eyes. Keep overlapping. Eye in the eye, pupil in the pupil. After infinite repetition, a light of divine punishment burst out from the deepest part of the one eye. After Qiantong's blessing, it has become infinitely bright. Hundreds of thousands of shells swept across the sky. Boom! In an instant. Like a supernova explosion. Hundreds of thousands of shells over the Iron Fort were detonated. Become a real fireworks. I've never seen such an extravagant fireworks show. See you now. 95. Su Bai still can't hold back and has stayed until now. The audience talked a lot and some people exclaimed, "Look, everyone, Su Bai's blow is not over yet." I saw that after sweeping around the Iron Castle in a circle. The one-eyed laser continued to rush towards the main entrance of the Iron Fort without diminishing its power. It annihilated thousands of robots along the way with the momentum of destroying and pulling the rod, and burned down the main gate of the Iron Fort. Straight into the city. What a brave man. Right now, with a mechanical dinosaur leaping, Megatron raised the metal giant sword in his hand, and he forcibly slashed on the light of the thousand pupils. He is like a needle of the sea-fixing god. Resist the light of God. The beam of light was divided on both sides like flowing water and gradually dimmed. Megatron withstood the blow. The robots on the battlefield suddenly heard a tsunami-like sound. But there was a louder announcement on the meteor ship. The road to the enemy's hinterland has been opened, and the whole army is ready. Accompanied by a dragon roar, the Knights Templar led by Mechagraemon began to charge. The transformed Tyrannosaurus is really ferocious. The audience saw the gun barrel sticking out from its head to the shoulders, chest, knees, etc. Unleashed a $1 million cannon. Hundreds of shells were fired in one go. Blast the robots that besieged him into screws and iron blocks. A wisp of gunpowder came out of it. The Tyrannosaurus at this moment is the god of war. On the road it blasted away. Others swarmed 23. Megatron saw the mechanical Tyrannosaurus at a glance and rode a mechanical dinosaur to fight against it. The mechanical dinosaur under his seat is quite powerful. Also fires. Tyrannosaurus beast's fists are incomparable to its 4 legs. When wielding the dragon's soul sword and fighting the metal giant sword, the mechanical dinosaur kicked its belly again. Throw it into a somersault. The idea is tricky, I'll help you. Although this Megatron is an intermediate golden creature, it cooperates with the mount. Even high-level gold can be killed. The tyrant came to support immediately. I saw him sitting on the Tyrannosaurus beast. The lower body melted like mercury and merged with the Tyrannosaurus beast. The upper body itself is covered with a layer of silver scales, as well as the silver blades of the arms. One person and one beast move synchronously, wielding weapons together. The aftermath of the hurricane cut off the silver robot on the side. Megatron, driving a mechanical dinosaur, stepped forward without showing weakness. Cling! Unexpectedly, when his metal giant sword collided with the dragon's soul sword. The tyrant has already waved the silver sword from above, trying to behead. Both have the strength to compete with Megatron. Cooperate with each other, making Megatron horrified. The mechanical dinosaur raised his feet and stepped back. But it's too late. With the fatal blow of the tyrant, Megatron, who made an emergency avoidance, did not have time to dodge completely. With the sound of sparks exploding as the wires were cut off, his left arm was removed. The tyrant can even see the gear-bearing structure inside him. You can't stop us. May have all been invaded. The tyrant reciprocated with a trace of sympathy for them. The battle has just begun, and I admit that you are the strongest enemy I have ever encountered. Megatron took the broken arm expressionlessly and put it back on the broken arm. With the sound of gear grinding, a mechanical spark flickered in the abdomen. The broken arm has been reattached. This is your core technology? Kind of interesting. The tyrant continued to charge forward while riding on the Tyrannosaurus beast. The battle between the two leaders. It was obvious that Su Bai had the upper hand. an air fortress that claims to be the third character of the Iron Fortress. In terms of tactics, it is stronger than Megatron. Rumble in the sky with the aid of the firing artillery. The meteorite grabbed it and started an aerial battle with the Sky Fortress. Both fly higher and higher. Among them, the meteor ship has the advantage of Diamond Brain and can often predict the enemy's opportunities. The underdog also has its own trump card, with a humming sound. A few hundred meters long sky carrier turned into a supergiant robot. The anti-aircraft gun was fired from the shoulder. You can also punch the meteor ship. The movement suddenly became extremely flexible. How did it become so big? This unscientific. I think their core technology is lame. The end of science is metaphysics. Inside the meteor ship, Alice, Audi, and others were talking about it. Alice's head opened wide. If you take their core technology, can you make the meteorite come alive? But first, defeat the opponent. Audi groaned. He is controlling the fort with one hand and answering with the other. In the face of iron lumps, spiritual creatures like them suffer the most. The elites on both sides were pinned down on each other. There is also Lise-Hen-Pitamin, who can also affect the overall situation on the battlefield. It is artful and daring, relying on speed and defense advantages. With cannon fire on the front, along the road that was first opened. He rushed into the iron fort and started to kill. But to defend the home, robots all over the city came alive. Many household appliances also participated in the siege, even if it was demolished by Lise-Hen-Vidwa. Also hug it and explode. Lise-Hen-Pitamin was troubled. Is there any end to it? Is there any power switch? In the third layer, Subai lost a lot. The following Chi Lansu, Shi Qianyan, and others also arrived at Iron Fort City one after another. They're a little more difficult. The Iron Fort was also smaller. The boss that came out was not Megatron riding a dinosaur, but a bumblebee transformed from a beetle. Challengers run into the same problem, being overwhelmed by an endless army of robots. Locking up morale is a headache. I think this level is fine even if it is placed in level 5. 35. Even if the strongest Subai wants to win, he will have to pay a price. Even if 5 robots fight to the death of a dinosaur, it will be worth it. 39. The audience chatted. They all find it extremely difficult. The kids in front of the TV don't understand this. Just hold the toy and get hooked. And when the battlefield is deadlocked, there has been a change in the deepest part of the Iron Fort. Well known. Steam engines need water. As the iron fortress of a big city, the river water needed for daily life is terrifying. So a huge river is a must. At this time, in a corner where Megatron did not notice, the gurgling blisters unfolded. The Quatos with harpoons in their hands came in. The leader is the deep diver elite. After receiving the oracle, they came along the river to steal chickens. And with the head of Murlocs touching into the factory, the number has reached a horrific 10,000. According to Archbishop Alice's guess, there must be a control center inside the Iron Fort. As long as you find that master brain, you can solve many problems. 5. Deep diver sneaks into the port, crawling forward in a factory full of ships and transmissions. The vast majority of the troops were sent out to fend off the dinosaur army. More powerful God Bido beast broke into the city and started killing in the streets. The defense here is looser than ever, even if there are occasionally left-behind robots. Under the siege of so many Kotu Murlocs, he also died with hatred. Soon, along the various pipelines, the Kotu Murmurs entered a huge factory. This place is not the center of the Iron Fort, but to the rear, adjacent to the river. The interior of the factory was extremely empty, and the abandoned robots were casually put aside. There is also a conveyor belt that automatically recycles the parts of the robot to the steelmaking furnace and returns it to the furnace for rebuilding. The factory atmosphere is weird. The deep diver held the harpoon and carefully opened the factory door, accompanied by the creaking sound of the door. The first thing that comes into view is a super large cruise ship that is half buried in the water, 800 meters long and covered with oil and rust. There are also refitted robots wearing masks and holding welding tongs around. Saw someone pushing the door. Thousands of eyes looked at them at the same time. Cough, you are surrounded. The leading deep diver bishop held a harpoon to warn. You guys are not as stupid as I think, and you will split up. A brand new computer robot that is out of tune with its surroundings jumps off the cruise ship. It has a computer monitor as its head, claw-like limbs, and flexible movements. I am the #2 character in Iron Fort City, the intelligence of the Cybertron planet, and the computing robot. It said seriously. I want to tell you solemnly. It was not you who surrounded us, but we surrounded you. 5. Just relying on this group of stinky copper and rotten iron? 9. The deep diver harpooned the tool man who touched the soldering iron. It is precisely because they are not good at fighting that these robots stay in the factory for construction. No, I mean it. The computing robot patted the hull of the super cruise ship and said proudly, "Wake up, Iron Fort 4, sea giant." Fall with the sound. The entire factory was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The super cruise ship kept shaking. Containers and debris on the deck rolled down one after another. The river inside the factory boils. A mechanical leg protrudes from the cabin. F***K, this big guy can also transform? The fish people were amazed. Feeling the idea that everything can become a robot, he ran away in a hurry. However, it has not waited for the sea giant to transform. Huge red tentacles suddenly emerged from the river. One entangled the super cruise ship and dragged it into the river. What happened? A terrifying emoji appeared on the computer robot's screen. Where did this big octopus come from? 39. Calculate the level of the robot attempting to detect the octopus with an energy detector. Unexpectedly, a terrifying spiritual backlash came. There was a bang, shattering the computer screen. Its body staggered to and fro. Miscalculation. Invaded by a virus. Run away. Haven't waited for the tools and people to come back to their senses. The movement on the river is getting bigger and bigger. The giant at sea, which was sleeping for a long time, has not yet reacted. It has been dragged into the river by the Lord of the Four Seas. And all the way to the depths of the river. It's a super cruise ship, not a super submarine. When being attacked and dragged into the bottom of the river, has been declared a failure. A dignified 800-meter supertanker. Not even a single shell was left. Only the bubbles on the river announced its appearance. However, because of its struggle, it inadvertently destroyed the pillar. The largest factory is already crumbling. Clean up the battlefield, and by the way, send a signal to the Archbishop that the mission is complete. The deep diver said as he should. It didn't take long. With a loud bang, the factory collapsed. A red signal came from behind. At the same time, lose computing robot control, contact all parties. The chaotic robots suddenly froze on the battlefield. Many home robots forget that they are on the battlefield. Instead, the live performance starts with the fixed procedure of sweeping the floor, cooking food, and cleaning up the garbage. There are also a few robots that specialize in fighting. What happened? The troubled Megatron looked back staggeringly. Immediately it turned black. In the rear factory, there was a cloud of smoke. A large group of fish people are attacking the production base, and the control base is wreaking havoc. The Air Force, led by Lieshen Pitterman, has broken through the air defense line and merged with the fish people. The situation is set. Fight with me and dare to be distracted. 35. The tyrant's voice resounded in Megatron's ears. The Tyrannosaurus bit the neck of the mechanical dinosaur. With one force, the opponent will be moved to the ground. Megatron just fell to the ground. A silver light flashed from above. It is the head of the tyrant. A metal-brained 237 bag rolled down. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus stomped on Megatron's head in resentment. That's the price of taking someone else as a mount. 55. Done. It fires the cannon in its left hand. Growl. Infiltrate the Iron Fortress and destroy their core technology. Ow! In a chaotic battlefield. Dinosaurs roared. Rush into the Iron Fort with the gates wide open. In the sky. The Sky Fortress was blowing blue smoke and crashed quickly. It's a pity such a big man is still agile. If you take refuge in us, it will be more convenient for space mining in the future. Alice looked at it regretfully. Commanding the crowd, they flew over the Iron Fort and continued to bomb. It's finally over. Sue sighed. Everyone was numb. Robots like to rumble and explode if they don't do anything good, even now that it has been defeated. A backup hidden energy source is also used before dying, and to break through the Iron Fort. His troops also suffered heavy losses. A full 3,000 dinosaurs, 3,000 dragon knights, and several other subordinates were crushed to death. But thanks to the battle, my points have reached a terrifying 780,000 points. Although the third level is a watershed, it is also a good place to score points. After all, there are not so many monsters in other places lining up for you to kill. While sighing, Subai opened the task panel. Task details: destroy the leader Megatron, completed. Attack the main city Iron Fort, completed. Destroy the main force of Cybertron, completed 90%. There is still a little tail confiscated. Subai took a look at the sporadic combat robots hiding in various factories and buildings in Iron Fort City. They have not conceded defeat and are still resisting. The number is not small. In order not to delay the progress, Subai ordered Alice, "Don't be stingy with energy and use firepower to bombard the remaining troops." Several leaders work hard and go hunting for command units. 9. So, the meteorite bombed again. Blow up the entire Steam City. Report to the creator. The hidden boss you asked me to find before may be the 800-meter sea giant, which has been secretly killed by the master of the four seas. 5. In the sweeping stage, Alice scrutinized the entire Steam City and explained to him, "Yes." Seeing that it was only a short distance to reach 800,000 points, Subai fell into deep thought. As a hidden boss, the points given will not be just that. And this time, the audience was amazed at the speed of Mabai's siege. Also look at people with nightmare difficulty. Look, Chi Lance's Yeti army has also attacked the Iron Fort. More. Sure, Qianyun's water monster summons river water, and it's really cunning to attack from the rear. F***K. Why is there a super cruise ship? I'm afraid it is 500 meters long. Nima, the water monster who was caught off guard, was rubbed against the river by the big cruise ship and was beaten badly. Look, the proud Snow King has also been caught by the big cruise robot and is being beaten like a snowball. 5. P.S. Oversleep, not a eunuch. There have been a few recent updates. Do your best to make up for it. The audience, who thought it was over, were surprised to find out. There is also a super robot hidden in the main city. Its strength and volume are the most of the Iron Fort. Often when others think they are victorious, they show up madly flat. Many students who were caught in the crosshairs exploded in their minds. A group of the most elite candidates were swept away by a sudden accident and eliminated. They all walked out of the World Tower. And this time on the field, there are less than 5% of the remaining candidates. As the leaders say, the third floor alone eliminated more than 90% of the students. Strange, everyone else was crushed by the tanker robot. The difficulty of hell will only be greater. Why can't it appear like bye-bye? As more and more students are eliminated, more and more people are paying attention to the big screen. Is this a hidden boss? Impossible. I'm on hard difficulty, and I also encountered the giant of the sea, but it's not that big. Some students are puzzled, including senior leaders. They're all monks with 2 husbands, and they can't figure it out. No one thought of it. The hell-level sea giant had already been killed in secret. The Mabai battlefield, which occupies 80% of the venue, is already counting the battle damage and cleaning up the battlefield. Mission completion has also reached 98%. The main robot hiding in the Iron Fort was found and killed one by one. Is there really no other robot? Still a little unwilling, Bai looked around. At this time, it was obviously too late for the Dragon Knight to go to other places on the Cybertron planet. Right at this time, the Mind Flayer sneaked up to report. Is Father God suspecting that there is still an enemy? Yes, I always think it's not that simple. Subai nodded. As the number 1 bad guy in the Tianyuan world, Audi is often able to anticipate the enemy's opportunities and think of the enemy's ideas. Subai wanted to see what surprises he would bring to him this time. Audi organized the language in his mind, and the 4 tentacles on his face danced. It expresses its inner restlessness. It's like this. When I observed along the way with the army, I found that on the Cybertron planet, Any mechanical structure can be transformed into a robot. This includes mobile phones, computers, and other household robots, which also caused great trouble to our army. In addition, when I first entered this place, I received a quest reminder. The main reason for the fall here is because it was blocked by the mechanical heaven. I am trying to find the source of all the changes and solve it. I am afraid that is the true meaning of completing the quest. Audi waved his hand and said, obviously, that heavy sea tanker is not qualified to be the source of all things. 35. The truth is right, but the question is how to find it. There are also a lot of Satan stars, there are many abandoned ruins and garbage dumps. We don't have time at the moment, and we will sweep them slowly. Subai motioned for him to continue. According to the rules of Satan, as long as it is a mechanical body, it can be alive. I mean, is there a possibility that it itself is also a living body, but it sleeps very hard? Audi tapped the steel floor with his foot. Subai didn't react for a while. After I figured it out, I was surprised. How long is your brain circuit to be able to think of this? He made the mistake of dark under the lights. Audi blew its tentacles embarrassedly. I'm just good at putting myself in the enemy's shoes and thinking the worst. Okay, just do as you say, Subai decisively ordered. The whole army put down the spoils in their hands, and all went out of the city, 50 kilometers away from the city. Yes, the army that was scraping in the city decisively put down the spoils. Out of the city in an orderly manner, hurricane. Although they did not know what God the Father had in mind, everyone obeyed unconditionally. At the same time, his strangeness also made the audience puzzled for a while. What's the matter? Why don't you want the most wonderful loot for dungeons? I think there are still sporadic robots that have not died, and the task completion rate is still 1% less. What is he trying to do? 35. Maybe I accidentally discovered the real big boss. In the heated discussion of the audience, the team ran to 50 kilometers away. Then, under the guidance of the meteorite, many have long-range attack power, such as mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Lishenbidwa, and so on. Rumbling firing cannons. Toward the city without money bombing. Kill your heart to kill? Whip corpse. The big guy doesn't understand it anymore. There are not many people in the city. They are anti-aircraft guns for mosquitoes. Pure waste. Subai couldn't hear the discussions of outsiders, but ordered his subordinates not to be stingy with energy and reserves. Waves of teams bombed the Iron Fort in an orderly manner. Including the Air Force, they also carry explosives. Airdropped bombs, aimed specifically at the steam pipes towering into the clouds. Tick, after your repeated bombings, the last batch of main battle robots hiding in the underground pipes were buried and died. The destruction rate in the city reached 50%. Your mission has been completed. During the explosion, Subai received a reminder. The mission also reminds him whether to stay and go to the next level. He glanced at the ruined Iron Fort. Subai gritted his teeth and gave up going to the 4th level. After bombing for a while, if there is still no movement, then give up. Alice and the others didn't know what Mabai was thinking. Just keep a safe distance and keep bombing. The once prosperous steam city was smashed into ruins. Many towering pipes were blown off. In particular, some important production bases and weapon bases have been taken care of, and the ground has been bombed several times. Until the Iron Castle could not find a good place. The mission details sounded again. The damage degree of the Iron Fort is 95%. The gun barrels buried deep in the ground are destroyed, and you have activated the hidden story, the fury of the Lord of the Iron Fort. Coming. Mabai, who was originally numb, was shocked. Quickly show up and command in the air. Listen to my order. The entire army retreats. The weak troops have been fleeing, and the leaders are on guard ahead. Airships, including the meteorite, did not dare to delay. Fly away quickly. And just when they didn't go very far, the ruined Iron Fort suddenly shook. A piercing whistle resounded throughout the entire Cybertron planet. Who is bombarding my body? I want you to know what the wrath of a machine is. 39. A thrilling discovery for the otherwise casual audience. That piece of Iron Fort moved. Many iron and high-rise buildings are raised, and they are combined with each other. As the garbage in the central square of the Iron Fort dissipated, an old man's face made up of broken walls and broken roads appeared. Its face alone is 100 meters in size. Start from the wall and continue to combine and transform. The right hand of a city made up of buildings suddenly stretched out and claws at the sky. After that, he slapped fruitlessly on the ground. He seemed to be holding himself up. Boom! Accompanied by the rise of steam. An ultimate urban robot composed of a steam city slowly stood up. The steam that it starts up alone obscures the entire planet. The 10-meter-large dinosaur that was already considered a giant was only as tall as his ankle. The earth was trampled under his feet. Clouds are on its shoulders. 2 pairs of red mechanical eyes, like 2 suns. Looking at the retreating dinosaur army. F***K, that piece of iron fort is also a robot? Nima, I said why the capital's painting style is different from other people's, and the style is very outdated. It turns out that Megatron and the others all live on the ancestors. F***K. Chi Lansu and the others have finished fighting the sea giant, and they are packing up their spoils and entering the 4th floor. They never dreamed of missing the biggest boss. It's a good thing. I didn't see how much troops they paid for just defeating the 4 big bosses in the city. No matter how good the hidden boss is, you have to have your life to get it. The sudden change caused the audience inside and outside the stadium to explode. Sue Bai's unreasonable actions before. Everything is explained. If the dinosaurs were still in the city at this time, or not far away, the master of the Iron Castle, who will definitely be awakened, will be slapped to death with 1 palm. Keep a safe distance now. The audience realized how wise he was. It seems that only when the destruction in the city reaches a certain level can this boss be forced out. But the problem is, whoever has nothing to do with a group of dead creatures is busy passing the level to the next level. The principals who reacted were also talking about it. I saw my 2 babies entering the 4th floor. Pang Qingshan said with emotion, it's just that Sue Bai's points are far ahead, and there is enough time to have enough confidence to try and make mistakes. 39. Otherwise, no one else would have imagined it. The brain circuit of this year's question setter teacher is not the usual way. The teachers were quite emotional. They had not noticed anything unusual in the city before. It's just surprising that the styles between the 2 are inconsistent. In retrospect, this is a projection simulation based on the real world. Even more incredible, shaking his head. We were all fighting inside the big guy just now? The dinosaur legions were also shocked. The other ordinary warriors had already run away. At least the leader of the senior silver was ordered to stay. Ma Bai, who was in the air, also urgently checked the additional tasks. Hidden plot mission. Your arrogance has angered. The Lord of the Iron Fortress, who fell from the mechanical paradise, is the ultimate robot with a peak of gold and uses the city as its body. Its defense and health bar are terrifying, but its invincible body also gave him a fatal weakness. Please defeat the Lord of the Iron Castle and capture the source of all evil in his body. The source of all evil. The source of fire. Reminder, the source of fire is a real creation with only one, and it is only available in hell difficulty. Please defeat it as fast as possible, otherwise, even if it succeeds, the mission reward will be greatly reduced. Only one. Seeing this, Bai did not dare to delay. While the Lord of the Iron Fort has not yet fully transformed. Quickly order and let Alice and others besiege them. Father, the other party is too big, ask for help. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus opened its 6 mechanical wings and used it to erupt rockets. Spit fire around the gigantic Lord of the Iron Citadel. But it looks the same as tickling. Doesn't work. On the contrary, the Iron Fort Lord, who was still transforming, looked down. 2 fire dragons spewed out from its nostrils and swept towards the troublesome mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. It wanted to call Godzilla over too. After these days of practice, Godzilla's fire-breathing skills have been enhanced at an epic level. In addition, the nuclear radiation itself has a strong restraint on electrons. What Tyrannosaurus said also makes sense. Don't wait for him to completely transform. Take advantage of the loopholes now, Tyrant, you bring Audi, and the Super Beast. The 3 of you quickly enter the Iron Castle from its covered door and find its core technology, that is, the source of fire. Sue Bai discovered the fighter plane. Decisively ordered 3 subordinates to sneak in. Yes! The tyrant and the god of power and the beast said nothing. In time for a passage that is about to close, fly in quickly. Audi was a little hesitant at first. Don't want to venture into the enemy's body. But now it can't be done. It can only fly in together while riding on Pitamin. Damn outsider, messed up my body. All my people have been killed by you. Another layer of high-temperature steam was sprayed from the body of the Lord of the Iron Fort. The meteor ship and the mechagrammon on the periphery were forced back. The Lord of the Iron Fort suddenly shook his body. Mountains of dust and iron filings slid down from his body. A mountain of iron filings soon formed. The Lord of the Iron Fort sneezed another earth-shattering sneeze. The entire Cybertron planet was shaken. I haven't woken up for a long time. This time I want you to be buried with me. The Lord of the Iron Fort looked at the fly beside him indifferently. Reach out to pinch the meteorite. Originally, a few hundred meters long airship was also a giant. But in front of the Lord of the Iron Fort, it's no different than a mosquito. It's a pity that my Qiantong can't hold back. If I use it now, it will definitely have a fatal effect. 5. Subai was in the sky, looking at Alice and the others hurriedly fleeing with regret. Who would have thought that the world would still be left to him? However, although the Lord of the Iron Fort is powerful, his blood bar is also very long. But the shortcomings are also fatal. The huge body gives him invincible health and strength, but also allows the enemy to take advantage of it. I didn't wait for him to shoot the flying meteor ship with one palm. A spark of broken lines suddenly popped up inside the body. Pitamin is carrying Audi and the tyrant, wreaking havoc in the main body of the Iron Fort. If there are still guards in the city, columns such as Megatron and the Sky Carrier can definitely delay the two of them. But the Lord of the Iron Fort, who has lost his helper, cannot be scruples in many corners. Facing external enemies is easy. Waving a giant palm, no matter how bad it is to erupt high-temperature steam, or launch an ultimate cannon, it can be resisted. But inside the body, he was in trouble. Like a giant being disturbed by fleas. I can only watch the enemy destroy all the way, messing up my body. There's no way to stop it. Damn little bug, I'm mad at me. The body of the Lord of the Iron Fort trembled for a while. A screw, a piece of gear, chain, glass, and other debris flew out of his body. At the same time, an ultra-high-temperature steam that was 100 times stronger than before spewed out from every corner of the Lord of the Iron Fort. A high-pitched sound of boiling water kept echoing. Let the dinosaur army fleeing far away is a headache. Good Zhao. He wants to blow himself up? The beholder elder in the meteorite asked in horror. No, he just wanted to burn the 3 tyrants in his body to death by raising the temperature. Alice suddenly laughed, pointed at the big guy and said, "At the beginning, I was also intimidated by his size. But after groping for a while, I found out that he is a fake. No matter how big your body is, if you can't control Rui, and you can't even control the inside, what's the use? Without the younger brothers to guard the family, the Lord of the Iron Fort is just a fat meat that can be slaughtered." The beholder elder suddenly asked weakly. But it's not easy to get close to us in the heat all the time. The Lord of the Iron Fort is surrounded by steam. If we can't see the surroundings clearly, we don't dare to break in. If we are caught by him, we can be crushed with a single blow. And the 3 leaders are in the Iron Castle, staying under the steam, and they may have to be alert to other traps. I'm afraid they are also very unsafe and need our outside assistance. Alice nodded after listening. It is the fastest to attack both inside and outside. She just wanted to report to Subai and apply for off-site assistance again. The Lord of the Iron Fort suddenly stumbled and stood unsteadily. The giant, taller than a mountain, rumbled and fell on his knees. Alice hurriedly shouted, "Go back, the Lord of the Iron Fort has fallen." The meteor ship started at full power and ascended into the sky like a rocket. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus below desperately waved its 6 wings and led its subordinates to flee for their lives in a hurry. Who is mixing my feet? The Lord of the Iron Fortress, who fell down involuntarily, shouted angrily. Since I woke up, I haven't encountered a happy thing. Without any effort to use his fists at all, he has already been defeated by a series of despicable means. Now it crashed even more and fell to the ground. A magnitude, 9 earthquake that triggered the entire planet of Cybertron. What's the matter? Papery? Worry, you will still fall. The Lord of the Iron Fortress is too vain, and it is better to say that it is not as good as the Megatron and the Sky Carrier. Look, take advantage of his illness and kill him. That mechanical Tyrannosaurus has returned with a large group of dinosaurs, standing on the head of the Iron Fortress and wreaking havoc. The Lord of the Iron Fort tried to stand up, but it was too late. The bearing joint on the knee was blasted by the meteor and fell again. 39. When I saw the Big Mac, I failed to stand up one after another. Even the most common audience is aware of a problem. This ultimate boss is not as terrifying as it appears, and even the lethality is not comparable to Megatron. Nima, who would have thought that the big boss in the 3rd level would be so watery, and the other nightmare and difficult players walked too fast. I don't know how many points it will give Subai. Facing the size of the audience. However, President Kai explained, there are so many parts on the Iron Fort Lord's body that are definitely not decorations. If he really lets him use his hands and feet, I am afraid that even diamond-level creatures are not as destructive as their destructive power. 5. Yes, Subai's fighting consciousness is very strong, and he has captured the fighter jet that transforms in an instant. His subordinates cooperate very well with each other. Mayor Ma nodded. Strange, I seemed to be in the steam cloud just now, and I vaguely saw a large tentacle wrapping around the Iron Fort Lord's foot. Jianheng suddenly blinked a little suspiciously. Otherwise, if you pull it again, the dignified peak gold boss will not fall down on his own. It's too humiliating. Alice and others don't speak martial arts. Under the trouble of the Lord of the Four Seas. After the Lord of the Iron Fort was brought down, she urgently sent the unicorn beasts to fly back, lying on the Lord of the Iron Fort together and dismantling his body. A group of people are very busy. At the same time, a series of sparks and explosions inside the Iron Fort. There has been a chain reaction. Lisen Baido has a golden carapace that is invulnerable to swords and guns, and is invulnerable to fire and water. Under the direction of Audi, destroy wires and bearings along the way, and keep going deep into the core. The Tyrant also helped. He can transform into all kinds of metal weapons, making it much faster to open the way. The 3 seem to enter a blurry steam factory. Under the heat, move forward in the dark. Going up, I noticed that special energy fluctuations in the core of the Lord of the Iron Fortress. Audi is afraid of death. Its body itself is no match for other golden creatures. He was hiding in the carapace to guide the way. The newly awakened psionic power played a big role. In the chaotic circuit, find a shortcut. After quite a while of destruction, the 3 of them discovered a super big heart that was dozens of meters tall and protected by layers of steel. The big heart kept beating. Through the surrounding electrical lines, a steady stream of power is provided to the Lord of the Iron Fortress. At the same time, they can still be seen vaguely. A fiery red Rubik's Cube with the inside of the heart protected. That thing is the source of all evil, the source of fire from the mechanical paradise? The Tyrant was very curious about it. The steel here is no trivial matter, it is probably more than 10 meters thick. My gigabit shock wave may not be able to pierce it. Lisen Bidwa shook the 2 horns on his head, and for the first time he became unconfident. The wisdom in the trio was responsible, and Audi started to think. At present, the Archbishop and others are still dismantling the Iron Fort on the periphery. If I were him, I would definitely detonate it when I failed, and leave nothing to the enemy. That said, the real danger begins now. We must not only obtain the source of fire, but also avoid the final counterattack of the Lord of the Iron Fort. Seeing that the 2 didn't believe his eyes, Audi waved his hand. I hope you don't want to see Alice and the unicorn being blown up. 39. Then what do you say? Lisen Pido said in an angry voice. Could it be that it is slowly dismantling the layers of iron shackles? The master of the Iron Castle is not a fool. Let us slaughter it. Audi Wang looked around and circled around, with a sturdy line surrounded by 5 young people. Said, I have a plan. You 2 follow my order and shoot at the same time. The Tyrant uses the silver blade to simultaneously destroy the transmission pipeline around the heart. Lisen Bidwa used his strongest stunt to push his horns into the heart of steel, and I hid behind your horns. The moment I touched the source of fire, I took advantage of my race to take it away and cut off all connections. Pitalin and the tyrant suddenly looked at it with admiration. So, you are the most dangerous one? I didn't expect you to work hard and have such a high level of consciousness. The tyrant felt a little misguided. The 4 tentacles on Audi's face danced and smiled coldly. It's all for the father. It's not really dead anyway. This is its inner thought. After some simple planning, Audi hid behind the golden horns. Use your physical characteristics, wrap up in a ball, and say carefully, "Go." Fall with a sound. The heart chamber suddenly brightened. A touch of silver Hot Wheels slashed into the pipes at an extremely fast speed. With the sparks flying, look carefully only to find out. It was the 2 blades that danced at high speed, and the light of the blades swirled, so I thought it was a Hot Wheel. Giga Shockwave. A golden lightning converged on the horns of Lisen Bidwa. It slammed into the steel heart like a charging bison, accompanied by an earth-shattering golden lightning strike. A hole was broken open in the steel shell with a thickness of more than 20 meters. And outside, the Lord of the Iron Fort, who was besieged, suddenly shook violently. The red eyes flashed one after another disorderly program. Power source is destroyed. In order to prevent the relic from being taken away, activate the backup hidden energy. A fiery red smoke emerged from his 7 orifices. The huge body shook violently, and hundreds of thousands of screws, gears, bearings, and other components burst out. Injured many dinosaurs. Rewind. It's going to explode. Alice's expression changed greatly. Quickly drive the meteor ship to escape. The unicorns and dinosaurs who were tearing down the iron castle stepped on the stove. In a hurry, they spread their wings or fled with their legs. Mechanical Greymon scolded while fleeing. Fighting with robots is really bad for 8 lifetimes, but it explodes if you can't fight it, but it's powerful. Isn't it? And Shuang Niefa blew himself up again? Towards the fallen Iron Castle Lord and the high-energy progress bar displayed on the screen. The audience also complained. F***Kate, Nima, such a big city blew itself up. I'm afraid the entire Cybertron planet is gone. It's over. The lucky ones are not lucky. Even if they can win, their subordinates won't survive. In order to fight a boss, blood loss. Yeah, no matter how you think about it, it's a loss. It's not as good as other people. It's quite satisfactory, and it's on the 4th floor. 99. Mediocrity is a blessing. Many students laughed happily. Most of them fell in the 3rd pass. Seeing that the first person in Guangqing was unlucky now, he regained his balance in his heart. Don't let him blow himself up, or the dinosaur army will fly to ashes. Su Bai emerged. Be ready to block at any time. He also has 3 drops of divine power at the bottom of the pressure box. The defensive shield that can form the power of the world is enough to withstand the formidable power that the Tianyuan realm can withstand. And while the crowd was nervously fleeing, the belly of the Lord of the Iron Fort was burned red, and a deformed iron plate was kicked away. A golden insect crawled out. The most striking thing is a mind flayer standing on its head. It is holding up a gray, old, metal cube engraved with mysterious lines. Proudly said, Heart Flare Patriarch, complete the mission perfectly. With its appearance, the red-hot Lord of the Iron Fort seemed to have his spine taken away. It collapsed suddenly. All parts of the body were scattered, turning into a ruined city. I haven't played yet. Amid the sensational celebration, the tyrant who silently climbed out complained. The biggest player in this battle is indeed Audi. Su Bai smiled and took the metal cube. At the same time, a voice sounded. Congratulations on successfully killing the Lord of the Iron Fortress, the hidden big boss of the Cybertron planet. With plus 200,000 points, you have completed the 3rd level perfectly. Please make some adjustments and prepare for the 4th level dungeon challenge. The settlement has begun. The ruins and abandoned robots of the Cybertron planet turned into blips of data and quickly disappeared. Only then did the soldiers relax and slumped to the ground. Alice, count the battle damage, check the wounded, Let a group of wounded and tired soldiers go back first, and dispatch those who have not yet participated in the war from Tianyuan realm. Su-bai used the power of the world to slow down the time. Let Alice tidy up the battlefield. At the same time, check the gains from this battle for yourself. Accompanied by a series of pleasant dings, prizes were sent to his account. Congratulations on your successful acquisition of the S-Class Medium-Sized Magic Mine Card X1, the Special Card Technology Upgrade Card X1, the S-Class Card Set Infrastructure Engineering Team X1, including excavators, bulldozers, cranes, and other robots. Special rewards Tinder Source Unique. Because you discovered the hidden plot as soon as possible and killed the Lord of the Iron Fortress, the task completion rate is very high, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. You can draw one from the robot card group of the Cybertron planet. Do you want to use it now? Kdeed. Anything like this? Su-bai rubbed his hands and applied a lucky buff to himself. Solemnly said, draw 35. Hopefully the talents of the fate will be of use here as well. 5. When Su-bai drew, the picture in front of him is like a marquee. Lanxiang robot, Megatron, and even the mechanical dinosaur mount he was riding, the sea giant, the missile-launching robot, and even other household robots that he had never seen ran over in front of him. Hope you don't get me a robot vacuum. I already have one in the cottage. 55. Just when Su-bai was silently complaining in his heart, the flashing picture finally stopped, and a flying ship with a height of several hundred meters, full of technological sense, condensed into a card and appeared in Ma Bai's hand. Congratulations on your successful drawing of the mechanical card, Sky Motherboat. It is it. Su-bai turned over and looked over in surprise. Introduced on the card. It was originally a troop carrier for Cybertron. Can easily hold tens of thousands of robots. After being ignited by the source of fire, the flexibility is greatly enhanced. Although the cards that were drawn are just dead objects. But Ma Bai, who holds the source of fire in his hand, can still ignite it. Su-bai carefully studied the treasure in his hand. Today's battle, the biggest surprise is it. The source of fire, unique, a mysterious technological creation of unknown level, containing high technology that humans cannot currently understand. A baby from mechanical heaven. Even in the mechanical paradise, it is a treasure, and it is often cast to pollute a world. World props like zombie virus. Effect 1. Enlightenment. For a machine, it is a creation artifact. When it is full of mysterious energy, it can activate a robot every day. Note that limited to the current level of the fire source, the machine that can light up needs to be if it exceeds 1 kilometer. It cannot contain too much high-tech content. 2. Charging. It can provide the strongest energy for metal life. Installed on the machine, it can make its calculation and all performance tenfold. It seems to be an artifact for people who are on the road to technology. Su-bai pondered for a while and called Alice over. Give her the source of fire carefully. This is the source of all evil that caused the Cybertron mutation. There is still one chance for enlightenment today. You can use it against the meteorite. Okay. 99. Alice took it curiously. The meteorite is remodeled with a golden brain as the main body and contains many brain magic technologies. If it can survive and eliminate hidden dangers, it would be better to have artificial intelligence. Meteor ships are very powerful. Otherwise, the sky carrier will not be blasted. Alice dismissed everyone in the fleet, under the curious eyes of everyone. Holding the source of fire, carefully read the mysterious spell in the Rubik's Cube. The wonderful lines on the Rubik's Cube suddenly lit up and merged with each other to form a data tree formed by the source code, and projected a data light shining on the meteor ship. A lamp in the meteor ship suddenly turned on, and the core area shines brightly. A pair of curious eyes appeared on its screen. Who I am. Where do I come from? 39. Where am I going? The 3 philosophical questions came from the airship's broadcast. Everyone looked at each other. Ellie stepped forward without any stage fright, smiled, and said, You are a meteorite, a great creation from the Tianyuan world. I am your creator, Alice. Good boy, if you think about it carefully, you should still have a memory. The meteorite body shook for a while. Its structure, like a steel building, has also learned to transform at this time. Hands and feet grew out, and Fongfong's head stretched out. Bewildered, he looked down at Alice. I remember you, often manipulated in my body. I still vaguely remember that you have been carrying me to space to transport mines. 99. After speaking, it bent down and stretched out its hand as a ladder. Invite Alice to re-enter it. Come on, let's go in together and see what changes. Alice took the crew just now to get acquainted with the hull again. Exclamations continued. Just awaken self-consciousness. Meteor ships are almost 10 times more efficient to use. Where there is a problem, even if a line is broken, it can respond by itself. Alert the crew and help it fix it. You can also warn yourself and launch an attack. Even, they will disassemble their own bodies and upgrade their bodies and programs. No wonder there are robots in the world. It's amazing. As long as there are a few more Rubik's Cubes, the whole world will be occupied by robots. Alice was amazed. And focus on the diamond brain. Discovered after the meteorite awakened its self-consciousness. The diamond brain has been fully fused into it. Even if there is a saint-level brain demon, it can't be dug out at this time and can't be recognized. And when Alice tries to put the source of fire on the meteor ship, it is like opening a plug-in to the program. The meteorite shook for a while, and the data jumped rapidly. A feature that was originally sealed was unsealed. What's even scarier is that it has infinite energy. As long as there are enough barrels, engines, and materials, it can fire artillery infinitely. Simply out of line. Only then did Alice and the others know. How lucky I was to win just now. I really let the Lord of the Iron Fort let go. Under the infinite bombardment, all of them will be bombarded. Just when a group of people were eagerly researching new toys, Subai held the other treasures and returned to the Tianyuan realm. A large number of wounded have been sent back. Although there is no real lack of arms or legs, a big virtual scene is inevitable. In this regard, Ma Bai personally came to offer condolences, and let some other bishops who stayed behind lead the priests to perform magic on them to appease them. They are all heroes who win glory for the world and cannot be treated badly. Subai waved his hand and began to distribute snowflake silver. Each returning warrior is rewarded with 100 Akari. Really, don't say. Who doesn't love the silver of white flowers? However, because the splurge was too great, the follow-up mining personnel could no longer keep up. Father, to replenish the vitality of the wounded, the spring of life is not enough, and the water plant next door has shut down. The beholder elder in charge of the waterworks reported to him. That's right, because too many strong troops were sent out, there was a shortage of labor in many places. 35. There are others who have responded to the problem. I know that, and they'll be back soon. Subai comforted everyone. He admired those world masters who used all the resources in the world to develop their military forces. How can they maintain a high-pressure policy for so long? Even if you are the world master, you have been oppressed for a long time. The subordinates will also be crazy, and they will also give birth to different hearts. Comments. I am afraid that only constant battles and continuous acquisition of more spoils can maintain militarism. Subai first used the mysterious technology card. As described above, after use, it can improve one's own civilization technology by a small level. Although Subai doesn't know the principle, it is very convenient to use. Accompanied by a silver card full of technological textures, it turned into a burst of light dots and merged into the Tianyuan realm. Lava Castle, Raccoon City, White Mountain Holy Land, people in many cities suddenly became smarter. I learned a lot of things I didn't know before. I feel that the rough creation in front of me is unpleasant no matter how I look at it. The fusion of metals, there is absolutely a better way to combine them. 35. The way we used the spirit stone was too rude, it was just used as a bomb. A wall made of mud can collapse when the wind blows. Why can't you try other materials, such as special molecular materials or alloys? 5. Dinosaurs, corpses, and others felt that their former self was too stupid, and they carried out scientific experiments one after another, including other weak races in the wild. He also learned to use fire to build caves. Important log. You have used the technology card. Tianyuanji has entered an era of technological explosion. and the creation of new energy and new materials has greatly improved. Sustained to the level where tech cards are. Can you cheat like that? Subai felt as if he was hanging up. But the world has been turned upside down. He was close behind. The other two cards were also used together. Use the S-rank medium-sized magic mine card and the S-rank card set infrastructure engineering team. In an instant. In the corner of the valley in the Tianyuan realm, there was an extra magic ore that shone like a broken diamond. Different from Lingshire. The properties of magic crystals are more chaotic and violent. Take it as a raw material, or use it as a bomb to be more efficient. The other is even more important. I saw it in a square in the center of Tianyuanji. Suddenly a light and shadow appeared. Curious dinosaur people looked at it, and it turned out to be more than 20 large engineering machines of various shapes. They are excavators, bulldozers, road rollers, concrete mixers, trailers, etc. Their smallest wheel has a diameter of 5 meters and is a well-deserved giant. Even more amazing, it will also transform into a human form and communicate with the dinosaurs. Even work by themselves, digging, transporting, repairing, and replenishing energy. Such a vision aroused the amazement of the local residents. The Archbishop and the others have really gotten a lot of good things when they go out to fight. If there are more than a few hundred of them, not only can the underground mines be dug up, but the mining efficiency in outer space can also be greatly increased. 5. It seems that a lot of people came back just now. I heard from them that this kind of robot, not long ago, they killed tens of thousands. The returning warriors proudly publicize their great achievements and the glory they have contributed to God the Father. It tickles my heart to hear a group of people who didn't go out. Even the underage apprentice fighters are wailing to join the battle. Are you the captain of the engineering team? Subai glanced at it, like a miniature version of the Lanxiang robot. In the future, you will be called Lanxiang and take your younger brothers to mine. The most urgent task now is to go to that magic mine and collect magic crystals. The energy reserves on the front lines are being used up quickly. The spirit stones prepared earlier are almost exhausted. Under his arrangement, this group of engineering teams rushed to the magic mine to open the mine. Not only that, Subai also instructed the researchers to focus on the engineering team's machine structure and energy principles. The intention is to copy them in the future and build simplified machines. While sorting out the spoils on his side, the audience outside suddenly burst into commotion. Look, Subai suddenly gained 200,000 more points. 99. My darling, that Iron Castle, one person gave a score comparable to the 4th level of Nightmare. Is it so strong? 35. Mabai's points have reached a terrifying 1 million. The second and third place are Qi Lansu and they are fighting for each other, but they are only around 200,000. The gap is too big. 39. The face of a group of students who had been bad-mouthing was embarrassed and embarrassed. They went through untold hardships to fight monsters, but they didn't expect that they were not as good as a fraction of a boss. Many students are outraged. I felt that the Lord of the Iron Fort was so easy to fight that it did not cause much damage to the Mabai army. But given so many points, this is not reasonable. But Principal Pang's remarks calmed the audience down. The hidden boss at that end is comparable to diamond creatures in terms of destructive power. Coupled with its huge body, it is extremely threatening. This test is tested and scored by the Alliance's main machine throughout the whole process. It is completely compliant. What you have to do is not to complain about other people, but to learn from the example that is still in the standings. Many students bowed their heads bitterly. In the face of the college entrance examination, there is no opportunistic, only head-on with real skills. On the big screen, there are still students who are still fighting. Only 56 bits. The longer they hold on, the more points they earn. This exam. Except for Mabai and Qi Lansu, 2 super dark horses. A civilian born in number 8 middle school, a candidate named Deng Shi also attracted everyone's attention. He has cultivated a group of well-established warriors. The energy nurtured in the world has barely reached the medium energy infuriating Qi. At the beginning of the war, many people were behind. However, over time, he was steady. Not the fastest, but the most stable. It jumped to a dozen. It's still fighting in the third stage. Take full advantage of your martial artist's strengths. Instead of going head-to-head with the robot army, they are waiting for an opportunity to attack, mainly to find command units and destroy production bases. This student has a good personality and is very self-aware. Many principals gave him high marks. And with fewer and fewer people, the personal pictures projected on the big screen of the World Tower are also getting bigger and bigger. Friends in the audience in front of the TV, please don't go away. The most exciting ending will be here soon. The beautiful hostess held the microphone at the venue and said with a smile, "Although the college entrance examination in the urban area of Guangzhou is not over yet, I have received news from various branches at the same time. Many branch examination rooms have been fully completed, and the points are being calculated. As for the central venue, Subai's 1 million terror points have been booked in advance for the first place in the city. Let's congratulate him here." There was a tsunami of applause from the venue. Many people in front of the Revision machine were also infected and applauded. The hostess also interviewed the people around Ma Bai very intimately. Cough, this child is smart since he was a child. I remember that before the world was awakened, he took a book and wrote a plan about the world and a civilized exercise. Director Lee in the audience was being interviewed and was a little nervous in front of the TV, talking about the years when she was the head teacher of Subai. At that time, he awakened the world, and I was still there. Everyone thought that the first world of 1 kilometer was abolished, but I noticed at the time that he was calm. Manager Fong stood up and told Subai's story. At that time, I felt that this child was not in the pool. Sure enough, within 2 days, I met him at the Creation Building again. The first time I completed a world mission, I received an S-rank rating, which caused an uproar in the audience. Manager Fong is very eloquent and rhetorical. In the end, I have to advertise for my own Imperial Enterprise Group. The hostess decided to interview the next one. Birth is ordinary, even poor. The awakened world is the smallest, but now it is overwhelming. The first place in the whole city is decided in advance. Such a dramatic contrast of legends attracted the whole city and people from other surrounding villages and towns to discuss it. I was really blind. At home, Xiao Wang, recalling that day, boldly wanted to buy Subai's world. Slapped himself. He hopes now, when Subai becomes a big man, never hate yourself again. Otherwise, if you just move your finger, you can kill yourself. The short break passed quickly. Subai took the time to use the air carrier and handed over to the outstanding Audi as the captain. It excitedly took thousands of mind flayers to control the airship. At the same time, thanks to the blessing of the infrastructure team, the B-level Snowflake silver mine was emptied. Boxes of silver were pulled back. A lot of them were issued to the soldiers who were fighting abroad. Enjoying the war bonus, whether it is a dinosaur man or a unicorn beast, all of them are overjoyed. In the third pass, lots of damage, but also get more. There is a lot of experience given by a head-to-head robot. More because they have source code data on them. Many dinosaurs have been mutated, and they have grown metal dragon claws and dragon wings. What's more, a technological furnace has evolved inside the body, which not only greatly enhances the ability to breathe, but also launches missiles. The unicorns also get a lot of benefits. They beat many air forces. The body has evolved a structure that can automatically produce missiles and launch them. It is the crystallization of biotechnology. Tyrants and Lisen Bidwa have all evolved quite a bit from data programs with similar attributes. But to say the biggest gain, naturally, it is the closest mechanical Greymon. With the acceleration of time, it has successfully evolved into a gold-level creature with deep accumulation. And, because the energy is too large, he rushed to the gold intermediate level in one breath, to be another standout on the team. But strangely enough, it did not evolve into the ultimate body like Lisen Pitaman. Instead, it went to the unknown mutation and increased the talent. Armor evolution. According to Tyrannosaurus's explanation, it has absorbed many technological codes in its body. Depending on the environment, it can change into a Tyrannosaurus with different attributes. Sea, land, and air adapt to all fields. Tyrannosaurus also proudly boasted to the tyrant, I will be good at fields no worse than your perfect creature in the future. Interesting, there is a chance to compete. I would like to see if my pure creature is stronger than your mechanical transformation. The tyrant was aroused to the heart of the competition. Although it is said that in terms of strength alone, he is not as good as his old rival Ishenbidwa. But he is an all-around warrior, and is heavily relied upon by Mabai. Now there is a Tyrannosaurus who can evolve armor. The tyrant feels his position is threatened. Okay, take your place, and prepare to welcome the fourth floor. 99. Under Alice's command. The army of dinosaurs who are ready to form a square team. Another 10,000 Quatos were preparing for battle with harpoons. At present, Chi Lansu, they are already fighting on the fourth floor. The fourth level has a much larger world, and many people are suppressed by the home court and their strength is weakened. Seeking flowers. The audience discussed the big blue screen. Su Bai's competition of the worlds will this time. It is estimated that he has no advantage. It's still Shi Qianyan who has the most advantage. You can see that her water monsters are like a duck to water in the fourth level, and they have evolved. 35. I saw that in the standings, the data of the top 10 changed rapidly. Then second place in the SAW was taken away by Shi Qianyan. This is when the picture of the future city dissipates. What appeared in front of Su Bai's eyes was a blue sea. In the sky, there are also red-eyed seagulls and albatrosses who have heard the news. Run to poop on the head of the dinosaur. Ow! Fly! The land beneath his feet disappeared as data, and the dragon knights who were caught off guard fell into the sea one after another. They believe in the earth and lava, but they don't really care about the ocean. In addition to being influenced by Godzilla, the 5,000 Templar Dragon Knights who are also good at the ocean are also good. Most of the dragon warriors struggled in the sea. The fourth-level copy world of the college entrance examination, the top second-order ocean world, a full 2,000 kilometers in diameter, without an inch of land. Confrontation of world consciousness is underway. Starting from Su Bai's side, a projection of the heavenly origin realm appeared. A full 2 pieces of land of different sizes were pressed towards the ocean, causing turbulent waves. But this time, the alien consciousness resisted strongly, and he failed. Fortunately, the Tianyuan realm has a deep accumulation, and there are treasures such as the Eye of 1,000 Eyes to suppress the source. Barely resist the anti-invasion of Sea World. The two occupy one area and are in a confrontation. The world confrontation is over. The two sides are evenly matched, and you are not subject to strength bonuses and suppression, as long as it's not weakened. Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief and raised the divine tree scepter at the same time. Open the portal of teleportation and order. Ordinary dragon warriors who are not good at ocean combat, all the others return to the Tianyuan realm. Follow your orders. A large number of dinosaur people, and even the evil eye and other equipment have escaped. The ocean is very empty all of a sudden. The 2 battleships in the air also commanded the unicorn beasts to resist the attack of the mutant seabirds. It seems that this wave is testing sea capabilities. Alice personally commands the Kotoa. The enemy has detected our intelligence and is besieging us. Bishop Murloc, you lead the team to be vigilant. 95. They can only assist as the Air Force. The frontal battlefield still has to rely on the Quatao people. It's finally time for us to show up. A deep diver leader raises his weapon. The fish people dived into the sea one after another. Soon, from the sea level, I saw a shark fin approaching. Enemy attack. 55. With Alice's order, the Air Force, headed by a meteor ship and an air carrier, quickly drove away the mutant seabirds and dropped bombs. At the same time, Su Bai also saw the appearance of the enemy. It was a big blue shark with 3 scars on its skin. Some sharks have also evolved into humanoid shapes, holding shark swords and slashing at the Quatu people. The more ferocious warriors swimming from behind were 2 meters tall. An odd humanoid monster with blue skin, webbed palms, and fan-shaped cheeks on both sides of its face. They are not less intelligent, seeing the commander in the air. Ride a shark and surface. He threw his trident into the air with all his might. Can you defeat us with just these backward weapons? Audi would have been dismissive in driving the helicarrier. That material, The tail of the trident ignited a tail flame. Like a missile, it stabbed the unicorn beast. Many weak unicorns were pierced one after another. A flash of electric light flashed through the tridents, burning their innards. This is not an ordinary weapon, but a high-tech that contains the power of lightning. 35. Lysen Pittaman shouted. Fluttering its wings, the two horns gather electrical energy and slash towards the enemy below. At the same time, the clansmen rise rapidly. Don't give them a chance to take advantage. It's strange, other people are only attacked by sharks. Why are they encountering such humanoid monsters? The audience wondered. Subai also received the mission details. Please note, you have reached the 4th floor of the sea. This world is originally the secret realm of the natural birth of the universe, full of marine ecology, but you are bewitched by demons and become enemies of humans. In the blue ocean, there are undersea people with a high level of technology. They create undersea civilization and keep marine creatures such as sharks and whales as pets. It is divided into 4 sea areas, and built the royal city of Poseidon, in the center of the 4 seas. Task details: please kill the main army of 10,000 people under the sea, and the servant army of 100,000 sea beasts, break through the king city of Poseidon, and destroy the temple statues in it. Friendly reminder: the speed should be fast. The longer it is delayed by the 4 seas, the more people from the sea will prepare in Wancheng. Most of the dinosaurs in the main army are going to leave. Only 5,000 temple dragon knights are still there. There are still 4 seas to conquer. Subai watched from above. I saw the return of a large number of dinosaurs. As the main force, the Quatu people fought against the underwater people riding sharks in the sea.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.